on going to the moon, right? And then, you're pulling your hair out, you're praying to God, let me just get back to negative $20, I'll close the trade, so on and so forth. So what we want you guys to do is take safe positions. A safe position is waiting for it to break out, waiting for it to retrace, and waiting for it to continue, and then taking positions, right? Either down or up. Now, we don't have very much time, but I just want to talk about this. Identify the shift of momentum. This is how you catch those big 300, 400, 500 pip swings, right? And this is how you do it. In an uptrend, you identify the last higher low before the most recent higher high. If the current price is at a higher high, you want to highlight the last higher low. What's going to happen is the market should pull back, make a new higher low, which is fine, and then it should push up and make a higher high. But if it fails to do that and makes a lower high, that's your first indication that this thing is going to drop. It can come back down to the same point and go all the way up, and it's still an uptrend. But the moment that it pulls below our last higher low, it's a downtrend. When it pulls back, you're going to use all the tools that we teach you about to find an entry, and you're going to start holding these swings for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pips, right? Same thing in reverse. A downtrend becomes an uptrend when the last lower high gets taken out, right? So these are the fib settings we like to use. And I'm kind of rushing through this because I want to show you guys some cool stuff. But these are the fib settings that we use. You get the 0, the 61, the 71, the 78.6, the 100, the negative 27, the negative 61.8. Take a screenshot of that. If you guys didn't get it, hopefully somebody on the team got it. We're going to move forward. All Fibonacci is designed to do is you only use fibs in a trending market, an uptrend or a downtrend. In a downtrend, you'll pull the fibs from the lower high down to the lower low. And this is all that really happens with that. Fibonacci is designed to measure a move and tell you where the market's going to potentially pull back to. So remember our measured moves, and remember this. Our entry area is the 61.71. Your stop goes 10 to 15 pips above the 78.6. Your TPs are the negative 27, negative 61.8. So now factor this in. I'm going to copy and paste these legs, this pullback and this impulse. What happens if I line them up, if I copy these moves and I line them up with the new fib, it lines up perfectly to our entry area and then our target. So factor this. If this was a 200 pip drop and this was a 200 pip drop, and this 9 times out of 10, this next one right here is also going to be about a 200 pip drop. So now you can start mapping out the market and kind of seeing what you're going to be doing. And these are trades that take a couple days to play out, guys. When it comes down to it, we might take 2, maybe 3 trades in a week, but I promise you that 2-3 trades in a week will pay you out more than 100 trades over the course of a month of scalping does, right? And this is just kind of a visual of risk reward. This is a 1-to-1 risk reward. This is a 2-to-1, and this is a 3.5, 4-to-1, right? We're gonna make more money on this setup compared to these setups, and that's why we use the 61.71 area. So here's an example of how you would look at this on the actual charts. We're not gonna have time to get into the second portion of the training, but y'all can learn all that from Studies Go Live. But here's a downtrend. There's our last lower high in the downtrend. When price goes above it, it's a new uptrend. What we do at that point is we pull the fib from the low to the new high, and we're looking at this 61.71 area for an entry. Now, when we catch that entry, this is a trade that's a 1-to-4 risk reward. We're risking 42 pips to make 188, right? Now, if we factor in the stuff we're going to teach on Steady, it's just pretty much understanding how the banks move. This is the cash flow quadrant for trading. 95% of us are retail traders. We control 1% of the market. 5% of the market participants are the banks, the hedge funds, and liquidity providers. They control 99% of the money. So we're trading on the left side of the quadrant. Just like Robert Kiyosaki says, most of us live on the left side. Now it's time for us to live on the right side, right? So you got to shift the way you're looking at the charts. You got to shift the way the mindset works, right? So when it comes down to trading with the institutional concepts, these are some keys. We got a volume range candle, a gap in price, and a mitigation. But long story short, this is stuff that you guys will be able to learn on Steady. So what I want you guys to do is I want to show you guys this. I'm going to pass by this information, but what I want you to do is show you guys this. These are the 2 of the same trades. This is the trade I just went over with the swing trading strategy. This is the trade I would break down with the institutional stuff. When we combine these 2 things, what happens is this trade goes from a 1-to-4 to now a 1-to-10. Now with all the added confirmations, we take this trade from a 1-to-4 to a 1-to-10. So what does that mean? Per $1 I'm risking, I'm gaining $10. Per 1% I'm risking, I'm gaining 10. So think about this, risking 1 to 2% of my account to gain 10 to 20% of my account, right? It's very powerful. It's very interesting stuff. Sadly, we don't got enough time to really grasp and get into all the different concepts. What I do want to share with you guys is just plugging in. With that being said, guys, my time's kind of up. If you guys want more information on Steady, go ahead and catch me on Instagram. I'm very excited to be here with you guys. I hope you guys have a phenomenal rest of the day. Really tuning in these sessions. I know Cash or Gray just dropped a lot of gems. I took some notes on that as well. But from there, guys, I'm going to go ahead and pass it back to my brother, Matthew Rosa. I appreciate y'all having me on the call. And I'm looking forward to taking notes on all the other chairmen and all the leaders. Really take the time to value these people and value their time. And we'll see you guys at the top, guys. State of the game.
Woo! Guys, real quick. Let's show Justin some love inside of the chat right now. If you got some value from that, I know a lot of people are not utilizing every single product, and there's different strokes for different folks. But I will say this much. It is no wonder why it is that Mr. Justin Saney and John Dollery are dominating the markets. These guys are so organized. They have their strategy down packed. And it's one thing to be able to trade, guys, but it's another to be able to teach people how to trade, to be able to teach people how to profit, to be able to teach people how to dominate the market. So, Mr. Saney, we appreciate you, we love you, we honor you, and we are grateful that you were able to bless us with some information. Now, next up, guys, I don't know about you guys, but right now, what is going on, we have almost 3,000 people on the line right now. And what is going on right now is a prime example of the culture of the company. It is a prime example of what a winning culture can do for a team. And the next individual that I'm going to have speak right now is the king of creating and leading cultures. If you look over to the chat box right now, his team is already going off, ladies and gentlemen. You see, I believe that culture is the jersey that each and every single one of us wear. I look at individuals inside of the NBA, right? I look at teams inside of the NBA that are flooded with all-star players, but haven't won a championship in years. And then I look at teams that have rookies, but have the uncanny ability to take the ring time and time again. And it's said that the underlying factor, the difference between the two, is not the caliber of player, it is not the intensity, it is not the coaching, rather the team culture that they have. Now, I could not be more excited to introduce to you guys one of my favorite success stories in the company, Chairman 25, Mr. Cash Cartier. When I first started working with Cash Cartier about 3, maybe 4 years ago, this gentleman had not seen big success in the industry, had not seen big success as an entrepreneur. He went on, after working with us for about a year, went off to do his own thing and came back and started from scratch, ladies and gentlemen. And it took him 3 years to become an overnight success. Allow me to explain. 3 years of not making money. 3 years of dealing with crazy events in his life that he's going to go over. 3 years of just, at the end of the day, triumph and tribulation. And then he hit Chairman 10. But he wasn't comfortable at Chairman 10 because weeks later he went on and hit Chairman 25 despite what was going on in his life. And I'm letting you guys know this man is well on his way to Chairman 50, leading one of the biggest cultural movements that I've seen with the walking ATMs. He's going to jump on here and teach you guys how it is that you can develop a strong culture, because at the end of the day, people do not quit cultures, they quit teams. So I'll talk to you guys right after this. Get ready, take notes, and let's pass this on over to my man, Mr. Cash Cartier. I'm going to make you a co-host, my brother. Cash, you with us?
I'm here, but I can't turn my camera on. There we go. Can you see me?
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate you. Before I get started, y'all, I just want to say really quick, I just want to say thank you, Matt. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Christopher Terry, for giving me this opportunity today. I love you guys. Thank you so much, sincerely. Y'all, my name is Cash Cartier. I'm just going to dive straight into this because I don't have a lot of time. and I want to give you as much information as possible, right? So with that part being said, let's go ahead and kick this off. So first of all, I want you guys to understand why culture is so important, right? And the reason why it's so important is because look at wherever it is that you live, look at whatever country that you live, right? Whatever country you're living in right now, without culture, it would be just a piece of land, right? So if you're in America, right, nobody goes and dies for America, they die for Americans, all right? Nobody dies for the piece of land, they die for the people. And so what we've got to do is we got to create a culture in order for people to want to live and breathe this business, because like Matt just said, people quit teams, but they don't quit a culture. And culture is what's going to up your retention. So let's go ahead and get into, how we're going to build an insane culture, right? And so what I want you guys to understand really fast is what most of us are doing is most of us have individual goals. And individual goals are great, right? But if you want to be a leader, you have to have team goals. And what I see over and over is so many leaders want the spotlight, but they don't want to give any to their team. And so we have to give our team, right? We have to let our team know where we're going as a leader. And so most of us do not have a goal set for our team on a year-to-year basis, a month-to-month basis, how many people we want at the next convention. You fill in what goal you want as a team. And so I always say this, right? When you say affirmations, you say I am, right? You say I am successful, I am wealthy. But as a team, right, I believe in group, right? I believe in group affirmations, right? We are is one of the most powerful things you can say to your squad. So that's an affirmation because when you're all together, you're one, right? So if you say we are going to have 5,000 people at the next event, we are going to have 10,000 people, we are going to have X amount of chairmen, we are going to have, right, X amount of traders. Now you're giving them something to believe in. Now you're giving them a goal. Now you're giving them something that they can identify themselves with, okay? So you've got to start creating these affirmations. And this is the other thing I want you to I want to be very specific on, is you must be deliberate once you do this, and you must be consistent once you do this. I'm going to say it again. You must be deliberate once you do this, and you must be consistent when you do this. So don't just say a couple of things, or I test it out, and then it drops like the next day, and you're wondering why. You have to be very deliberate on the things that you say with the team, the things that you want to say, and the things that you want them to do, right? Which is going to lead me to my next thing, right? You've got to add expectations, right? Most of us know what we don't want from our team. Now, I say this to everybody. Our team wants to keep us happy, okay? Our team wants to make us happy as leaders. I realized that, right, when I was on my chairman run, when I was on the chairman 25 run, and all this other stuff, I realized that my team was working harder for it than I was. It got to a point where they were literally saying, right, hey, we just signed someone, we're 10 out. We just signed someone, we're 9 out. We just signed someone, we're 8 out. And they counted me down all the way to chairman 10. So I didn't hit chairman 10, my team hit chairman 10, right? I didn't hit chairman 25, my team hit chairman 25, okay? And so what you've got to understand is that you need to create this insane culture and set these expectations and all the stuff for your team. And why expectations? Because most of us think that our team is just letting us down when they're not showing up, when they're not doing the correct things. But have you actually sat down and said with your squad what the expectation is, instead of saying what you don't want, right, when they leave the event early? Did you say on our team, we don't leave events early, right? On our team, we show up, we show up on time. On our team, we show up early. On our team, fill in the blank. On our team, right, we're high energy. On our team, right, we stay until the very end of a presentation. On our team, we're on every webinar. Are you saying those things, or are you just getting mad once they don't happen the way you want it to happen? But it's your fault as a leader. Anything as a leader is always your fault, right? Anything that happens that's amazing is the team's, right? That's anything that's amazing, the team did it. Anything bad that happens is your fault as a leader. I hear so many people say, right, I don't know why my team's doing this. My team's just not working hard. No, you're doing something wrong. Not your team, you are. Okay? And so what you do, the team will always do. And what you want to add to the culture, your team will always add to culture, right? Shout out to Jacob. Shout out to Drake Dennison, the creator of Walking ATMs, right? Because these people went out there and really made a deliberate decision to add the culture with the energy and all that other stuff, right? So what you got to understand is we went and set the expectation, and then we were deliberate. Now, the other thing is is most of you don't have enough energy, right, to even create a culture, because some of y'all would rather be broke than be cool, right? Sitting, chilling, right? You're too gangster to sit there and yell. You're too gangster to have high energy, to applaud other people. Some of y'all are just too cool to do that, right? I'm just being honest. So you can either be broke, or what you can do is you can add energy, you can add culture to your squad. You choose, right? But if you're going to sit there quietly at the event, arms crossed, acting cool, because you don't want anyone to see you shout as a man, as a woman, or whatever it is, right? That's on you. But what I recommend you do is I recommend, right, that you add energy with yourself. Listen, I'm somebody that doesn't like to talk to a whole bunch of people at the same time. I'm going to be honest. But my thing is that I would rather be the leader that I'm supposed to be than act cool and not help everybody else out. So as a leader, right, you've got to get in the trenches. You've got to be high energy. You've got to be the one doing dumb things sometimes, right? And you always see Drake Dennison, right, doing insane things, loud as hell, screaming, all this other stuff. Why? Because he knows that this is how you create culture, right? This is how you create culture. Now, the other thing you want to do is before you leave, add breakouts, right? Add breakouts. Look at football teams, basketball teams, all these teams, they put their hand in the middle and they have breakouts, right? Why? Because it adds to the culture. Add team sayings, right? What's your team saying? What's your team slogan, right? Against all odds, walking ATMs, right? Against all odds, right? You give them something that is going to be the culture of the team that they can identify themselves with, right? The other thing, I got to breeze through all this, and sorry, right? The other thing that you got to do is, are you building massive relationships with your squad? Or does your team know that you love them? Does your team know that you care about them, right? Because you are not going to hit your position. Your team is going to hit your position. You didn't do anything. Stop thinking it's about you. Your goals and all that will be achieved by the team, not the other way around. What you've got to understand is that your team is the reason why you're at where you're at. And that's why I'm forever in debt to my squad. I'm forever in debt for my squad. Are you acting like that or not? Okay, so make sure that you're giving praise where it's due, and that you're going ahead and building relationships with your team. Okay, and so the other thing is you must be offline so they can feel the energy. You cannot create a culture online. Why do you think that we have conventions in person? Why do you think that we have conventions in person? It's because the energy, and once you have a whole bunch of energy, money's vibrating a high level of energy, right? So what do? You want to raise your vibration level higher. Now, the thing is when you go to an event and you raise your energy, you leave feeling like a chairman, because the chairman was speaking, telling you to stand up, AKA raising your level of vibration to theirs before they start speaking. They don't know I don't know if they know they're doing this or not, but subconsciously, they cannot do a training until they get everybody up to their level of energy. And so the reason why you leave feeling amazing is because they've raised your energy. So now what do you want to do, right? Now what do you want to do? What you want to do is think, how can I create energy at all times? You create a culture that has a high level of energy, and now you're vibrating with a high level of energy. And what position do we call that? We call that chairman. Right? We call that chairman. So if you can raise and create a culture of high level of energy at all times, that's what's going to help you get to that next level. Because now you don't have to rely solely on the events, right? You have to rely solely on different ways to hope that your team is showing up and all this other stuff, because now they can go to a Starbucks, raise their energy level once everyone plugs in, and now you have a culture of high level of energy, high vibrations, and now you're vibrating at the same vibrations as money, right? Hopefully that makes sense to everybody. Okay, so with that part being said, I think I'm pretty much done in my time right now. But with that part being said, you guys, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up. Matt, am I done? I'm pretty sure I'm done. Right? I got like 1 minute, maybe?
No. You started off at 45, so you were good until 10 a.m. sharp.
Oh, let's get it. Okay, let's get it. With that part being said, let's really run this, okay? So let's look at it like this, okay? What you want to do when you get to the events, set the expectation when you get to the events. When you get on in your chat rooms, set the expectations when you're in the chat rooms, okay? So now what you say is, in our chat room, we welcome everybody. In our chat room, fill in the blank, add what you want so your team can focus on it. It's kind of like individual. What would you do individually as a person? individually as a person, what would you do? You're saying this is my daily my DMOs, right? This is my DMOs individually, personally. What's your DMOs as a squad? What's your DMOs as a team, right? What are you doing in the chat room? Does your chat room have culture, right? Are you, when you pick up the phone, are you just picking up, what's up, bro? Yeah. What's up? Or are you, right, making sure that you're adding, yo, scream your chairman right now. That I don't care where you're at. Scream your chairman, right? Scream your chairman right now, right? I'm a chairman. No, I don't like that. Scream it louder. Why do you do that? Because you're getting them in the habit of raising their energy, and you're getting them in the habit of being confident, because someone that has a high level of energy is naturally more confident. And our job as leaders is to boost confidence throughout our team, right? So what we've got to do is we've got to go in there and undo all the blockage that these people have had their entire life. The biggest gift you could give to the team is to get them to believe, right? Is to get them to believe in themselves. And so you want to create a culture of positive energy where people are literally praising each other. You tell them we're only positive, we're never negative, right? You've got to pick the traits that you want on your team. Now, here's the other thing. You've got to let your team duplicate this. I'm going to say it again. You've got to let your team duplicate this. What do I mean? That means that when somebody else starts doing things and they kind of like have a great personality, right? And you really like the way they're acting, okay? That's what's going to create the personality of your culture, because a culture is not created by you, it's created by the team and their individual personalities. And what you're doing is you're pinpointing the things that you like and you're taking out the things that you don't like. So as a leader, you're filtering these personalities. And now what you're able to do is you can take out all the bad things that makes a negative group. You can take out cross recruiting if you want to. I hear people say, I don't know, I don't know why my team's cross recruiting. As a leader, it wasn't my fault. No, it was your fault. It was your fault, because you can filter that out, right? On our team, we build with integrity. On our team, right, we're always doing everything correctly. On our team, right, we don't believe in cross recruiting. That's what you do. So you're able to filter out the things that you don't want, and you're able to add the things that you do want. What people on your squad, right? What people on your team have great traits that you can add into the team. Now the other thing is write this down really quick, right? In a small group of people can do amazing things. A small group of people can do amazing things. So once we get something done, right? If I ever need to get something done that's really massive, I don't want to move with the masses. I want to select my leaders and say, this is the game plan, right? So if I can get 3 or 4 leaders that I'm like, hey, make sure that the energy level is high, right? Make sure that this is what we're focused on right now. So I wasn't able to make it to New York, right? But shout out to ATMs. They're all out there right now watching this with hundreds of people in one spot, right? So now what's my point? My point is we have leaders out there, Drake, Jacob, whole bunch of other leaders out there right now that are making sure that everybody's on one page. And we talked about this in a small group, yet it can get done. It can get to the masses throughout the entire organization. And so once you move and you select your traits and you select the game plan, all you do is you individually select your group of 4 or 5 or 2 or 10 or 20. It depends on how big your squad is. But now what happens is they go select theirs, and it begins to duplicate. It begins to duplicate. So if you get 4 people, right, and you say this is what we want done, you tell them to tell their 4 leaders. Guess what? That's 8. And so now everybody's holding each other accountable throughout the entire organization, and you're able to infest your organization with culture, with the traits that you want, with the positivity that you want. And this is how you're going to create, right, a very, very, very good and duplicatable culture. It's very simple. Move in small groups, duplicate, add the traits, add energy, stop being too cool for it, right? Now the vision is the most important thing. What is the vision? What does it look like? What does the end result look like? What are they working for, right? What are they working for? You let them know it's going to be hard. You let them know it's going to be painful, but you also let them know what the end result looks like. So what does your team, what do they want? What are they going to achieve? What does it look, are they going to have 5,000 people in the chairman section? Are you going to pack out stadiums? Are you going to pack out hotel events, right? What are you going to do? I have 1 minute left, so I want to sum it up like this, right? This company is going to be $1 billion company, so help me God. And I'm telling you right now, we're going to light this up with or without everybody. And so I'm not just talking about ATMs. I'm talking about the company. This company made me. This company made many of you. This company probably made all of you, right? And without this company, we wouldn't be here. So it's our job to build this company to the heavens so we can give back to our families. We can give back to Christopher Terry. We can give back to our leaders and all of that, okay? So I'm telling you right now, I'm taking it upon myself, and you should take it upon yourself to blow this company up. So with that part being said, my name is Cash Cartier. I'm going to toss it back to Matt and Jason. I love you. I'll see you at the top because the bottom is way too crowded. Let's get it.
Oh my, if I had a mic right now, I'd be dropping the mic, bro. Yo, Cash, my brother. That was epic. That was needed. And that was appreciated. We love you. We're grateful for you. Thank you so much, fam. I'll see you soon, bro. Guys, wow. One of the biggest takeaways that I got personally was if something bad happens, it is your fault. But if something good happens, it is the team's fault. Guys, that right there is true leadership. He didn't just go over culture. The man went over leadership as well. Give me 1 second. Incredible. The guy went over leadership. The guy went over culture. The guy literally, like, you can't walk into the building with his team without hearing absolute eruption of chaos, right? And their energy is just always so high. So massive shout out to Cash Cartier. The chats are going crazy for you. And we're grateful for you guys. Imagine. Jason and I have been to every continent in the world with the exception of one continent, Antarctica. We've built up organizations literally all over the world. Recently had the London Convention where we got to see people from all over Europe under one roof. Think about a country that you would love to build in. Think about a country that you would love to be a part of. And then imagine having the opportunity to go there and build there and be able to really take this thing next level. You see, guys, I'm talking about building internationally. And the individuals that you're about to hear from right now, these are individuals. Let me see if we're missing one. Promote. Anyways, all right. The individuals that you're about to hear from right now are individuals that have been able to build all over the place. We're talking about build in South America. We're talking about build in Canada. We're talking about build in Estonia. We're talking about build in Sweden. We're talking about build in Puerto Rico. We're talking about being able to build in Jamaica, being able to build in Asia, being able to build literally in Czech Republic, being able to build all over the world. And I want you guys to take comfort in the fact that you're going to have the opportunity to learn how to build internationally. So let's go over this panel really quick. We have IM educator, Mr. Mike Navarrete, who's building all over South America. This guy is building a massive organization currently right now in Puerto Rico. And on top of that, he's educating the masses through the Go Live platform. We could not be more excited to have Mr. Mike Navarrete and his business partner, my man, Chairman 10, Mr. Tim Sloma. This dude is absolutely crushing it. Yeah, he represents Chicago in a very, very big way. But I'm letting you know right now, this man is no stranger to building internationally with one of the biggest teams that I've seen in Puerto Rico right now. We're going out there the month of May. We're going to build out there really, really strong. I'm excited for you to hear from him. Then we got my man, Mr. Mikey Sotero, Chairman 10 in the building. Mike's been building now for the past, inside of the industry for years. We're talking about as long as I've been building, about 5-6 years inside of the industry now. He's absolutely dominating South America. I've watched this guy go out to Guatemala. I've watched this guy go out to Peru. I've traveled with this gentleman all throughout South America, and I'm letting you know right now, this guy's got what it takes. Then you got the queen, Chairman 10, Miss Alicia Bush. Now, Alicia, it's crazy because Alicia literally started building. She was the first team out in Czech Republic, guys. I remember, shout out to Jan, Chairman 10. I remember when she told us, she said, hey guys, we're going to launch Czech Republic. I said, where the heck is Czech Republic? I have no idea where Czech Republic is. So to know that not only has she built in Czech Republic, but she's helped create a chairman in Czech Republic is just unbelievable. Then we got Mr. Jerome Clara, the king of the six. This dude is absolutely thriving in the European markets. He's no stranger to building massive internationally. And I know for a fact that what we got planned next over the next 12 months, Estonia is never going to be the same. Sweden is never going to be the same, right? So shout out to Chairman 10, Mr. Jerome Clara. Then we got Mr. Manny. Quinones, if you could turn on that camera, Manny, that'd be greatly appreciated. We got Mr. Manny Quinones in the building right now. I am educator, and actually Manny's one of the individuals that helped us build this entire event from scratch, guys. He was with us every single day on every single call, making sure that we were taking care of. This guy's always running massively in New York, but a lot of people don't know that his international markets, like Poland, his international markets like Bahamas, and his international markets are absolutely thriving on a very, very, very large scale, guys. So we have some of my favorite chairmen, some of my favorite educators going to be teaching you how to build internationally. If you guys are ready, get ready to drop some notes on that pen pad and get ready to be able to build your business international in 2020 after you receive this information. So guys, we'll go in order. We'll start off with Mike and Alicia, then Tim, then Jerome, then Manny, and then Mike. We'll try to keep each question about 60 seconds long. We have about 25 minutes on this panel right now. So let's give these guys the keys that they need in order to succeed. So Mike, we'll start off with you, my brother. One of the things that I've realized inside of building an international team is that despite your culture, despite your religion, despite where it is that you're from in the world, we have to be sensitive towards others' cultures, towards others' religions, towards others' walks of life. What are some of the things that you've encountered on this journey with building international when it comes to other people's cultures, Mike?
Yeah, thank you so much, Matt, for having me. I sound real crazy right now because yesterday was insane. But to answer your question, it's so important to have an open mind and dive into the people, right? And get to know the people. Ask everything, their stories, how they got to where they are, because you'll notice for the most part, as far as Latin America, there's a lot that they've gone through that you may have never experienced. And to have that level of empathy and connection with people, that's what they're really going to follow, right? And I think that's been the biggest thing, because you can really, really attach and get a new connection with everybody on the team when you get out there. Because for me, I had never experienced what $250 a month average looks like. And so I think the biggest thing is you get to really, really attach their why, and you understand that. At least I'm from Chicago, so Puerto Rico is not like Chicago, and it's amazing because you get a whole different perspective, and I think it allows you to improve so much as a leader, and you know how to push people the right way, because you've said it yourself. You have to understand them, get to where they're at, and then pull them up, and you can't pull them up unless you understand what they're like.
Absolutely. And you're 100% right. Chicago and Puerto Rico are very, very different, man. All right, so next person we'll ask right now, Alicia. I watched you tour all throughout Europe. I've seen you build in Ireland. I've seen you build in Czech Republic. Czech Republic's definitely different than anywhere else that I've ever been. What are some of the things that you've experienced on a cultural basis?
Yeah. Okay. First of all, thank you so much. Thank you, God. Thank you, I Am Family. Thank you, Jason and Matt, for bouncing back like this and hosting this for everyone who couldn't make it to New York. So appreciative. So some of the different things I've experienced, obviously the culture is so different. And just like Mike was saying, you have to be open-minded and adaptable. And it's crazy because certain countries like South America, right? are very energetic and very spiritually connected and very, I mean, a lot of people are spiritually connected, but their culture is completely different than certain parts of Europe, where Europe may be a little bit more strict and factual, and you have to present things a certain way. And shout out to the Czech Republic team. Just like Cash was saying, all thanks to the team, all glory to the team, all glory to God, right? Everything that's good happened because of them. So with that, it's like you have to learn how to adapt and how to present differently. So Czech Republic is very factual. They like facts. They like numbers, and it's a little bit different than yelling and screaming and get everyone hyped up. So that was a huge adjustment for me when I was presenting and getting to know the team. I'd say that was one of the biggest things for me.
Awesome. That's so true too, because I've been to Czech Republic and everyone's so stoic and they're staring at you. And the first time I went to Czech, I was super nervous, and I don't get nervous to speak in front of thousands and thousands and thousands, but they're looking at you and they're like,
no reaction.
So yes, absolutely. Let's bring it on over to Tim. Tim, my brother, very similar to Mike. You guys build in the exact same places. You guys are business partners on the account. What are some of the cultural things that you've encountered with building internationally, my bro?
Well, I'm going to begin by saying thank you and just shout out to you and Jason and the leaders that set this up. A lot of people look at this and they're like, oh, well, we went from a convention to a Zoom webinar, but you really don't see the chats and really the things that go on in the background to make little things like this happen. And it's the little things that always make the big impact. And, like Mike said, to answer your question, it's being open-minded. And I think the number one piece of advice I can give every single person is do not build international if you're doing it for you. Right? If you're going to build international, you have to do it for people, because when you go into a different setting that, you're not used to, right? I'm a white guy going in Dorado, Puerto Rico, and right? I'm speaking some Spanglish, but I have to understand, I have to build relationships. I have to see what their why and their vision is. I have to understand, okay, how was their upbringing? I have to get myself to a level, not to lower myself that I'm better, but be able to see someone eye to eye and work off that frequency, work off that energy, and then showcase, right, what it takes to get there. And I think that's the biggest thing and the best piece of advice I can get. And what I've learned now working in almost a dozen countries is that you just have to be willing to sometimes just shut up and listen, right? Listen to what people want and you'll get it done.
I love that, man. If you guys are listening to this, adaptability is key, right? Adaptability to the energy, adaptability to the culture, adaptability to the people at the end of the day, right? Tim, I love the fact that you said build for the people and not for yourself. A lot of these places that we're talking about, guys, the average income for the vast majority of the places that we're talking about is $600 to $1,000 a month. Some of the places you're going to hear from is even lower than that. And if you go in there trying to build your own rank, it's going to show. But if you go in there trying to build the economy, you go in there trying to build the people, I promise you the rank and the money is always going to be a byproduct. So, man, Jerome, my brother, you and I haven't toured personally together, but I have been to your city. You were the first chairman inside of Canada. Shout out to the Canada squad, right? You're the first chairman inside of Canada. But I watched you build teams internationally, and I've watched you do it with poise, right? You are building teams inside of Sweden. You're building teams inside of Estonia, and a few other places in Europe. I want to know, what are some of the cultural things that you've encountered with building internationally?
Okay, perfect. Real quick, I got to give it back to, Matt and Jason for, putting this together and being able to have a lot of us jump on this panelist and jump on and train, and there's tons of value coming out. But to answer the question, man, I could definitely say building internationally was very different. Having an African American guy, speak in front of a room, that was completely different from me, was very, different, but I think the most important part is, one, understanding that, the language barrier is very different, but understand that, doesn't matter where it is that you're looking to build, everybody has the same dreams, everybody has the same aspirations, and, that speaks the same language to everybody. But the most important thing is you got to be the example. You know what I mean? You got to make sure that you're the person that's the example, because people are going to want to emulate. They're going to want to be exactly like what it is that you are. So if you set the example, if you give value, if you help as many people as possible, that's going to be probably the most important thing, hands down. And I think a lot of people want to build an international business, but I think the biggest thing is to understand even the time difference is a huge difference. You know what I mean? And I think people say, man, I wanna build an international team, but they're not willing to get up early. You know what I mean? They're not willing to stay up late. Guys, I'll tell you, like, there's times where, you know, you be in a whole different country, and I see some people shaking their heads and smiling right now that's on this panelist as well. But I'll tell you guys right now, like, there's going to be times you're going to be up 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning because that's the time that they're up. You know what I mean? You're going to be up, you know, super early, you know, up and ready at 7 in the morning, 6 in the morning to make sure you're on a call to train and give value to those individuals and make sure that they can win as well. So that's what I would definitely say to answer that question.
Yo, big facts. I you know, when we build with the Australia team, that time difference is insane. You know, Manny and I are currently launching Asia right now. That time difference is insane. And there's times where I'm up at 5 o'clock in the morning in order to train Australia. I literally went 30 days straight with SJ out in Australia. And multiple times a week, waking up at God knows what time and just work. And it's so true. If you guys want to build international, you better get ready to throw out that snooze button, right? And pay attention to that alarm because you're going to have to be up all hours of the night and you're going to have to be awake at all hours of the morning, right? Mr. Manny Quinone is my brother. We built in Poland. I went to Poland with you. We built out there. That was such an amazing experience. You've developed such an incredible culture with not just building internationally, but your international teams, they freaking kill trading, bro. Like, they're doing so well. You have international educators inside of your organization. You're about to pop a chairman in the next like week or two inside of one of your international teams. So you're launching that market as well. What are some of the things that you've experienced on a cultural basis? Because you're full of culture yourself, bro. So what are some of the things that you've experienced, my brother? And Manny, by the way, we thank you for helping us put together the March Madness event. We're going to do it bigger and better, I promise you, fam.
No, absolutely, man. As soon as March Madness comes back around to New York City, we're going to rock it.
Yes,
so it's going to be good. But Matt, again, thank you so much for just making this happen for everything. You, JB, you know, everybody that's behind and supporting. So just absolutely incredible that we're always getting out value to the field. So Matt, what was your exact question again?
So building internationally, what are some of the cultural, maybe some of the cultural experiences that you've had, or maybe even some cultural barriers that you've experienced?
Well, that's a really, really good question. So when it comes to, first I'll talk about cultural barriers, and then I'll go into cultural experiences, because I got to say this, it's sort of like what Alicia was saying. Every time you go out to a different market, it's just a different set of people. And I found that the best way to build when going over, building throughout the Africa and Nigeria markets, building through the Jamaica markets, building through the Poland market, building through the Asia markets and some of the other teams that we have in Mexico and different things like that. It's very important that you first understand the people, the demographic of the people, how they walk, how they talk, what really moves them as people. It's very important that if you're going to decide to build international, if you don't want to face any barriers, the best thing to do is to knock down those barriers. Every single time we go to launch an international market, like Matt was talking about Asia. I was on a launch Zoom with Asia for, I think, 5 to 7 hours, non-stop, going through everything, understanding them, making sure I knew what they needed. So that way, when I come again, I'm more prepared and more prepared and more prepared, and I'm relating more and more and more to those people. So a lot of the barriers can be non-existent if you just really get to learn the leader, learn about their culture, ask the right questions. So that way you can really set yourself up and set your team up for success. And then as far as cultural experiences, I mean, it's been absolutely incredible. For any of you guys that's really looking to go build an international team, it can be one of the most fun things that you can ever do. But like Jerome said, it's going to be a lot of work. You're going to be up, you know, in the middle of the night, 6 o'clock in the morning because of the time difference. And you have to be up, you have to be alert, you have to be aware. But the experiences that you're going to feel are I can't even explain it. Like, we was in Poland and they sung my mother happy birthday in Poland, you know, riding through the old town, seeing how cheery and how amazing the people were, you know, going, we're going to get ready to go to Thailand. So hopefully in a couple of months, not too soon. Right. But, you know, they are very serious, very respectful culture. So when you go there, you feel very honored, you feel very praised and different things like that. But you always reciprocate the energy that you're feeling. So the culture experiences are like on other. And what they're going to do is when you come back home, they're going to humble you, but they're also going to broaden and they're going to widen your horizon and your understanding on how you're even running your own market. I feel like the more I understand different markets, the more I'm able to understand my market. So it has been just hand in hand, just such a benefit, Matt.
Incredible. I can't wait to get out to Thailand, man. The company hasn't exploded yet inside of Asia, which is going to actually be one of my next questions that I have for you guys, facing challenges like that. But I cannot be more excited for that, man. Mike, Mr. Mike Sotero, you and I have been on tour multiple times. You've toured with Jason. You're no strangers in the industry. You knew Alex way back when. I actually met Mr. Mike Sotero in my first network marketing company back in 2013. This guy has built internationally since almost the beginning. And I couldn't be more excited for you guys because this is somebody that had to face language barriers as well. And really dive into that. So what are some of the cultural experiences or maybe some of the cultural barriers that you've experienced?
Yeah, I mean, everybody on the panel kind of talked about going to different countries. Maybe they don't speak the language, so you got to have a good translator. That's number one. That's like the translator. But you got to understand that when you go to a city, when you go to a different country, right? In the Bible, it says you're a prophet is a prophet. You go there, you have to realize that people are going to treat you a little bit differently, and they're going to watch everything you do. So if you go to a new city or a new country, and you go out and you say things in a certain way, they're watching and listening to you. But I also want to answer the question like this. Before you go to a market, because some people go to a market too late, go to the market too late. You have to know, you have to give your goal, you have to give the team where you're going to go two things. Number one, or short-term goal. 1,000. Let's get, fill up a room of 40, 50 people. I'm going to come. And then when you get to the city, you get to the country, you plant the first day I get to a new country or a new city or wherever, that is the day where I get the leaders together, 5, 10, 20, 50, or whatever, however many there are, and we plant the vision. But new market, especially a new country, the world, without having a short-term goal first. People go to cities, and say one more time, sometimes they go too early, sometimes they go too late. And they missed the potential of all the seeds that could have been planted, but they waited. Set the short-term goal, and when you get there, everybody has a story, like Jerome said, like Tim said, like Manny said, everybody has a story. You don't know what people are going through, especially in different places of the world. You go to Ecuador, know a little bit about Ecuador. You go to Mexico, know a little bit about Mexico, and talk that language so people feel that you actually do
Absolutely. Mike, if you could get in a better place with Wi-Fi, you're cutting out a lot, but we got the general gist of what it was that you were saying, my brother. So guys, one of the things that we know, building this business on a large scale, right? If you're going to build this business to the chairman level, like all of these individuals on this call have done, you know for a fact that 80% of this business is relationship building. Without the relationships that we've had with one another, without the relationships that we've had with your organization, that you've had with your organization, this would not be here because people don't care what it is that you know until they know that it is that you care, right? So I know that it can be hard. Long distance relationships, guys, they're tough, right? How do you maintain a long distance relationship despite the difference of time, despite the miles in between? Mike, we'll start off with you. I've seen the relationship that you have with your organization. It's something beautiful. It's real. So, how do you maintain that? Let's try to keep it to about a minute.
Yeah, for sure. First thing I want to say is I didn't have a team when I went there. I flew knowing nobody and then made it. So you grow up with them, I opened up my home to everybody and anybody at all times so that there's just love always manifesting and always just that they feel that. And so when you're gone, they feel it too. And like you say, it's like communication. And you say it's always the culture's built in the living room. So even outside, it's the communication consistent. Like they need to understand and feel that they can reach out to you in the best times and in the absolute worst times. And when they feel that, then that connection, because like they're not there even for the business. They're there for you because you're the person that can take them to where they want to go. And so if you have a team, you need to go out there. If you don't have a team, you need to go out there, because for us, it's been, I'm going to just go to a country and make it happen. And so that's the biggest thing, is just have that insane connection with people so that there's never a reason why they wouldn't communicate with you.
Absolutely. That's crazy. You went to Puerto Rico without a team. I heard that story. That's absolutely insane. You went to Puerto Rico without a team, met individuals out there, and then from there developed an organization. And right now they're absolutely thriving.
Yeah, and it's the same thing. I went to Medellin, did the exact same team, went to El Salvador, did the exact same team. I think don't wait for the ball to come to you. Go get it. Just go get it. That's what I want to say.
I love that. That takes a certain type of grit. Today, I'm going to teach you guys how to launch a local market at the end of this call. I'm going to teach you how to start an organization from scratch, right? So we're going to go over that as well. Alicia, you have amazing relationships. Like, I see people, they literally tag you all over the place. They're in love with you. Your team absolutely values you so much, but they're so far away. How do you maintain those relationships?
I think the beautiful thing about building international and just our world today is we have our phones, right? We can FaceTime our leaders whenever. I mean, as long as the time difference allows. Like the chairman 10, Jan, shout out to you. We're always calling each other no matter what. He's FaceTiming me. We're joking around. And it's super important to keep contact over FaceTime. And it's the closest thing you can get to real life, right? And along with that, when you are going there to build the market belly to belly, I remember going to Czech Republic when there was just like 10 people. And we're just sitting in the living room and I'm getting to know their why. I'm getting to know every single one of them on a deep level. And now these same 10 people are the ones who are educators, and they're popping huge ranks now. And it's like you have to just get to know them such on a deep level when you're there and find those core leaders to build that relationship with. And other than that, like, show your team love. Every time they tag you, you got to show them love and be like, yo, I see you doing good. I see you killing it. I see you pop out 150. Show them love all the time. And that'll keep them motivated. Because I think when you go to another country, they kind of see Americans a lot different than Americans see Americans, right? So they see us as like, whoa, like these Americans are leading me through this journey. Kind of foreign celebrities sometimes to people. So it's really, really important for us to give them attention and show them that we're watching, that we care. And that's really start from a place from love.
That's big facts. Literally, when I got to Czech Republic, everything was Alicia.
And the thing is, the leader also, Jan, it's really good that if you have a big team, like, you have to have those leaders edify you really, because that's leverage. Like for Matt Rosa, same with you. Like that whole team, Jan did such a good job of edifying you to where when you came and before you came, everyone was like, Matt Rosa, oh my gosh, she's like Superman, right? And that just helps him build, it helps the whole team build. So that's another thing I wanted to say.
Big facts. Okay. I think we have next Jerome right now. Jerome, how do you maintain relationships? Long distance relationships with your leaders, building internationally?
Yeah, one of the things I would say is to put yourself in their shoes, you know what I mean? Because understand, they may be newer to the industry, or they may be building in an area that they feel that they may not have leaders, but you've gone through paths that they may not have, you know what I mean? And understanding like, hey, you know what? Be there for the leaders that were there for you. For example, like I had nobody in Canada, being the first chairman in Canada was a thing, but, it was more so, who do I have as mentorship? And, what you guys did for me is what I did for others. And just like we always say, monkey see, monkey do, the same exact things that the leadership has done for you, you want to give out to others. So I think the biggest and most important thing was, one, staying organized, knowing what the time zone is on and, communicating with them. I have a list of my leaders, especially internationally, and I make sure at a specific time every single day I reach out to them. You know what I mean? I reach out to them, and make sure it's not just a relationship of just business. Know exactly what's going on in their lives. Know exactly, all the different things that are happening. So whether it's birthdays, family things, all that kind of stuff, being there as a support is very important. And what I would definitely say is, on top of it, Yeah, I would definitely say the biggest thing is just being there for them, man. I think that's the most important thing, you know, making sure that you're there for every single individual and communicating and staying as organized as possible. That would be the biggest thing. And then going out there, you know what I mean? Build that relationship. It doesn't always have to be strictly business, you know, go out there just like Alicia was saying, you know, making sure that you go out there, have some fun with them, build that culture like Cash Cartier was doing before we were talking on here, you know, making sure that you stay organized with them.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's why we tour so much. We're always over there. We're always building those relationships. I mean, you know, I'll call my chairman out in London, or I'll call my chairman out in Spain, and I'll just talk to them, right? And I won't even talk to them about biz. And it's so crazy because I have a long distance relationship with Christopher Terry. And Christopher Terry's all the way out in Las Vegas. I'm in Miami, and we speak on the phone, and we'll speak. Ooh, by the way, Chris is speaking in just a little bit, guys, so get ready. Chris Terry is jumping on this webinar in just a little bit. But him and I will speak, and 90% of the call is not about business. He wants to know what's going on in my life. He wants to know how my family's doing. He's filling me in on his family, so on and so forth. So that's so big, man. Yo, Tim, how do you keep relationships long distance, man?
Yeah, so one word really came to my mind, and I'm listening all this, and those who are taking notes and those who are watching this, there's so many people on this call. We weren't given these questions before this, right? So this is all off the top of the dome. This is all real answers. This isn't prep. This isn't manufactured. What people are telling you right now is the truth. So make sure you're writing this down, highlighting it, and you go out and apply this. This is phenomenal. I'm loving this. But intentionality came to my mind. The moment you asked that question, I heard the word intentionality. Are you intentional with your conversations? Are you intentional with your, you know, the reason why you're getting on phone calls, the reason why you're texting people? You know, someone mentioned it earlier, I believe it was just Jerome. He said, you know, are you doing this just for your business, or are you doing this to truly build a relationship with someone? Half the time I'm having conversations, it's goofing around, right? But we get the job done because we know the expectation. And the second phrase that came to my head was keeping your word. This is huge. It is very easy to lose trust, especially when you're not in the trenches. You can lose it so quickly. So when you schedule a call, be on the call, right? When you schedule a training, do the training. Don't half butt the training, right? Don't be in your car goofing around with people. That get in front of your computer, do it. You know, actually be accountable to yourself. Be accountable to your team, right? These are people. It's not that it's a long distance relationship. It's a relationship, right? So how you would treat anything else, you have to treat it just like that. So those are the two things that came to my head. And it's challenging, but it's absolutely worth it. And when you know why what you're doing and you know their why, you know, it doesn't make it any more difficult. The time zone don't matter.
Yo, wow. Be intentional and keep your word. Two simple things that will make any relationship absolutely thrive despite location or time zones, bro. And that's why you're succeeding building internationally, man. Good stuff, good stuff. Yo, Manny, my brother, you have amazing relationships with your organization. Like I know when they talk about you when you're not around, when they see you, the excitement that they get when they see you on a call, like your team loves you, whether it's inside of New York or whether it's, you know, all the way in Poland. Your team absolutely adores you. How do you maintain these relationships on an international basis?
That's a good question. And, you know, they say that that when you're building a business, that people join you before they join the business. And it's kind of similar to what you said about Christopher Terry. You want to make sure that you're maintaining a friendship, because if there's one thing that I always worry about when I'm building relationships with my leaders, because you see, my entire life is inside of this industry, from my spouse, my children, my best friends. My entire life has transformed. And a lot of people that's in my inner circle are through my network. And the one thing that I always wonder, and I want you guys to ask yourselves this too, is if the business went away, would you still be friends with that person, right? And I believe that if you're not building that type of relationship, that type of friendship, then when the business gets rocky or things just start to deteriorate, you can actually pull up to them and then talk with them and have that shoulder-to-shoulder talk, like, hey, what's going on? How can I help you through this? They won't actually listen to you because, you know, they say people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. When you've been in this industry 6-7 years and you got all this stuff hardwired into your mind, you can say everything to a person and sound like a book, but can you sound like a friend to them? So I'm always making sure that I'm maintaining friendships with all of my people, and I'm always visiting them. Like you mentioned Poland. Not only did Poland sing happy birthday for my brother, but when it was Michael, so shout out, he's about 40 orders from Chairman. He's an educator, and it was his birthday. His wife contacted me, who's also an educator. She's about to be the first female Poland chairman out there too. She contacted me and said, hey, can you do a Facebook video? And I say, yes, absolutely. And I went and I did a Facebook video just showing him the immense amount of love. And when I look at long distance, it's not even just international. Just think about your teams that's out of state as well. We have teams that's in states all over the U.S. and they're not here. They're not feeling my energy. They're not feeling my friendship. So we're doing the same thing. We're doing calls with them. We're shooting birthday love to them. We're celebrating them in the groups, always just being aware and being mindful that they are people. So remember, if you just build this entire business and you become real solid friends with your leaders and in your business, you're going to have a thriving and a lasting relationship, and that's going to build a really, really good culture as well.
I love what you said, how your life has now revolved around this industry. Your spouse, I mean, my spouse is in network marketing as well. My wife's in network marketing as well. Your best friends, my best friends, some of them are on this call right now. Everything is revolving around this. So it kind of makes me realize that you don't need to fabricate a relationship. You don't need to try to force upon a relationship. It's literal relationships. It's friendships. It's love. It's admiration. And it's literally a lifestyle. And I think that when people really understand that, one of the things that I did when me and Jason started building internationally, we didn't go ahead and try to look for a leader to go build it. No. We looked for friends. We looked for people that we care about. And we identified who it is that we could work with. And then we built their skill set. And that's really, really big, not just looking for somebody with skill set, but looking for somebody that you could build a relationship with, because you could teach a skill set, but you cannot teach a relationship. So that's big facts. I love that, man. Mikey Sotero, my brother, talk to me, man. You have really, really good relationship with your organization. Your team loves you, bro. You have educators on your team. You have people that are about to smack chairman. How do you maintain these relationships, especially since you don't speak their language, bro?
Is the Wi-Fi better? That's a major tip.
Yes, Wi-Fi is better, bro.
Can't do international with bad Wi-Fi. Everybody said it here. People will quit on an auto ship, but they won't quit on a friendship. And you got to realize that people are you got to know what season people are in your life, right? Some people come in your life for a reason. Some people come in for a season. And there will be people, guys, that come in your business, they leave. But because you maintain that friendship, they'll come back. And guess what? When they come back, they might even hit 2 ranks beyond than what they did in the beginning. I've had people leave making no money, come back and gone platinum 600 their first day or platinum 1,000 their first month. So realize, here's the key is don't burn bridges. Okay. Now, if somebody does you dirty or somebody, tries to attack you, right? Jim Rohn said, protect your business like a father, but nurture it like a mother. Okay. You got to know the difference though, as you're building this. But here's the biggest thing is don't burn a bridge, follow up, but remain friends with people, whether they're in your team or not. Some of my closest friends are not in this company. Some of my closest friends in the industry are not in my organization. They're in different teams. But here's the key is stay friends with them, right? I remember David Imanice said this at a South Florida event. I was talking to him when I first joined. He said, you'll make 6 figures by focusing on you, but you can't go make 7 figures unless you help other people that don't benefit you financially. And if you can do that, you'll go to the top in this company.
Oof. And I've seen you do it time and time again, Mike. You're a servant leader, bro. You're always working with teams that literally do not benefit you on a financial basis. And I see it. Your father does the exact same thing. Guys, for you guys to be aware, Mike's dad is about to be an educator for the company as well, which is really freaking cool. He's a PT1000. He builds this with his family, his brother's inside of the business. I mean, it's just absolutely incredible. And your family are a family of servant leadership. So shout out to the Soteros. So Mike, we got 5 minutes, well, 7 minutes. Let's be mindful of that time so everyone can answer this. But very simply put, this company, when Alex Morton joined the company, and he taught us how to go touring, right? Touring meaning that we would go from city to city, state to state, market to market. and build a business, they said it wasn't going to be duplicatable. I think that was a lie, because we have an entire company that is touring around right now and doing events. I mean, at any given moment of the day, there's an event going on inside of my business, right? Inside of y'all's business. So let me ask you a question. When do you know to tour? When do you know to go visit these teams? What are some things that you recognize that make you want to go out to a city? Is it just because there's somebody there, or are there key things that you're looking for?
I think that it's two ways. Can you turn it on? I think there's two ways. One, instinct, intuition. You feel it, go. If you feel it, go. Don't hesitate. You gotta go, because that's the big thing. Because when you get there, the energy that you bring, because you feel it, there's nothing better in the world. Because when you get there, everyone's gonna understand, like, he or she believes in me. I am gonna go harder than I even thought was possible. Darwin said it best yesterday. Do you know what are you doing your best right now? No, because you don't know what your best is. So you bring that to them. And then there's a technical side. Yes, as soon as you start having people have, 20, 30 person events, like Mike said, then that's a good time logistically. But me personally, I'm just a send. I'm a full send guy, so I'm gonna be there regardless, because I feel it. That's the most important thing to me, always.
Love it, love it. I remember when we went out to Czech Republic, there was literally like probably 25, 30 active builders inside of the business. We've done the same thing with Sweden. We've done the same thing with London. We did the same thing with Spain. I mean, almost every country that we did. And it was just because we felt it, right? And now today, Czech Republic has a chairman 10, a P5000, educators, and they won't throw an event less than 500 people. But it started off with those 40 people events, the 50 people events, right? That a lot of people aren't willing to go to. So straight up, man, when you feel it in your gut, run, baby. Yo, Alicia, when did you know it was the right time for you to go out internationally and build and start touring?
Honestly, well, how I knew to go out there was just when Jan started building, honestly. It's like, okay, he's all in, he wants to do this, let's go. So I flew out, right? And that was just when we could work belly to belly with people that he had interested in, and just work with him. And then touring wise, man, Czech Republic is crazy on touring now. I mean, they're going city to city to city. We were sleeping in cars, not sleeping. It's insane. And that's really how you build fast. But basically with that, it's like Mike was saying, I guess, intuition. Or if you just have, like, why not go to a city and meet with someone just to get coffee and meet with that someone in person. Just go off intuition. And if you have a person who wants to start trading, just like go there, show them the plan, talk about building a little bit. In the very beginning, you should just be going. Just go. Full send. I'm full send as well.
full send. Okay, I love that. My man, Jerome. When did you know it was a good time to start traveling to the teams? Like, what did you recognize? We got 4 minutes.
I got you. I'll be short and sweet. So pretty much for me, just like everybody said, just get up and go. They say you could take a leader and put them in anywhere in the world and they could build an organization. So when you have people that are hungry and they really want it, and they're saying that they want it, but most importantly, taking the action. Because understand, you can only control a couple of things. You can only control if you pique interest. You know what I mean? But if you see somebody's taking the action, they're piquing interest as well. They're showing up to the training calls, the webinars. They're implementing all the skills. They're being a product of the product. They're working on duplicating. If they're taking the right steps and the actions on the things that you can't control. Because all you can control is if you pique interest or not. But you can't control if they show up. You can't control if they do all sorts of things. But if they're taking the steps and the actions, go out there. Don't even waste no time. You got to be like Austin Godsey is actually one of the individuals I spoke to about this platform before I got out here. And one of the things that he says, and it's always stuck with me, is you got to go out there and pour gasoline on the fire. You know what I mean? And that's what it really comes down to. Create something massive and go out there and create massive culture and build those relationships. And that's the
Absolutely. When you see that spark, you throw gas on it and watch it explode, baby. Absolutely. Yo, Tim, my brother.
Writing down.
How is it that you recognize, or what is it that you recognize to go out and build internationally?
Well, you're asking the wrong people, because we get someone started and we're already on, Hopper looking for flights. So we spend all the time, because honestly, it's never a bad thing. It's an experience. If you have the ability and the opportunity, you're actually plugged with the products, just full send it. I mean, we make money everywhere we go. We're traveling more than more travel companies, so we might as well launch another product in the next couple of months. But I'm going to keep it simple. I'm not even going to answer this question because the question's already been answered. This is what I'm going to tell you. If you really want to build, and this was something that was on my heart and I wanted to say this, is we have to drop the ego. This company is not going to $1 billion with ego. Work with sidelines. Work with other teams. Literally, I don't care if they build differently than you. Get the people in the building. Stop throwing your name. No one gives a crap. Right? When you come together with the team, your I Am Mastery Academy, we're one team, we're one vision, we're one goal, we're here to impact people, right? If you have 5 people in a city and they're hungry, go look for a leader. Ask your chairman, ask your upline leader, your sponsor, hey, do you know anyone that's in Wyoming? Yeah, I got a friend, there's a leader out there, P2K, awesome, connect me. I'm gonna go out there and do an event with their team too, right? Plug in with the people around you, build those relationships, because that's what's gonna blow up your business. That is the best piece of advice I can give you.
Absolutely.
Let's go.
Absolutely. Work with cross lines. That's something big. When we travel internationally, it's never this is a team event. No, this is a company event, because we're going to enrich, empower, and educate the lives of 1 million customers collectively, not individually. So big shout out to that, man. Big shout out to that. Manny, when did you know to start traveling to your teams internationally? I know it can be expensive. Everyone's saying get up and go, and yeah, absolutely. You got to risk the biscuit, right? Risk it to get the biscuit, rather. But I want you to really, explain to people when did you get it, bro? When did you go?
That's a really, really good question. So we
got to be quick though, because we're over time on this.
All right, so I'm gonna just make this super duper quick. For me, it's a little bit different because I look for leadership accountability before I go to launch a market. Because one thing you guys are going to notice is that you can go on the internet and you can be really, really good at networking. You can find people from all around the world, but you really need the right person at the right place, at the right mind, with the right mindset that's really ready to make the right connections to be able to blow up the market. And every time I've traveled, like you said, I've spent a lot of money traveling, because I don't just go out there and I'm like, oh, well, I'm here. I go out there, I show up, I rent cars, I get Airbnbs, I'm helping out with flights, I'm paying for food. I do a lot to really show my team that if you guys are working hard and you guys are investing into yourself, that's raising my income. So a portion of my income is going to be dedicated to you. So I'm always reinvesting back into the team. But I like to go when I see a leader, I at least pop P1000 or P2000. That goes for any state or going for any international market, because that serves as the first benchmark to leadership. So if you can see if somebody can work really, really hard and get themselves to that first leadership level, now I know that I'm ready to be able to go out there, and now I can take them, their squad, and I can transform them, transform their mind, transform their day-to-day activities, show them how to really network, how to tap room, how to deep dig, how to plant that vision and explode the market even more. I look to do. So I look for benchmark leadership milestones to be hit. And until that's hit, I'm in the trenches doing Zoom webinars with them, expanding the vision, not just selling the company.
Absolutely. And I've seen you do it time and time again, man. So I know that, guys, everything these people are saying, it's literally the truth. This is how they build internationally. I build with these individuals. I rock with these individuals. I see them. So that's absolutely crazy, man. Thank you for that. Mike Sotero, you're the last one, brother. When did you know it was time to go and tour?
Just by leaders, taking initiative. If you see that they're setting up their own events, they're setting up their own calls, they're setting up their own schedule. I don't think there needs to be a certain amount of people in a market, like Jason Brown, really taught me. But if you can identify, right, one of the hardest parts of this business, right, Jim Brown said 80% of your time, 20% of the people. Sometimes we force, dead people to try to build this business. Look, they're dead, move on, right? You'd rather give me one serious person than 100, sheep, right? Be the shepherd, be the person that leads the team, that takes initiative, and your uplines, your mentors are going to come to your city. The last thing I'll say is when you look at a team or you look at a leader in a different market, especially if you're not there, look at them as they can become, not where they're currently at today, right? The people on this call here today, we got some chairman 10s, 25s, 50s, 500s, but I see everybody as way beyond that, where we're going to be in 3 to 5 years from now.
Oh, absolutely. Don't look at where they are. Look at where they can become. That is serious. Guys, you guys just learned from several different chairmen how to build internationally, how to go ahead and take this thing outside. Guys, let's drop inside of the chats if you saw some value from this panel. I know this is one of my favorite panels that I was looking for. I can't wait for you guys to build an international business, go out and travel, build these relationships, have a blast, and then get back here and do it all over again and be able to teach your organization how to do it as well. Chairman, we appreciate you guys. We value you guys. We love you guys. And we can't wait to see some of you guys educate on a keynote later on during the day as well. Let's keep on kicking. But Jason Brown, the floor is yours, my brother. The floor is yours.
Boom. Absolutely incredible, guys. Super, super excited. And, look at the value that we have so far today. We're about a little bit less than 2 hours in. You guys have heard from probably now 10 or 11 of the top leaders in this company and in this organization. And, I'm sure like me, you guys have pages of notes already. So let's keep this thing kicking. Guys, I will say this. We have Crypto Nick Gomez, also a Chairman 25 in the team, about to educate. But while we do this introduction, get inside of your group chats. CEO Christopher Terry is on deck. He'll be up in about 50 minutes. And you do not want people to miss this deal. Okay, so
see the chats exploding right now. Explode those chats, explode those chats, explode those chats. Let's go.
Blast it out. And guys, look, Nick is amazing. What more can I say? He's the newest addition to the Swipe Coin team, the Swipe Coin family. Since I met Nick, actually I knew about Nick and I knew Nick before he came into the company, but I was definitely excited when I heard that him and some of the people that he came with came on board. And, Nick's down here in Miami. So I got to tell you, one thing that I really respect about Nick is that he is always at events. As a leader, as a chairman, as an educator, I think it's important not to get comfortable in your own backyard, and sometimes because everything is so close and, we already know a lot of the people in the organization, people in the community. Sometimes as leaders, we might get complacent in that moment. But I got to tell you, every single event that I'm at, every single event in the area, Nick is there. And I just really admire Nick's consistency as a leader. And he's really calm, cool, and collected at all times. So, Nick, my brother, the floor is yours, man. Educate us on how to take advantage of this crypto boom, the future, Swipe Coin. It's all you, brother.
Let's do it. Well, hey, guys, everybody. I am super fired up. We got Chris Terry after this. So I want to, first of all, thank Matt Rosa, Jason Brown, Chris Terry, Manny, for all of you guys really putting this thing together. Because let me tell you, this is something really, really big that's about to happen here with March Madness. And I want to cover everything right now that's going on in the cryptocurrency space. So if you guys are excited, feel free to drop some ones, because we're going to be going over what's going on in crypto in the next 15 minutes, how you could take advantage of the cryptocurrency markets. And I'm going to be going over every single thing that you need to do to be prepared, how you could take advantage, how you could literally catch this wave with what's going on in cryptocurrency. So I'm going to share my screen right away. I'm going to get straight to it, guys. What we're experiencing right now in the cryptocurrency market is something called a black swan event. And this typically happens when either possibly a depression, a recession, or just a sell-off in general has happened here in the New York Stock Exchange with NAS, US 30, S&P's 500. And we're now seeing cryptocurrency. And I'm going to jump into a slideshow here very soon, but I really want to show you guys what's going on and how you guys could take advantage. Listen, we are right now seeing cryptocurrency for the first time back in the lows of about $3,800. We have wicked as low as $3,800. And this is an opportunity for you. This is a time that you could take advantage and do something called dollar cost average. Because listen, something I've learned in my day in cryptocurrency, and I've experienced and seen very wealthy, successful people make a lot of money in the markets, is that they're buying the fear and they sell the greed. And let me tell you, right now there is complete and utter chaos in the markets, and you guys want to be taking advantage of what's going on with Bitcoin and the rest of the market. So this is what's going on. We have a weekly candle that's soon to close. To me, it is very, very important that this weekly candle actually closes above this 200 MA here in baby blue and this trend line. But more likely, I want you guys to understand, in a black swan event, price action, technical analysis sometimes does not respect, okay? It does not respect whatsoever. So right now we're going to be seeing a big sell-off, complete and utter manipulation, but this is a time for you guys to take advantage. See, a lot of us get caught up in this panic and we do not take advantage of what's going on. So I want to show you guys something very, very quickly, okay? So I want you to understand something. The yearly lows for Bitcoin in 2012 were $4, 2013, $65, in 2014, 200, and now we're about to see 2020 possibly form a new low, but regardless, every single year, Bitcoin has been an utter completion in regards to return. So I want you guys to understand something. Corona is affecting the entire market, and we're seeing China right now hold back the circulation of fiat money. So actual paper money is being held back, and we're even seeing economies being pumped with billions and billions and billions of dollars to really try to save the economy. But something is happening here. All of us that have a home-owned business, all of us that take advantage of the internet, guys, digital currency is going to be literally up and rising in the next couple of weeks, months, and years, because now we're seeing that, for example, fiat money within itself, even fiat money, it could transmit possibly the coronavirus, unfortunately. So I want you guys to understand something. Cryptocurrency is solving something very, very big, because now we have digital assets and people are going to slowly catch into it. I want you to see something. Fiat money right now is printing. They're going into overdrive. Billions of dollars are being pumped into all of these different countries and economies. But there's something very important to note. Bitcoin mining is about to be held. And what that means is the reward for Bitcoin mining every 4 years gets cut in half. And in May 10th, around that area, the reward for Bitcoin mining is going to be cut in half, meaning there's going to be less supply and more demand. Do you understand that? So while the countries and the whole world and the economies are trying to pump billions of dollars, which really are trying to save the economy, but at the same time, what are they doing? They're actually inflating. They're causing inflation in what the dollar value is. Listen, if you have been a part of the 2008 crash, if you have been of any recession, depression, you have seen what has been possible for not only just the fear created, but the opportunity that comes after. See, I was watching a video with Robert Kiyosaki and me and my girlfriend, and we saw that he made the most amount of money right after 2008. And right now you are positioned and going to be educated here, thanks to IM and all the amazing educators and strategies on how to capitalize in cryptocurrency, how to capitalize in the markets. And you guys are getting educated and shown. So I'm showing you guys right here very quickly. This is what we have here, the 4-year cycles. And I want to go very in depth with this. Every 4 years, we are seeing cryptocurrency both rise, but also go down. So this is called a bear market. And everybody, I want to put all disclaimers. These are trading ideas, my opinions, and how I'm just viewing the market. But listen, every 3 years, we have seen price go for about 1,000 to 1,100 days. We have seen price really go up significantly. I mean, we're talking about the bull run from where Bitcoin went from $1 to about 500, from when Bitcoin went from $100 to 20,000. These are bull runs. They are 3-year cycles, but typically after 3-year cycles, we go into something called a bear market when price decides to retrace. And some of these times go from 400 to about 600 days at most. I want you guys to notice something. We are in the brink of starting a new bull run. Some of you were able to catch the lows of Bitcoin at 3,200, 3,500. I've been going to so many events, sharing on Go Live when to actually get involved in Bitcoin and showing you guys when I get involved and when I sell. And this is now an amazing time for you guys to actually take advantage of what the market is providing for you. Because let me tell you, it is just the beginning of the bull market. But right now, we're seeing a drop, a possible recession. And I'm telling you, we probably will not ever see Bitcoin again in 4-figure prices. You know, a price point that Ivan Paychecks, you know, shout out to him, Crypto Picasso, the whole Swipecoin team. We really talk about that there's a potential for Bitcoin to get to 100,000 a coin, 150,000 a coin, 200,000 a coin. And right now we're seeing Bitcoin get to as low as $3,800. And the craziest thing is I meet thousands of people around the world, and they always tell me, man, I wish I would have bought Bitcoin at $1, $5, $10, 1,000. I would have, taken advantage of this opportunity. But guys, it's right in front of you, literally right now. We sold off here BTC. I sent this chart out here to everybody in Go Live. I sold off all of my Bitcoin at 13,600. And now these were some of the targets that I was actually expecting to rebuy back in. And guys, we've obliterated through all of this. And something that I want to go fairly quickly is called the Bitcoin halving. People, listen, every 4 years, the reward, see, there's people called miners in Bitcoin. They are who verify transactions. They are who add transactions to Bitcoin, and they're pretty much what keep the network and just, the network going and continuing. Now, these individuals use computers, and for using these computers and solving problems, what they do is they get rewarded in Bitcoin. But this is the thing, every 4 years, the reward for these people get cut in half. As we see, it used to be 50 Bitcoins, then 4 years passed, and then went to 25 Bitcoins, and then went to 12 and a half. And in May 10th, it's going to get cut down to 6 Bitcoins, 6.25 Bitcoins. So every 10 minutes, we will only get rewarded, for those of you miners, 6.25 Bitcoins. Now, why is this relevant? If we look at the Bitcoin halving and what it's done to the actual markets, it actually created and started a huge surge and impulse in price. Now, why is this so important to note? Because right now, how I see it is, we actually just depleted price for whether it was manipulated, whether it's people trying to push down price to get involved in the markets. That was the time to take advantage of where cryptocurrency sits from both Bitcoin, XRP, Litecoin, Ethereum. I'm going to be showing you guys how to build the portfolio here very soon, but it's very important to keep note and understand what's going on in the actual market. See, I want to show you something that completely revolutionized my life before, I jump off this call. This is a strategy that's called using generational wealth here, and you have the ability to take advantage here with Swipecoin. Listen, for all of you that are in IAM, it is a disservice. I am a trader, but I'm still a Chairman 25. It's a disservice of you not sharing this opportunity, of you not going out there and showing how trading, investing has really completely revolutionized your life. Chris Terry and everybody and all the amazing elite leaders have completely changed everything for me, from Julian and Johnny bringing me on here to IAM. I could tell you, building the business has always been step one, because that's how you are able to build an income, get some capital. And then that capital that you all have, I recommend you guys go on an MT4 account. You guys go on Swipecoin and all the other strategies that we have. Generate profits, use the scalper, use everything that you could take advantage of. And then from there, all of these profits, depending on some of these brokers, they will potentially pay you out in Bitcoin. So then you could start, listen to me, you could start an investment portfolio. And I'm going to be going over that here in the next 5 minutes, and then I'm going to be out, everybody. So listen, these are the results that we had in February, everybody. Well over 6,000 pips. Crypto Picasso and myself, we caught phenomenal setups in February. We caught phenomenal setups in January. But listen, we also have a tool called the Swipecoin Scalper that you're able to actually scalp the cryptocurrency market and take advantage of all the breakout positions. I recommend you guys take a quick screenshot. This is a 3-step process on how to use a Swipecoin Scalper. And this is the last thing I'm going to cover with you guys on the scalper. It is so simple to use. I duplicate this with all my teams because anybody can get involved and use this strategy, because it's this program to help the entry individual into trading, trying to get an understanding of what breakouts are, support are, etc. So this is something that you guys need to take advantage of right now. And I urge you guys to take a screenshot of this. This is called dollar cost averaging. All right, dollar cost averaging. And I'm going to go into this. Take a screenshot of this as well. This is how your portfolio should look like. If you're starting a cryptocurrency portfolio, 50% or more should be in Bitcoin. The rest should be in altcoins. What are altcoins I get involved with? Coins like XRP, Ethereum, Litecoin, XLM, BAT, that's basic attention token. I also recommend BNB. These assets are going to be right now at us. It's ridiculous. It's Christmas. It's Black Friday. Some of these assets have dropped down 70% from some of their prior highs that they've had in the last 90-day cycles. So I encourage you guys to take advantage. So this is what I would be doing here that I have these next 3 minutes. So price, more than likely, we're going to be seeing price here, okay? Pretty much consolidate. This is pretty much an outlook that I'm seeing here for Bitcoin. I'm not saying that Bitcoin is going to just go right back to the moon, guys. This is probably going to continue in fear. This probably is going to continue in this epidemic of a sell-off. But more than likely, what you want to be doing is taking advantage of a zone. and split up your risk, split up your investment. Don't just go all in on one specific price. Dollar cost averaging is a strategy used by very, very successful individuals. And you, for example, Warren Buffett, for example, you will split up that $1,000, that $100, that $10,000, and you would use multiple orders and entries as the market either goes lower, as the market either goes higher, because this is the thing, no one is going to be able to tell you where the bottom is. We could plot zones, but no one will tell you. No one expected Bitcoin to go to 3,800. But guess what? You could go on, for example, Pro Coinbase, and you could layer in orders and get pretty much entries all throughout the market. The last thing I want to cover with you guys is, for those of you that are going to be getting involved in cryptocurrency, want to get educated about everything, I recommend getting involved with SwipeCoin, everybody. We teach people how to swing trade the markets, take advantage of moves that are thousands of pips, use the scalper, which will catch smaller moves, which is a strategy that we have in our back office in the IM Center, and also build a portfolio, everybody. You know the power of being able to buy XRP at 11 cents, 12 cents, 15 cents, and potentially heading back up to prices like $3. Potentially in this new cycle, we're going to get to $5. There's a generational wealth right now that is going to happen. There is an opportunity for every single one of us here on this call and NIM to take advantage of the information provided by educators, by chairmen. The only decision you have to do is take action. Because I'm telling you, SwipeCoin is going to position you, IM is going to position you, all these educators and strategies are going to position you for when this market does turn around. For example, when a cure does happen, when everything really goes back to normal, the markets will pick back up. Guys, don't sell off. Don't panic. Don't make irrational decisions with your emotions. And I'm telling you, you're going to be very, very successful in cryptocurrency. Guys, my Go Live sessions are Mondays and Wednesdays at 7 p.m. Eastern. Crypto Picassos are Tuesdays and Thursdays at 2 p.m. Eastern. Let me know if you guys need anything on my Instagram. And lastly, guys, take advantage of what SwipeCoin is, what it'll do for you. Cryptocurrency will blossom once again, and you are in the forefront of starting an epidemic. A huge portfolio for you, a huge opportunity to trade, and you have it all right in front of you. So I appreciate you all. Thank you so much, Jason, Matt, Manny, Christopher, Terry. So utterly grateful for this opportunity to be here, and I'm so, so grateful. It has completely changed my life, my family's life, my friend's life, my leader's life. So grateful, blessed beyond belief. So thank you, everybody. I'm going to throw it back to Jason and Matthew Rosa.
Nick, my guy, bro! I was looking at my portfolio the past 24 hours, and I was like, well, this is getting a little spicy. And to know what I know now, you know what they say, access to information changes situations, ladies and gentlemen. Nick, we're appreciative. SwipeCoin, oh my God, this is nuts. This is nuts. People are going crazy inside of the chats. People are going crazy on this call right now. We just broke over 4,000 individuals on the call in time for the man, the myth, the legend, our CEO, Mr. Christopher Terry is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Guys, 4 years ago, November of 2015, I got on a call with a gentleman. I had no idea what it was that he was worth. He had no idea what it was that I was worth. We began to speak, me, him, and Jason, and the conversations that we had would completely set the pace for what was going to happen the following years. This is a man that literally puts people over profits. This is somebody that does not need to be doing this, but does so out of the comfort of his heart. The reason that this company is still thriving, the reason that Forex companies and trading companies come and go, but we're going on 7 years with this company, is because our CEO is a trader. Our CEO is a builder. Our CEO is for the people, ladies and gentlemen. And I could not be more excited for you guys to understand why this company is going to continue to thrive, continue to grow, continue to explode. We're going to double, hell, we're going to triple the size of this company during this recession, during this pandemic, from the comfort of our phones and the comfort of our homes. Man, Christopher Terry, give the people what they want, my brother. Are you with us? We got 42 people excited. Let's go.
I am here. I am so grateful, man.
Turn that camera on, brother.
turn my camera on. Man, there we go.
Let's go.
There we go. Wow. All right, you guys can see me?
Yes, we can, my bro.
Man, I'll tell you, Matt, thank you so much. Jason and Matt, greatest. You guys are the greatest, man.
Love you, bro.
500 several years ago, had you guys on a call, and they were part of this other company where they had some spray, and then I get on and Matt, it was like some vitamin spray, and Matt gets on and Jason gets on. They're like, "How you doing, Chris?" I'm like, "What are you doing? Vitamin spray." I'm like, "Okay, all right," and that was it. Here I am. I had my shirt. Remember that was all ripped up, Matt?
You had a hole in the armpit. You had a hole in your armpit.
I still got my Yankee shirt, man. I still got my Yankee shirt.
Come on.
Talking about the Yankees, you know, I'm going to send you a regard from Seth Bernstein, who's one of the owners of the New York Yankees. And he was actually excited to be there with us at the New York event. And I'm looking for my Yankee shirt. I still have that Yankee shirt, man. I don't know, somewhere here. Anyway, pretend I showed everybody. Oh, here it goes. That's the shirt. Matt, that's the shirt I used when I met you, right there.
Let's go.
Anyway, look, on a serious note, it's unfortunate that this, whatever it is out there, is the fact is, we have the greatest thing that's ever existed to protect the people. This thing that we have, not the thing that's out there messing and scaring up the whole world. This thing that we have, this, as we call it in New York, Matt, this thing of ours. We are here to protect the people globally. We don't have to worry about no product. We don't have to worry about people scared to touch our stuff. No. F the coronavirus. We are here to take care of you, to protect you. Our army will save the world. No question about it. We let nobody put us on our knees. We stand up with our heads up. You know what I did last night? You know what I did in the past 24 hours? On my own. On my own. Put it like this. Let me do it in a way that's compliant to the world. Because I want you to prove that trading is alive and well. I want you to prove that trading is alive and well. That anybody could do this. That the average person can do a Chairman 100 on their own. I'm not saying my trading, I was trading Bitcoin. This ties in with Nick Gomez. I literally worked 24 hours. And I did my own Chairman 100 ranks. Could like put like that in trading. Okay? Not putting any numbers out there, but you guys understand. Because I know people are watching us. But the fact is, you have the freedom to be entrepreneurial, to be as successful as you want, and you can help people. I got so many people coming at me now saying, "Chris, I lost my job," or "Chris, I'm getting cut back." No, I got you. We got you. All right? Can you guys hear me? Let me see some ones. I'm just getting started. Guys, this right now, this negative that's out there is the greatest thing that's ever happened to you to protect your friends and family and people. You be bold and you be clear and concise and you go out and help the people. You spread the word of what we got and help the people. My message today is help others. We are a global army. But let me tell you something. I want to key off what Nick Gomez was saying about Bitcoin. The fact is, when prices are this low, I put US dollars into an account and I'm trading and accumulating and creating profits, okay? I was profitable. The past 24 hours being extremely aggressive, very profitable. Now, the funny thing is, because Bitcoin is so low, like Nick was saying, and it's going to go up, yes, create cash flow, pull it out in Bitcoin. You can store Bitcoin now at these low prices that hopefully later on, if they rise, but at least you take your money and you put it to work. You guys got that? Do you understand what I'm saying? That if you collect a Bitcoin right now of 5,000 because you traded it, then later on maybe 6,000, 7,000. Think of the percentage increases and the profitability behind it. That's what he was trying to say. Nick Gomez, thank you so much for that talk. That was really powerful. I'm doing that right now myself. I'm working my butt off to create cash flow and create profits and get Bitcoin at these low prices through the efforts of trading through the particular brokers that allow that. So keep that in mind. So I want to talk about keeping your mind right. Number one, shut the freaking television off. Shut the news off. Stop watching this garbage. Seriously, what I do each and every day, I plug into Napoleon Hill, lectures in his own words. Guys, make a note of this. I know you don't have pens and paper like some people get on stage and they go, take a pen and paper out. You guys don't do that. Type it in somewhere, save it. Napoleon Hill, lectures in his own words. That's number one. Every night, every day, I listen to it over and over. I listen to some stuff from, his name is Bill Brett. He was from Amway. He was one of the greatest in the world with network marketing. He had 2 million distributors under him. All right? I listen to his stuff. I search it on YouTube. I read the Bible every night. I take an hour for myself. I read the Bible. Brandon Boyd and David and Monique, a couple of guys, were the ones that directed me in the right direction. I'm just getting started. But you need to refocus of what we're doing and refocus people of who you're working with. I had a good conversation with somebody yesterday. They're shooting for a particular rank in the company. And I said, take your eyes off yourself. Take your eyes off yourself. Stop talking about where you are. Stop talking about that you're platinum 2,000. I got 24 people left. Yeah, you will continue to have 24 people left. Whether you platinum 1,000 or 2,000 or 5,000, stop talking that, guys and girls. You have to have what's called, and then what? And then what? I don't care if you're platinum 600, platinum 1,000, platinum 5,000. The fact is, if you don't set your goals way in advance, you're never going to get there. If you start talking about what you don't have that you do want, you will surpass where you are. Most of you guys talk about where you are and not talking about where you want to be. What do I mean? So you're a platinum 1,000. For you to jump around talking about Chairman 100, you're not ready. You're not ready. Skip 2 ranks. Think about this. You're a platinum 1,000 or platinum, whatever it is, skip 2 ranks. Start speaking Chairman 10 as though it's already here. Start speaking it into existence. All right? The Bible said you are snared by the words of your mouth. You're taken by the words of your mouth. It also said, if you ask in prayer, you will receive. And you got to speak as though it is already there. Think about it. Back then, 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, that book was written, and all the motivational books that are around today, all the mindset stuff, all the Bob Proctors, all the Napoleons, they still say the same thing. You got to speak what isn't as if it were. What do I mean? Look at this beautiful day out in Las Vegas. Oh my God. So I'm going to take a picture. I'm going to take a little picture. Let me show you something, guys. Hold on. Just get my screen ready. Here we go. This is my hallway. You see that? That's my hallway. And it's nice, right? It's brown. Consider this dirt. Consider that dirt. Consider yourself, consider the farmer. The farmer doesn't take dirt just like it is and starts throwing seeds. He doesn't do that. He just doesn't throw seeds on the ground and expect apple trees to grow. The farmer doesn't do that. He doesn't say, well, it's a particular time of the year. I got my seeds. I'm just going to throw them on the ground, and I'm going to get trees in the next 90 days. And if I don't get trees in the next 90 days, I'm going to quit. Okay? No, the farmer doesn't do that. The farmer understands, like you understand, that you have to pick up that ground, till the ground, work the ground, let the sun, let the moon, let the rain come down, let the stars shine at night on those seeds, and you got to continue tilling the ground and throwing some seeds, and then tilling the ground and throwing seeds. You got to work the foundational process. The foundational process. Look at the size of this hall. It's like a bowling alley, right? You got to work the foundational process to get what you want later on. You got to speak what you don't have that you do want. You have to ask in prayer and believe you have it, and then you will receive it. So think about this. When you're throwing seeds on the ground, when the farmer's throwing them, he's expecting, just like you're expecting. You sponsor 12. He throws 12 seeds. He knows that 9 of those seeds may disappear. He knows that 9 of the 12 seeds, just like you know that 9 of maybe the 12 people you sponsor may get eaten up by the sun, may get water drenched. The birds will eat it. The weeds will strangle it. Maybe the neighbors or your family or people's family may come in and say, look, it doesn't work. And you will lose those people. Those people, just like those seeds, will lose their dream. But if you had three of those 12 seeds actually do something, like a David Amoni ETA, like a Jason Brown, like a Brandon Boyd, like an Alex Morton, like an Ivan Tapia, like all the Lawrence Youngs and the Jules and Chinas and all the other teams that we have in our company, those seeds will eventually grow. Just like those seeds the farmer puts out will create a tree and another tree. And each of those trees have thousands and tens of thousands of apples during its lifetime, with hundreds of thousands of seeds, where you can have hundreds of thousands of trees. Think about that. Think about that. Okay? You have to think of yourself as the farmer. You got this barren land here, and you just have to keep tilling the soil and keep planting and continuously doing that, never stopping. There's a time to sow and there's a time to reap. And right now, under all these conditions that are going on right now is not the time to reap. Us as a company, us as individuals, and by the way, I will be sending a corporate message out to everybody about this whole, whatever that thing is out there. I'll be sending out, working on that today, by the way, video. But now is not the time to reap. Now is not the time to go buy real estate. Now is not the time to walk around the club and show off. No. Now is the time to work and find the people who are living in quiet desperation, who are standing on stupid lines in stores waiting for toilet paper. I don't get why they're waiting for toilet paper, but they think that's just the way to save themselves. You know what? We are the way to save them. You got to go find these people, find these seeds, and take those people and cultivate them where they're scared now, and they will have freedom later on. They will have protection. You will save people. Do not go and reap the rewards now. Now is the time to start sowing again, each and every one of us. Now is the time. You guys, we all talk about going to $1 billion. That's how we're going to get there. All right? You go back to work. You get back into the grind. I appreciate everybody for coming on this call today. And I'm really looking forward to the next event whenever you have it. Matt Rosa, Jason Brown, everybody else, thank you so much. I'm a little bit emotional. But we got this. As a company, as a family, we're one large family out here. Who's my family? Who's my family? Put the number one. Who's our family? Let's go embrace the world. Let's bring them all in. Let's show them what we have. Now's not the time to tell people I told you so. Now's the time to say to somebody, come on, I got you. Put your arm around their back and say, I got you. If you have to pay for them to come in because they just lost their job and they're scared, pay for them to come in. Take the money and give it away. I started something new just recently. I go to a restaurant, I sit down. And last night I did it. I sit down in a restaurant, I look, and I see two old ladies. I told the waiter, buy their dinner. He's like, what? I was like, tell him it's from Elvis Presley. He goes, he's looking at me. I said, go buy their dinner. I'm paying for it. I walk around giving. I walk around saving people's lives. I'm bringing them to us, and I'm giving. Pay everything forward, folks. I love each and every one of you. Let's do this. Matt, that's you, brother. Love you guys.
Wow. Wow.
Whoa.
Wow. Wow. You know, one of the things that I just love and admire and respect, as you guys get in that chat box and show some love for our CEO, one of the things that I just, love and admire about Chris, really from the very, very, very beginning, is that this is a real person, and sometimes, being a leader, I say this all the time, and I said this on my Instagram the other day, but being a leader is not easy. Being a leader is probably the hardest thing that you can be. A leader, a parent. I can't imagine anything being harder than having to make decisions on a day-to-day basis that have nothing to do with you. And that's really what leadership is you making decisions for a group of people, and those decisions holding massive amount of impact and weight, and being the leader of a huge company where every single day over 100,000 people around the world that speak different languages, practice different religions, have different opinions and all this different stuff. You have all these people around the world every single day that wake up and love your company, rely on your company, right? Every Friday we rely on this company. Every Friday we really depend on it. And, just to have a gentleman like Chris, who can just, every single day, I don't know why you can't see this video. Can you guys see my video or no? I'm trying to figure out why. Yes? Can you see the video? No? Some are saying yes, some are saying no. One sec. That's strange. Wait a minute. That's weird. Hold on. Yes, no, some are yes, some are no.
Bro, we broke Zoom. We have over 5,000 people on it right now.
I think we have over 5,000 people on this deal. Some are saying yes, we can see. Some are saying no. Okay, cool. Well, guys, just to have a gentleman like Christopher Terry leading the way is something that I do not take for granted, and something that I think I speak on behalf of everybody on this call. And we're just ridiculously grateful beyond belief, for the opportunity to just even have this. Because remember, everything started with an idea and a desire to go out and change the world. And so, guys, we're super excited. This is absolutely incredible. And we are getting ready for our next speaker. Let me find her. You guys all know her, okay? All of you know that she is absolutely a ball of energy. And let me see. There she is, the Forex chick. Let's get Kim on here. And real quick, let me tell you guys that it's so funny, but I always tell people that when I first got involved in this company, Okay, so when I first got involved in this company and I first started even getting introduced to the idea of foreign exchange trading, I had zero experience. And, Matthew Rosa and I, like Chris said, we came from product-based network marketing company, and we really wanted to change, but it wasn't easy to lead the team because it was something we were brand new to. And I actually found Kim on Facebook. We became friends, and before Go Live, before Gold Cup, before US 30 was even a thought, 3 years before we even knew you could trade US 30, way before, I actually learned quite a bit of knowledge from Kim. I would say Kim and Mike Miles were probably two of my biggest mentors when it came to learning how to trade. Christopher Derrick, outside of Christopher Derrick and Christopher Terry. So I always go back and just show admiration to Kim because she's somebody who is consistent. She's been trading full-time for many, many years now. And really proud of you, Kim, for everything you're doing. And just wanted to say thank you for being here with us today. And guys, we're fired up. You got 5,000 people here ready to hear you rumble, my friend. So let me make you the co-host. Kim, the floor is yours. And guys, I'm going to open the chat box for a couple seconds. Let's make some noise for Kim. Take it away.
I'm so excited, guys. Can everyone hear me? Awesome. Look at all these crazy ones. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Jason, for allowing me to be part of the March Madness. I'm super grateful. And, when things come, we always find solutions, for emergencies. And, this was put on last minute. So I'm just honored and grateful that you guys gave me a place on this platform to be a voice for the women that are trying to make a dent in this industry. And, I hope that, all the people that are on today have learned immensely on the sessions that we do weekly. And once again, guys, let's thank them for putting this together because without them, we would not be on this session today. So I definitely want to give my appreciation to Matt and Jason for allowing me to be on here today. So guys, who's excited to learn some key points today on US 30? US 30 has changed the game immensely for a lot of people on the platform. And I'm going to tell you guys just like this as I get ready to screen share. Let's see. Let me share my screen. PowerPoint. Perfect. Can everyone see this?
Yep, we're good to go. I muted the chat. You're good.
Awesome. All right, guys. So the magic all happens right behind you. Those are the monitors. This is for my whole trading system that I decided to create to really be able to provide the best trade ideas on the Gold Cup app for the US 30. And so this is where the magic happens here, guys. And with US 30, it's literally changing for a lot of customers that are utilizing this product right now. And just like Chris said, there's people right now with this going on with the coronavirus that are literally, losing their jobs, not getting paid, and what not better time to be part of the best platform internationally, domestically. This is the #1 company out here. This is the #1 company that has a diversified portfolio where we have all types of traders literally coming together and delivering the best trade ideas, the best educational knowledge that you guys can take with you and use on the charts, guys. I've never seen a company come together the way this company has, and literally all the traders as educators coming together to really give you guys the best information that can possibly change everyone's life on here. And when Matt, and Jason was saying earlier, about when Jason found me on, Facebook and, coming on together, I actually learned S&P from Christopher Terry. Okay, Christopher Terry taught me how to trade S&P in the futures markets, and the love of how the S&P moved. I started to really branch off and really focus on indices. And once I was able to master that, and that took, about a good 2 years to really be consistent in a market that's so volatile. And I had to make sure that the consistency was going to be able to branch off not only to me, but the customers in IML. Right, guys? Because it couldn't just be me winning in the indice markets. I had to make sure that the information was able to reach everyone in all different scales that everyone is currently. So with US 30, guys, it is an indices. It's part of it's the Dow Jones. And let me see, how can I switch this? Okay. What is US 30? It's the index of the top 30 companies in the US. Okay, examples that I have here: Microsoft, Apple, Walmart, Morgan, Coca-Cola, Home Depot, Nike. Now understand that US 30 on how it moves. Okay, this pair is not the same when you trade it with Forex, because this pair is moved on a fundamental aspect. Based on the performance of the companies that I have here is where you're going to see if Apple's not performing well or they're not meeting the expectations, you're going to see the volatility of US 30, and then you're going to see the NAS, and you're going to see the S&P follow, because they're all correlation pair. So US 30 is the gauge. It's like a strength meter, okay, of the economy. So when the economy is doing bad, you're going to see a bearish market for the indices, right? When the economy is at its best performance, you're going to see bullish trends for US 30, S&P, and the NAS 100. The best times to trade the markets for these is the opening candle at 9:30. And that's why I decided to trade live, because a lot of our customers were like, Kim, you're giving, amazing signals and trade ideas, but we want to be able to see how you actually dominate the markets, and can we trade live with you? So this is why we added 3 trading live sessions to the platform, because the New York session is one of the best times to trade all the indices. At the opening session in New York 30, 9:30 a.m. Eastern candle for the New York session. The next best time to trade is the London, and that's the exchange at 3 a.m. Eastern time, guys. So put your alarms at these 2 times and just look at the market, even if you're not trading indices. Okay, educate yourself. Look at the momentum. Look at the impulse that the market is creating at these 2 time zones, and you're gonna see the amount of pips that you can catch on these moves. And this is why I decided to do the New York session. Now, what I'm going to touch base on a lot today is fundamentals, and it's so important, because what's happening with the coronavirus, if you guys knew fundamentals correctly, you have been able to execute and be able to stack a lot of our positions that we've called out in the last 2 weeks. We've been calling out a lot of bearish trade ideas. And the reason why we've been able to call this is because we're able to utilize what's happening in the market. And the best app that I personally use is Bloomberg.com. And I'm going to show you how to navigate through this so you can become familiar with this, guys. And another thing is, I want you to look for keywords, okay? You're going to look at the stock ticker. You're going to monitor tweets, and you're going to download the app. So if everyone can literally take out the phones. If you don't have the Bloomberg app, please, guys, it's free. Download the app. Educate yourself, okay? You don't want to be oblivious to what's happening around you. You want to know. You want to be in tune. You want to see why indices has been dropping. What caused the spike for that buy? When everyone's like, wait, this is a bearish market. What just happened? How did it just go up 1,200 points? Well, I'm going to show you today on this session on how fundamentals is going to really take you to that next level for your trading. So this is the Bloomberg app. You're going to open it on your computer, Bloomberg.com. Make it one of your favorites on your computer. This is exactly what it's going to look like. This is the home page, okay? Now, when it comes to fundamentals, on every New York session, we watch the key main video. It is important to watch the video that is put out before the opening candle, because it's kind of going to give you basically where the market is going to be going for the New York session, okay? And it's going to give you these cues while looking at these words. We got positive words, negative words. The positive words that are used with the key speakers that are speaking, so the fundamental analysis, the senior analysis, whatever speaker is speaking that day, they're going to be using key words, okay? That's going to move the market, that's going to shift the direction of the market. And when you're hearing we have an increase of sales, okay? Increase of sales is a positive impact for the market. Okay, let me give you another example. Exceeded expectations. What will we anticipate? Apple exceeded their expectations in the sales of the new iPad. So these are just examples. That's going to be positive impact. Remember, they've created over $1 trillion in sales. Understand that when Apple's producing, you're going to see a spike. Another, I want you guys to write this down. What was it, March 31st? March 31st. I want you to watch the indices. When Apple releases, they released it already early, but they're going to be doing it another one on the 31st. The Apple Watch. Now, they released it early, which we understand, but on the 31st, they're going to reiterate the watch. Watch what happens on March 31st. Okay, watch the impulse candle when all the sales numbers starts dropping. Okay, and they exceed their expectations. You're going to see a positive momentum in the market. Ease. Okay, what Trump says, we're gonna try to ease the numbers of the coronavirus in the States. Okay, the ease is a positive impact because they're trying to control what's happening. Hike. There's a hike in sales. Okay, there's a hike in the stocks on, let's say, Nike. Those are positive. We're going to cushion. Okay, so we're going to cushion. What can they use as a cushion? An example for cushion, they're going to be using, okay, we have a recession, okay, going on right now with the coronavirus, correct? So Trump is going to cushion the detrimental that's happening with the crash. What do you think he did yesterday? He knows that the market is crashing. So how does he cushion it? By saying the things that he said yesterday, where he's closing people coming, the trades from the airplanes coming from in and out of Europe, right? It's going to be effective tonight as of midnight, okay? He is going to be having more of the coronavirus kits coming out. He's trying to cushion the damage that's happening to try to ease what's happening in the economy. Relieve. He's going to relieve some of the support by what? Funding more money into the hospitals. Okay, if a hospital is going to crisis because they don't have enough funds, they're going to fund the hospitals, they're going to fund corporations, they're going to fund small businesses. That's a release, okay? So that's all positive impact. You got to use these key words to understand what's happening in the market, okay? Negative. We had a collapse in the market, right? We had a collapse when all the, what was happening in China, right? The factories are closed. If the factories are closed, right, there's going to be a collapse in sales because the workers can't go to their job to produce the products, right? So understand that's going to transcend or down all the way to the U.S. What happens internationally is going to obviously impact us over here, okay? Because if our corporations are even in the U.S., but our devices, the supplies that we order coming from China, that's going to affect the economy if there's no one showing up to the factory. Or if they close the factory, there's going to be no production. We didn't meet expectations. If Apple doesn't meet the expectations for the watch because people can't get a job or people can't go to work because of this, let me tell you, my friend works for the Dow. Yesterday, he sent my best friend a picture, empty. He showed up to work, it was empty. The only person that showed up to work, the whole floor was empty yesterday. Why? Because of the fear, the crowdedness, okay? People don't want to jump on the subways. People don't want to take mass transportation. People are afraid to go to work. So what are corporations doing? What did Twitter do? Twitter, Amazon, Microsoft, You know what they've been doing? A lot of corporations, they're having people work from home, okay? Because they're trying to minimize the spread because they know how contagious this is. So when companies are not meeting their quota, for example, the watch, let's see how it produces. That's going to be a negative impact for the Dow Jones. Stress. The stress of people not being able to get paychecks. I know people that have a job that thought a job was safe. Your job isn't safe because when this crisis that's happening, this is why you're in the best company right now. Because guess what? While everyone's losing their jobs, when everyone else is relying on a paycheck and they can't get paid because no one's in HR to process their paychecks, guess what? They can't pay their bills. They can't put food on the plate, right? This is stuff that causes a crisis in the economy. And this is why, by becoming a trader, by being in this network marketing business, this doesn't stop us. While people are losing their 401ks, people don't even want to look at their 401ks right now. People don't want to look at their assets that they have right now in the stock market. But guess what? As traders, Justin, Starboy, can you mute yourself? I think you're muted. As a trader, we capitalize on the downtrend. It doesn't affect us. If the market's crashing, we'll ride that wave down. If the market's going up, we'll ride that wave up. This is why it's imperative to be in this company, to make sure you pay for your subscription so you can get access to the information that we give every single day, because we're lucky. We're the lucky ones. All you guys that's on this call, understand you are blessed right now that you have a company that's doing what they're doing, because the outside world, they're suffering right now. This is a negative impact. This is why in the fundamental perspective, you need to understand the war, when the war is happening, the forces, the shutdowns, the cutbacks. This is all going to be causing the Dow Jones to go down, down, and down. Let me tell you, when I did the last event, I told everyone, expect a gap for the downside for the opening of US 30 Sunday night. Why? How did I know how the market was going to open? Well, on the fundamental aspect, all we had all weekend, negative, 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 negative. What do you think was going to happen? It was going to open. It wasn't going to be on the bullish side. Too much crisis was happening last weekend. There was no other choice for it to gap for the downside. See, this is something that technical can't teach. You see, this is why you need to add both, because on a technical standpoint, you may see a buy, but if we're getting crashes in the market, this is when the fundamentals are going to protect you, and you're going to understand that you're not going to be in the bull side when all we're getting is negative impact on the Bloomberg or Yahoo Finance. Okay, guys? Now, this is the overview. This is what we look at 9:30 a.m. on the New York session on the US 30 app. If you have GoCut, this is what you're going to be looking at every single morning. Every single morning, we watch the video, okay? We look at the points. We're seeing how many points, what are the percentages, what is the value, the net change, what's the performance on these pairs right now. The first pairs that come out, we know is the Dow Jones and the NASDAQ. The S&P comes out about 15 minutes, the data. This is where we're getting our data from. Okay, we refresh it and we see, did it open positive, did it open negatively? So look at this. Right now, if you go on Bloomberg, go to the overview, the data side. See how US 30 closed yesterday. Watch the number and how it opened on Monday. It won't open on Sunday, obviously, but on Monday morning, look at the difference of the opening, the close and the opening on Monday morning, and compare it to Friday. And you're going to see the movement. See, technical comes in technical analysis is good for indices when you're using it for zoning purposes. That way, once you know your zones, all you need is the fundamentals to tell you what direction you're going to be entering the markets. This is why you need both. To sustain yourself consistently in the market, why we have more wins than losses is because we understood that I was never a fundamental trader. Never. I never wanted to hear fundamentals. I was a price action trader, technical analysis all day long. But I understood that if I wanted to take my trading career to the next level, I had to learn something new. I had to learn something that I didn't learn. And guess what? Now I love fundamentals. You guys see, we play it all the time. We play Bloomberg TV all the time because we're constantly feeding ourselves with what's happening in the markets. So we know to be on the right side of the market, right, guys? Now, I want everyone to screenshot this right now. Everyone, if you don't got Twitter, get Twitter just for fundamentals. These are the best people to follow right now in indices, for all the indices. These people are and give you all the analysis and they give you the news. And so when you see US 30 or the NAS spiking up and you're like, whoa, what's happening? Well, this is why you needed fundamentals. This fundamental is going to alleviate the confusion on why you think US 30 is going up or why US 30 is going down. These people right here will keep you in check at all times. Keep this, screenshot this. I'm telling you, out of everyone that I follow when it comes to fundamentals, these were the top ones of my list. These are my personal people that I personally follow. Okay, guys? So make sure you take a screenshot of this because these people are going to keep you really informed with what's happening with the economy, okay? So make sure you screenshot this. Now, technical analysis. When I'm using technical analysis to trade US 30, the S&P, and NAS, I'm taking my markups from the 4-hour time frame. That is the best way for I found with all the years of trading that to find the most concise structure from indices is taking it from the 4. Once you mark up your structures from the 4-hour time frame, you're then going to use that as a guide. See, your 4-hour time frame is going to be like a map. This is a map in telling you, okay, when it breaks these zones, we know what direction to go, and we're going to use it along with fundamentals, okay? We're going to execute on the 1 hour or the 15-minute time frame. We're using momentum candles, okay, for the breaks of the structure. Once they break, you can get in at the candle close, or you can get in at the retest. We give you both options. What happens is that why we're doing the momentum is that a lot of times we will miss out on setups because 70% of the times you may not see a retest. Okay, and then, customers will be like, oh, but, I'm getting 1 or 2 signals because of the retest. So now we're able to give 3 to 4 signals a week. And we know that if you wait for the break and the close of the previous candle and it's breaking my 4-hour structure, the winning ratio is about 80%, okay, guys? So I feel confident in letting you get in at the momentum breaks of the 4-hour structure, okay? Now, this is what a chart's gonna look like for you guys. So let me minus this right here. It's just here. This is what a signal usually looks like when I'm calling. You're gonna enter at the 15-minute candle break, okay? These will be our targets, or you're gonna wait for the retest, which this is the retest here. This is what a retest looks like in the market, okay? And this is what a break looks like. So you have options when you're getting in these zones, okay? You see the buy zones up here? You see, I don't care in what direction the market is going. I'm not here to predict buys or sells ahead of time. I go by what the opening candle tells me, what the news, whether it's positive impact, and then I use my zones. I don't care if it goes up or down. I make money either way. If we just focus on the structure of the chart and watch when it breaks, closes below, retests, don't worry so much. Well, I'm seeing long-term buys or long-term sells. It doesn't matter, guys. We're intradating these positions. We're not swing trading these positions, okay? So, try not to focus on predicting on what you see a week from now. Just trade what you see. Like Warren Buffett says. Warren Buffett said it the best. When you're trading in the market, you have to have a personality that can adapt to change fast. Because he said, What you see now in the market now may not be what you see 2 hours from now, 4 hours. And if you cannot adapt to current market conditions, then trading is not for you. This came from Warren Buffett. And when I heard that, and that really stuck to my head, I'm like, wow, like, this is why I can't get so focused on being one-sided when it came to trading. And I had to be able to adapt because the market is constantly changing. And us traders, we have to constantly innovate who we are and how we react to the market, how we're responding to the changes of the markets. Now, indices, in Forex, you have correlation pairs. For the indices, these are the correlation pairs, the NASDAQ, the Dow Jones, and the S&P, guys, okay? Now, these are what some of the charts looking. These are my zones from the 4-hour structure that we have here. And the only reason why I have this here is I wanted to show you how the correlation works. This is a US 30 markup, okay? This is the NAS 100 markup. This is the S&P. Do you guys see this? You see this right here? Boom. You see the new sell zone over here? These structures are taken from the 4-hour time frames. Okay? These structures are taken from the 4-hour time frame. Look at this. This is why, while everyone's panicking about their 401k, we're chilling. We're good. We don't care if it's crashing. Everyone calls me who doesn't trade. Oh my God, Kim, you must be losing that the market is crashing. I'm like, what are you talking about? Losing. No. You see, when you don't know about trading, people don't understand. They think it's stocks, you buy low, right? That's the whole terminology people have. People don't understand that you can make money in either side that the market's going. So this is how good the correlation is when it comes to the indices. Now, this is the Go Live sessions. I'm on 9 a.m. Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Okay, these are the flyers. Okay, these are the times that I'm on, and I'm usually on for about 2 hours each morning session. Okay, this is the flyer that you guys have. You'll see us there. Also, I want to share the last 90 days of the results on the performance and the accuracy that we've had on the US 30 app. So you'll have January's, we have February's, we have March, because March is only the beginning still. So this is the ratio that we've been trading. And when I didn't add fundamentals in before, when I was trading US 30 without fundamentals, my ratio was like in the 60s. It jumped to the high 80s because I added fundamentals to here, guys. This is my IG page. Make sure you guys follow me, show some love, show the company love for everything. So I'm going to leave this on for a few seconds. I know I have a few minutes here, so I just want to show you guys some things.
No, Kim, we're over. We're over time.
Oh, we're over? Okay. All right, guys. Well, thank you for that. Sorry about that, for taking over some time. But thank you, Jason and Matt, for allowing me to be on here and share some nuggets with everybody. I hope everyone took the screenshots for the fundamentals. And, guys, I'll see you all Sunday night at 10 p.m. Eastern. Thank you, guys.
Yo, show Kim some love in this joint right now. Let's go. Kim, you go. Let's go.
Thank you, love. Thank you.
Kim, you absolutely crushed it. I love, hopefully you guys can see me. I don't know, it's not showing me on my screen, but
I can see you.
Okay, cool.
Let's show her some love. Let's show her some love.
Let's show her some love in the chat box. Kim, you brought such a really easing, like you talked about how Donald Trump wanted to ease everything, but I think the way that you approached this training is really important for the time that we're in right now, because, you know, when we don't know what's going to happen, you know, living in the future creates anxiety, right? We live in a culture where, you know, the news and the media, we want to be informed, but sometimes we just get sucked in. And I found myself yesterday, you know, watching TV, and I'm like, oh, I'm getting sucked into the vacuum, you know? And if people aren't aware of that, they're going to start panicking. You know, they look at their portfolio, they're down, and they're thinking, oh no, you know, worst case scenario. So thank you so much. And, you know, I see all the chats, different chats in, you know, Telegram and WhatsApp. Everybody really enjoyed your training. So Kim, thank you so much. We truly, truly, truly appreciate you. Guys, we are getting ready for yet our next and another panel. This one's going to be really cool because we're going from Kim Torres onto the chairman who trade panel, right? And I think, one of the themes in our company is that we really have this ability to create multiple streams of income, right? As entrepreneurs, we talk about building multiple streams, right? That is really the core principle of getting into IM in the first place is, people who have jobs, single moms, right? Newly married couples, college kids, college graduates who can't find jobs, people who are retired. Anybody can come into our company and thrive. Men, women, doesn't matter. And it's cool because, 90% of the company is just a customer, right? Meaning that they're on the IM Center, they're in Pip Talk, they're on Go Live, and they're really trying to learn this skill. And on the other side, we have the ability to create another stream of income by simply sharing what we do. I always tell people, we don't sell, we just share. And the individuals that we pulled together for this panel, they see the bigger picture, right? And I know some people, they don't really have the confidence. So we're going to really get into the core of what it takes to build a business and master being a trader at the same time. And, Spila Sluga's on here, guys. She's going to co-host this panel with me, and I'm really excited. So very quickly, I'm going to do some introductions. We've got quite a bit of time with some of these individuals, and so I think you'll be really happy with the panel we put together before, and you'll definitely be happy after. But we've got Mr. Timmer and Stanley. Tim trades. Tim, I see you got the baby face going. All right, I see you, bro. But guys, Tim is somebody who is originally building in the New York market. Now he's over in Europe, and Tim has a really unique way of approaching the market, approaching the way that he builds. So we're excited to have you on here, Tim. We've got, once again, Mr. Starboy, who you guys heard from earlier. If you were on, he was talking about, Steady and what they're doing with that amazing product. But like we talked about, Justin's also a builder, and he's got some really incredible culture inside of his team. And so we're excited to have Justin here. Also, once again, joining us, Nick Gomez, Crypto Nick. He talked just a few minutes ago about how, he does keep the building aspect of this first. Ty, my boy from New York, he was one of the first chairmen in a city where a lot of people said, this won't work. In a city where a lot of people said there's too many obstacles. A city where a lot of people said MLM won't fly. We're really making it work up there, and Ty has a lot to do with it. Also, my boy, Jordan. I always tell people, Jordan is probably the most low-key, low-maintenance, and high-reward leader in the entire organization. When Jordan hit chairman, people were messaging me like, who is that? And I thought to myself, I said, it's so cool because it's not always the superstar, right? It's not always the loudest person, right? It's not always the person who's all over social media. And I think Jordan and also Ray Baylor, who's on here as well, both of them are amazing examples of winning behind the scenes, right? Winning without having to be on big stages. And, look, call it what it is. Not everybody is a world-class speaker like a David Imonitie, a world-class trainer like an Alex Morton, right? A world-class leader like Matthew Rosa. But in this stage of development and in this, area of growth in our company, you look at Jordan and Ray, who are amazing people, lead with their heart, lead with trading. I mean, I know Jordan and Ray probably have one of the best trading cultures in the entire company, and they're very low-key about it. So we're excited to have both you guys on here. And then this man is known around the globe for his good looks, for the swag. Gustavo, Wealthy Pips, my boy. Dude, Gus is really one of the people who I think led first when it came to trading and building. Gustavo was just somebody that I really knew off of Facebook, but somebody who has always kept trading first. And actually, at one point, I didn't even think Gustavo would ever build a team, ever. And to see Gustavo go Chairman 10, he's got multiple chairmen in his organization, is an absolute honor. So we're happy to have you here, Gus. And last but definitely not least, actually, my boy, and this is always so cool to see Ricky, first off, in this company, thriving, has multiple chairmen in his organization, is one of the most humble and coachable individuals that I know, been through, the ups and downs of being a leader, the ups and downs of balancing trading and building. So, guys, we have a star-studded, absolutely incredible lineup for you guys. And we're going to kick this thing off because, man, the introductions are one thing, but the value's another. And, man, March Madness, we're having some fun out here, guys. So let's kick this off. Jordan, I want to kick it off with you because I think you have one of the most unique stories in the company. And, I think it's time for the world to know, who you are, bro. And at the end of the day, I think humility plays a big role in having a conscious maturity. All right. And that's what I would say about you is that you really have, and it's easy to observe, but you really have a conscious maturity about you. And, I think for people on the call who want to become great traders and want to build a bigger organization, the $1 million question for you, my brother, is, what is your mindset on a day-to-day basis? And part two of that is, how do you stay organized? So number one, what's that mindset look like? And number two, how do you stay organized? Let's keep these answers roughly to about a minute, guys, so we can get a few questions and answers out of everybody. So Jordan, floor is yours, my bro.
Right, yeah, absolutely. Jason, being on this call 100%. And
your connection's a little choppy. Can you hear me?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, your connection's a little choppy. So if we can't get it, try to turn off the camera. Let's see.
All right, yeah, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, so, I really approach the markets and life and the business all with the same mindset, and really understanding that a lot of times people, especially coming into this business, we get in the business at the perfect time in our life. And a lot of times what stops people is we don't feel that we're worthy of what we want to achieve. So I have this little affirmation that I say daily, and it's, I am worthy of anything. But also at the same time, people that achieve a certain level of success, it's real easy to feel entitled to that. And, I have another affirmation that is, I am entitled to nothing, but also at the same time, I'm grateful for everything. So I really just approach the markets with gratitude and really just giving credit to those that have taught me, because I know that it's not about me. And also, as far as a mindset approach to the markets, I love the markets, therefore the markets love me. And, just really realizing that however you see life is how life is going to see you. And as far as organization, I really set up my environment for success, and I put my whiteboards, I put my calendars out. I'm always seeing success. I'm always seeing affirmations. I'm always seeing what's to come and not what has been, and really just focusing in the future and just always trying to be humble and asking questions and really just taking in information and always being willing to listen, because the universe is always speaking to you.
Wow. See, that was really powerful. And a couple things you said. Look, I love this. Entitled to nothing, grateful for everything. I think it's hard to create that that environment of humility as a person until we understand that humility is the key to success. So, spot on with that. And the other thing that I love, and I always talk about it, right? When I did a renovation on my apartment, I took my spare bedroom, which was barely ever used, and turned it into an office, because creating that environment for success is massive. And when I'm here, I feel so much better, right? I feel like a professional. So, you look into the future, see what's to come. Never worried about what happened in the past. Environment for success. Way to kick it off, bro. I'm going to bounce this second question, and then Spila, I'm going to throw 3 and 4 to you. I'm going to bounce this question off of Ty, because, Ty, look, you have a really, really unique mindset as well. And I think when I first met you to today, and that's maybe the last year, I have seen continuous growth. So, when it comes to trading and building, right, you're so creative. The other day we had a conversation, and within 30 minutes you were like, bro, I got this idea, I have this, I have that. When it comes to, being a leader, being on your toes, always trying to innovate, talk about, for the next minute, how do you lead your team and, sift and sort through people to make sure that they get value in the area they're looking for, right? How do you make sure as a leader that you're, helping your leaders who want to go chairman, and helping those people who want to be great traders become great traders?
Got you. Great question. So what I do is I make people realize the potential in themselves. You see, a lot of times everybody wants to go chairman until someone says no. And everybody wants to be a trader till the stop loss hits, right? So how you combat that is you make someone realize their true potential. So what I do is I have everyone on my team write down a list of different attributes that their perfect version has, their ultra instinct, their super saiyan 1,000,000. That version of themselves, they write down different characteristics, whether that's patient, humble, problem solver. And what we do is we understand that every single obstacle, every single lesson, every single lesson, is just a way to force them to become that person on that paper, whether that's chairman or that's a really successful trader. And they will figure out for themselves which road they fit into,
Beautiful. Yeah. I like it. You want them to see the potential into themselves.
Right.
And that's important because we have one mouth and two ears. So what we hear is more powerful than what we speak. But when we speak to ourselves, that power, it creates this circle and this alignment. And I think it's really important for people to see that potential. So thank you, Ty Spila. You got the next two.
Perfect. So I want to direct this towards Justin. Justin's an educator on the platform. He's also part of the strategy study, right? And also a chairman out in the field. So I want to know how it is that you balance your hours. How much time do you spend trading? How much time do you spend building? And how do you really make that happen and balance these two amazing industries into one?
All right, perfect. Well, Spila, thank you for that question. Jason, everybody, loved all the value we've been getting today. I've been able to take a lot of fantastic notes. When it comes down to balancing your days as trading and building, what I realized was that for me, balancing trading and building was very difficult in the beginning, because what would happen was I'd be focused on building too much and I'd be lacking on trading. I wouldn't be having the trades come in, or they wouldn't be as quality. If I focused on trading too much in the beginning, I realized that my trading was lacking. If I focused on trading too much, I noticed my team wasn't growing at the pace that they wanted to grow at. So what I realized was I got to figure out what time of the day I really wanted to focus on trading. And for me, I realized that I like to go to bed early so I could wake up for New York session. So for me, what I would do is I was always focusing on trading during New York session. And then by the time the session is over, what I'd be looking to do is spend the rest of the day building with my team. Because usually in the morning, that's when people are going to school. Usually in the morning, it's when people are going to their jobs. So I figured, why not the beginning half of the day just focus on my trading, and then towards the end of the day, when everybody's home from work, when they're not busy, I'll focus on building with squads. But it really just came down to being organized. I realized in my life I'm not the most organized person, but I've been able to see a lot of success. So in 2020, what I told myself is I'm going to be way more organized in every aspect of my life. And now I just see my team thriving more. The trading has been crazy. And really just schedule out your day. Trade during, if you like New York session, London session, but build when you're not. Focus on the charts.
No, that's powerful. So, what I definitely got from that is people that are really just trying to balance both and maybe they're struggling is, like you said, you set one specific time of day, you trade, you're done with your trades, and then you have the rest of the time to build. So I think that's super powerful for you guys to be able to find that specific time and then go out there and spend the rest of the time building. So appreciate that, Justin. The next question that I want to hand over is to Mr. Nick Gomez, who's also an educator, also on SwipeCoin, huge in the digital currency, cryptocurrency space, and is absolutely crushing it. And
What I want to ask you is, how do you implement a system into your team with trading? What products, what strategies do you implement for your team to be able to thrive, right? And be able to grow and duplicate?
Of course. Well, that's a great question. I believe, with what we have to offer here in IAM, we're offering trading, education and financial literacy. So I believe when people come in, they need to feel like they could accomplish small goals so they could reach the ultimate big goal. So, for example, when I get people started in my groups, I have them go through the academy, whether it's the DCX Academy, FRX Academy, HFX Academy, whatever product they're using, get educated, but also put them on small little tools. Like, for example, one I use a lot with my teams, it's called the Swipe Point Scalper. It's very easy. It's a 3-step process, and people start to get it, feel comfortable, and they start noticing the ability of really what the market has for you. I believe whether you're a builder, whether you're a trader, when you make $1 trading or you got your first ever check in building, the belief level goes through the roof. Because I remember making my first check in network marketing. I knew, the sky's the limit. Same thing with trading. So as long as you could give this to your team and follow that system, they know that they're going to be able to build the business, but at the same time use a very simple product. So from there, I'll take it up a notch. I'll show them how to use the apps, whether it's Steady, whether it's Swipecoin, whether it's Gold Cup, for them to really have a model where they could copy and model trading ideas. But it's really giving a plan for people to slowly progress, feel comfortable about it, see profitability, and whether they're going from a demo to a real account, however the case is just hitting these small marks, because trading at first can be very intimidating. And what you need to do for people is make it simple, make it approachable, make it easy for someone to feel confident into coming into it. And once they start seeing things make sense, it doesn't matter what age, what background you come from, what you studied in the past, what your profession is. If you are in the right system and you follow people, you guide people through the correct journey, people will get educated, they will profit, and then they will share the profits, will attend to building your business. So that's really a simple model that I would use, to pretty much duplicate and build a business.
Boom. Beautiful.
That's powerful.
All right, let's go over to Mr. Alanis, my boy. Gustavo, talk to me and talk to us, not just to me, but talk to the world right now about goal setting, right? So my question to you is, how do you differentiate your goals, and also how do your goals work together? Right. So, you've got obviously separate goals, but then you've got, maybe those goals intertwined. So talk a little bit about goal setting and balancing it between, wanting to go to chairman 25, 50, 100, and also wanting to take your trading account to the next level.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. I appreciate it. Spila, thank you to you as well. First and foremost as well, Chris Terry, thank you for just giving me the opportunity to even be here, and everybody on this call. But goal setting, when it comes to trading and building, a lot of people, they kind of think it's a lot of clutter, but I'm gonna be honest with y'all. It really just comes down to writing down those goals, right? You got to know what session you're gonna trade, right? How many pips you're gonna catch, what's the reward, right? You got to know exactly at the end of the day, like what setups you're looking for, short term, long term, right? And that's the thing. A lot of people, they like to do all at once, right? My thing is, I build during the day and I trade at night. Whether you're a morning person or a night person, right? I have my goals when it comes to going about my day, when it comes to building this business, just as it is with trading. So at the end of the day, I tell people this, you have a trading plan and then you have a building plan. You need to know at the end of the day with trading, you got to be very strict, just like with any goals in life, right? When it comes to trading, like I said, have your plan. Your plan is your plan. It's not nobody else's plan. Like, I'll be honest with you, like, I don't take nobody else's trades, because that's how very strict I am with my goals. So, at the end of the day, you guys need to understand is that even though we want to do these big numbers when it comes to trading, right, and you're starting off, like, I want you guys to understand your $500 a day, your $1,000 a day, it's going to come, but you have to start somewhere small, because in order for us to start walking, right, we got to do what first? We got to crawl, right? But then bouncing to the building, I tell people this, don't spend so much time on the charts that you don't have the time to put into your other goals when it comes to, mind, body, and soul and fitness and whatnot. Me, myself, I've been making more healthier choices as well. So understand at the end of the day, it's not just about, the numbers that you're putting down that you want to accomplish with pips and everything that comes with it. But look at the goals when it comes to just yourself as a person. you know, because like I said, you know, being a trader and also a marketer in this business, it's a tough gig. I'm not going to lie, but guys, just put it, you know, trading on the left, building on the right, you know, and at the end of the day, if you really think about it, they kind of relate in a sense, right? Because you know how many calls you're going to do with the numbers back and behind it. You know how many pips you're going to catch with the numbers behind the risk to reward. It's all a numbers game, right? Like they say, men lie, women lie, but numbers don't lie. So whatever numbers you're writing down, don't get me wrong, think big, right? But be realistic at the end of the day. Because I remember when I was making my first $100, $200 days, and I remember when I was getting my 2-3 signups a day, and now it's been 10x ever since.
Beautiful answer. Beautiful. He said, you know, look, you gotta be organized. And I think the biggest thing that I took away from what Gustavo just said is how you do anything is how you do everything, right? You can't just put your goals on paper. You can't just say, you know, affirmations. Those are important. Those are actually not important. They're essential, right? But you got to take the action in all areas of your life, right? Mentally, spiritually, physically. All the decisions that we make compound and really intertwine and work together. So great answer, Gus. Big Ray, I got a question for you, bro, because I really, just something tells me that you're going to really hammer this answer home. When people, and I know everybody's going to love this. When people say, well, I want to build, but I want to wait till I get results trading, right? I want to build, but I want to talk to people, but I'm going to wait till I see a result. Talk about that. What do you, as a leader, you know, look, we know this isn't just a sign-up game. And I think as a leader, sometimes we want to tell people, yeah, that's okay. But I think sometimes they might be stealing the opportunity, right? So as a leader, Ray, when somebody says that to you, right, when you have someone in the business who has big potential, how do you work with that? There we go. You should be good.
Okay, got you. It's super choppy on my end. I don't know how it is for you guys. So if you can't hear me, you know, just drop like a 1 in the chat or text me. But you know, that's a real good question. You know, I appreciate everybody, Christopher Terry, Jason Brown, Matt, Gustavo, everybody that's helped me get to this point. But to answer your question, you know, I want to get people in and profiting as soon as possible because like Matt Rosa says, you know, I'm not trying to, you know, have anybody with the identity crisis coming in telling them, you know, you don't have to build. And then when, you know, you try to get them to build, there's always that conflict. So, you know, we're blessed to be an opportunity where we have highly, you know, impactful products, highly accurate products, right? And I understand, you know, we're all traders, right? Everybody on this call or that's speaking right now can take their own trades and be highly profitable. But it's not about what I can do, but it's about what can be duplicated to 500 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people. So, you know, when somebody tells me that, you know, I kind of put them on a plan to use the products like ASAP, whether it's Gold Cup, whether it's the scanner, whatever the case may be. And then I'm following up with those people as soon as they start making profits, right? And as soon as they start making profits, okay, like what is your problem or what is the reason for you not to, you know, share this opportunity at this point? Because you see that it works. Now at this point, it's about you just giving back because, you know, there's so many people that's, you know, they don't want to help others and they don't really understand that that's a direct correlation of why they don't have the success that they want. So, you know, right from the jump, from the launch, you know, I get people to understand the importance of, you know, just, you know, building a business, not only, you know, to help yourself, you know, with an additional income so you can trade money that you're not very, you know, emotionally attached to, but also from the perspective of understanding when you bless other people, you know, just, you know, by default, you're going to be attracting more success into your life because if you truly believe in the platform and you truly believe in what it is that we're doing, your results shouldn't, you know, deter you from actually sharing this with somebody else. Because one thing about me is that I was doing all of this over 2 years ago, you know, even before I knew about this platform. always tell people, like, if you're passionate about something, like, you'll do it even if you're not getting paid from it right away. So, regardless if you're ranked, regardless if you're, a chairman, I don't think, it's just the attitude at the end of the day. And if you have the right attitude and the right intentions, then you should just be sharing this out of the kindness of your own heart, regardless of, anticipating compensation back, in the beginning. But that's me. I put people on a plan, get them seeing profits, and then, give them what they want, and then, they'll give you what you want.
Boom! I knew you would kill it. My boy.
Awesome. So I want to hand the next question over to Ricky. And I think this is a great one for you. When you go trade or when you go to build, what kind of mindset, what kind of mood, what kind of energy state should you be in? And what kind of states maybe come across in life that you shouldn't go build and trade and do those things?
Gotcha. First and foremost, thank you all for putting me on this call. We're blessing so many lives. So I just want to say thank you, like the hoodie that I'm wearing. But to answer your question, I'm going to say connected to everything and attached to nothing, right? When I go into these states of trading or even going to build the business, I detach from all my emotions, but at the same time, it's like they're also there. So it's like I detach and attach at the same time. And I know what emotions I can detach from and what emotions I can attach on, right? So when it comes to trading, I leave every money emotion. Nothing else matters. It's just like a game, right? I wake up early in the morning, right? And then I come into a place in my own mind where really nothing else matters. I trade in the morning. I trade New York session. And the reason why I do that is because I can be, it's like such a bliss in the morning, right? I wake up, grab some water, right? And in the morning is like, I put my phone on silent. In the morning is not, early in the morning, I trade 5 a.m. is not building time. It's not conversation time. It's not handling problems time for me. So I like to trade when I know that nobody in my organization is really going to need anything, so that I could really be in my zone, right? I put some alpha waves on and stuff like that, taking my mind right, to get in that zone, locked in and loaded. And then when it comes to building the business, I detach from certain emotions, but I attach from certain emotions too, because it's people and I love all my people. You know what I mean? This is my family. These are the people that I do life with. So when I speak to everybody, it's like, you're the chairman, everybody's special, right? Everybody's special. And so I go into this zone where I'm just working. I'm going to give everybody a tip, right? I trade in the morning, and then this is what I do. The morning is for me. I focus on myself because I'm constantly pouring out. So morning for me, I work out, affirmations, I eat, I do what I got to do. And then in the afternoon time is when I dedicate certain hours of the day to some of the leaders, some of the chairmans, right, in the organization, some of the P600s and above, and we work personal. And then in the evening time, evening is for everybody, right? This is when we do launch calls and webinars and events and, all the things. But that's my time. So I connected to everything and attached to nothing, right? But I appreciate everybody. Hopefully my answer bless some people. But thank you guys. We're doing something super, super amazing. And thank you so much.
Sheesh. I love that. I love that quote. Connected to everything and attached to nothing. And I actually took some notes from that. And I think what really Ricky stressed out was focus. Focusing on what you're doing, pouring into yourself, whether it's morning, pouring into your team, whether it's daytime, and, giving time to everybody. So that was super powerful. Ricky, we appreciate you. I've got another question. I'm going to give this question over to, I see you. Going to give this question over to Mr. Ty. So I think this is important because I think a lot of people ask this, and many IBOs, many customers that want to become IBOs ask, when someone joins your business, how do you differentiate them from someone being a customer, someone that wants 2 and free, and someone that wants to build the business. So actually, I see Tim on here. I want to hand this over to Tim. You're muted, Tim.
Oh, there we go. So when it comes to a customer, first I want to say thank you. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak on this call, to impact so many people. And I want to give a back thank you to Jason Brown, Matt Rosa, and Christopher Terry. When it comes to having a customer in your business and knowing when to transfer them over to IBO, you first have to ask them, what are your goals, right? And what do you want to, what's your accomplishment? Where do you see yourself in the next 30, 60, 90 days, 180 days within this business, right? If every single person that comes to my business, I have a certain system for them, and it's the culture, right? And when I know that I get to somebody to a profitable stage in my business, whether it be on the platform with my own culture that we create, I have to ask them, right, is building the business, sharing this opportunity going to be something that you see yourself doing in the next 30, 60 to 90 days? And if it is, then I tell them, okay, well, that's when you know that you're going to be ready, because you have to have that vision. You have to follow. Every single team has a certain vision that they're going on, right? And Cash Cartier talked about that before, where you need to make sure that everyone understands your vision. As a leader, you have a certain vision that you instill into your culture, right? Every single business owner here has a certain culture, has a certain leadership that they have, right? And for you to actually bring a customer in and transfer them over to becoming a leader, for somebody that's going out there and running events, going out there and teaching people, and going out there and duplicating the business, you have to have a certain structure. You have to have a certain system in place, right? Because if you don't have a system in place for them, for somebody to come in and make money within the first day or the first week, right? You need to establish that, right? Because everybody here wants that instant gratification. That's number one. They want that instant gratification. And if you want to have a business where everyone who's coming in, that customer, is transferring and transitioning into that phase of becoming an IBO, you need to have that type of culture in place. So culture is super, super key. What's also key is also having that type of duplicatable system so everybody can actually duplicate, and also having key leadership and having a culture and have a vision.
My bad, my iPad dropped. Awesome, Tim. Appreciate you, bro. Look, one common theme that you guys are hearing from everybody, Ray mentioned it, everybody's mentioned it in some way or another, is building yourself a system and understanding the systems that are already in place, right? So that, yes, you have to ask questions. I think a game plan interview, right? Talking to somebody as soon as they join, right? Within 24 hours, if not faster, you're on the phone with them and you're finding out their goals, finding out their why, right? But then explaining to them and walking them through the systems that are in place. I know Spila and the team are working extremely hard every single day to make more and more improvements to the IM Center, to get more startup documents and launch documents and just make everything more systematic. Ray, you spoke a lot about this. It's not about what somebody's results are, but it's really about what can be duplicated and all the amazing products we have. So, Tim, I really appreciate that, because I think, differentiating somebody and what their desires are is more important than us as leaders assuming that they're going to build or assuming that everybody's going to just want to trade. So that's big stuff. Guys, we've got 3 minutes. All right. So in 3 minutes, we've got 6 or 7 panelists. We're going to run through this part real fast, 15 to 20 seconds each. Let's just rapid fire. So, Gustavo, I'm gonna give this question to you first. So, Gus, what percentage of your commissions from the network marketing part of IM do you put into a trading account? Talk quickly about, look, that's the beautiful part, right? Cash flow quadrant says business owners and investors rule the wealth. So how do you manage between the two?
I'm gonna be honest, chairman checks are wonderful. Don't get me wrong. But I believe in compounding your account. I've had my big days trading, and it's been wonderful, but, I'm not going to say a certain percentage, but, I always like to start with 500 to 1,000, cause that's my thing, a consistent 2, 3, 4K a week trading. I mean, you do the math on that, that's 6 figures a year, but, For all you guys out there that, we preach, putting your commissions to your broker account. This is the thing, guys. Don't put everything that you just worked for, right, for the past 30, 60 days, whatever you rank advanced. Don't put your whole check into a trading account, because I'm going to be honest with y'all. If you put your whole commission check in there and you blow it, what's going to happen, right? You're not going to probably have no money to do other things. You're going to have to wait till next week. You're probably going to have to work 10 times harder. So this is the thing, guys. Like, I start with 500 to 1,000, right, every single week. And I compound my account from there to whatever number I'm pleased with. So understand, at the end of the day, you don't have to put all of your commissions into a trading account. Even if you're a Platinum 1K, I feel like a Platinum 1K, depending on how you're moving, depending if you have a job or not, you could put half of your profits, $500 into your account, and you can multiply that to, multiple thousands. But guys, don't be that person that puts their whole check in there and you're waiting for that one trade, that one US 30 trade, and you're trying to put everything on it. Because I'm telling you, at that point, when you're just putting commissions to your account and you're just hoping for it to flip, you're really gambling at that point. But, start small. What's your budget? I believe, like I said, in compounding your account. You can flip a $100 account to multiple thousands, but you just got to be very, very patient.
Bingo. Guys, I keep pushing my iPad over. Amazing. No, I agree. Compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world, right? Being able to take our money, put legs on our money, teach our money how to be smarter than us, right? That's really the key here. That's the long-term vision. That's why we can't go in and have a 1 month mentality, right? We can't have a 90-day mentality. We have to have a 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, 7 year, 30, 40, 50 year mentality. That's where we're at. So guys, one more time, let's jump in the chat box. That thing is open. Let's show some love for the chairman who trade panel. You guys were phenomenal. Every single one of you dropped straight wisdom. And I think that is probably one of the most helpful segments of today's entire event. Guys, who's having fun? Let's drop some 8s in the chat box, the number of infinity, because we're taking this thing all the way to the top. We've got still close to 5,000 people on here, and we're just getting started. So, guys, this is not a sprint. It's a marathon. Appreciate all of it. Jordan, I see you, dog. So let's get ready for our next keynote speaker. Yes. We're ready to take this thing to the next level. And this gentleman is somebody that I just couldn't even, in a 1 minute edification, couldn't even share all the gratitude, the love, the appreciation that I have for him. This is somebody that I was blessed and honored to get the opportunity not only to sponsor into the business with Matthew Rosa, but to really work alongside with and mentor, and honestly be mentored by. This is somebody who I've definitely learned from, and somebody who I consider a brother, and also just a really, really great, humble, servant, coachable leader. And there's no mistake about it. He's going to be chairman 100, 250, 500. I mean, this is legacy talk right here. So tons of stuff to learn from none other than Mr. John Guaman. John, I am working right now on getting you that co-host. Guys, we got so many people on here. We're freezing up.
I got you, brother.
We got Zoom. We got Zoom going to the next level as well. All right, bro. The floor is yours. Let's see that camera. And guys, John Guaman.
Yeah.
50. There we are.
What up, familia? How you guys doing today? Wow. Super grateful for every single person, especially to be on this call tonight. I think we're freezing. Give me 1 second.
Nah, John, you're good. You're good.
Oh, we're good.
You're good, bro.
Jason. All right, bet. So honestly, huge shout out to Matt Rosa and Jason Brown for absolutely putting this entire Zoom training together after what unfortunately happened with the March Madness event. But I mean, me and Jason were just talking about it. Like, God had bigger plans. We have over 4,000, 5,000 people on the call tonight, right, guys? And when Matt actually told me that I was going to be speaking on a certain topic today, I had to really kind of ponder on it and kind of think about it a little bit more, because leadership is just such a big topic, guys. So super excited to kind of go over exactly what I'm going to be going in tonight. Okay, if I am a little aggressive, I do apologize. That's just my type of energy that I want to bring. Okay, so let's define leadership. Let's talk about leading in millennial leadership, because, you know, my experience in the industry now has been for about 4 or 5 years. And leadership was something that I had to learn. It wasn't something that I feel like I was naturally given. And I think that every single person in the world has a natural leadership ability, but it's capped. And we are always competing against our potential, guys, right? So real quick.
John, you're muted.
So real quick, let's go in depth with everything. So first off, let's define leadership, guys. Right? We're going to train about leadership. Okay, and I think there's a little bit of confusion when it comes to leadership. You know, sometimes there's a big, massive identity crisis. And the reason I say this is because leadership is not a title, it's a rank. Most people like to believe leadership is a title or it's a rank, but that is not necessarily true. Okay, leadership is all based off of influence. Leadership is all based off of servanthood. Check this out. I know people with high levels of leadership with a low rank right now in the company, quote unquote. Okay, and I know people with low levels of leadership but high ranks in the company right now, right? So one thing about leadership that I've just learned over the last couple of years, being led by some of the best leaders in the world. Shout out to Matt Rosa, shout out to Jason Brown, shout out to Alex Morton, shout out to David Amonitier, shout out to multiple different leaders that I've modeled and I've been mentored by. And what I've learned about from every single one of them is that leaders are always evolving. Leaders are always studying leadership, right? There's a book out there, John C. Maxwell, he created it. It's called The 5 Levels of Leadership. 5 levels of leadership. And he says something that actually blew my entire mind away when it comes to being able to lead people. He said that leaders are always evolving, always growing, always changing. So become somebody of growth. Become somebody that is going out there and consistently growing. So we must first define leadership. We must define leadership. Leadership is the capacity to, number one, translate a vision into reality, okay? And number two, it's not just leading people, but it's serving people. A leader serves his team and he serves the world most effectively. A leader doesn't tell people what to do, he shows them what to do. So if I'm on the call tonight, guys, right, I've been on the call the entire time since 9 a.m. I took notes on Cash the Great, Cash Cartier, almost every single chairman panel. And the reason I did that was because I have to lead by example. And I can't tell every single one of my team members to hop on the call and take this thing super seriously if I'm not taking it super seriously, right? So leaders need to lead by example, but most importantly, they need to serve their people the most effectively way possibly they can, right? And then they'll serve the world. Okay, so check this out. The vision within themselves, the vision within the team, and the vision within the world. Leaders have one thing that captivate almost everybody, and that is vision. It is helping others see not what they are, but what they can become and where they are going. When you look at something, what do you see? Let me ask you guys that. You know, when I look into when I go into a market, I always look at the best case scenario. I was taught by one of my greatest mentors in my first ever company called Vima. When you look at a market, when you're going into a brand new market, and I see a meeting of 5 people, 10 people, even 20 people, I say it all the time. I'm like, I don't see 5 or 10 or 20 people in the market. I see 200 people. Because if we train these people correctly, if we're able to go out there and help them get results, if we're able to go out there and help them become profitable, right? It's very easy to have 20 people turn into 200 people. But some people, they get so discouraged, they see the big rooms of 2,000 people, 5,000 people that maybe Matt and Jason talk out, not understanding that all the magic is created in those small rooms. So have vision and be able to cast that vision within your team. Don't look at 5 or 3 or 10 people, right? Check this out. Look at someone like the greatest leaders in the world, like Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ started a multi-billion-dollar religion off of what? Billions of people. I think it's like 70% of the entire world is filled with Christianity, but it was all started by 12 people. So with 3 people, 12 people, you could change the world. Jesus Christ was a Platinum 600, right? But check it out. They all have a system, which is what? Their Bible, and they continue to spread the entire word. So it's the exact same concept, okay, but just a little bit different. So check this out, right? So I remember people would get discouraged in my dorm room when I was first building the business. They were like, yo, I only made like $5 yesterday, or I only made $30 a day. And they were scared to kind of share the opportunity because they were only made $30 that day. And I was like, dude, you don't understand. When you make $30 a day, just imagine this. If you're consistent on that road, that $30 a day in 1 or 2 years is going to be $300 a day. And that $300 a day is going to one day be $3,000 a day. And that $3,000 a day is going to one day be $30,000 in one day. You need to be able to see far beyond what it is that you have. All right? Have depth of vision. Ask yourself the question. When you're going into a room, when you're looking at a trading account, what do you see? Do you see the best case scenario possible, or do you see what average people see? See, leaders, number one, they have vision. They have the ability to see far beyond whatever most people are capable of seeing. They're able to see far beyond what most people would think is absolutely impossible, right? So you have to have a big vision. You have to have a big dream, but it has to come with a plan, because if not, you're pondering on hallucination, not a dream. Okay, you have to prepare for the blessing. You have to prepare for the momentum. You have to prepare for what's about to occur in your entire business, right? What is luck? People say luck is when preparation meets opportunity. A lot of people think that luck is a bad thing. It's when preparation meets opportunity. So when that opportunity meets you, are you prepared? Ask yourself that question. So being an effective leader is being able to serve. Take the blame for everything in your business today and give all the credit away. A leader is able to take the blame for everything going on in his business today and take the entire blame and give the entire credit away. Okay, they're able to invest into every aspect of people, not just financially, okay, but let's say mentally, emotionally, spiritually. Okay, great leaders, their biggest reward is to go out there and to create other leaders. It's crazy because I think I was just talking to one of my buddies earlier today, and they were just like, yo, bro, how did you feel when you hit Chairman 50? How did you feel when you hit Chairman 25? I remember the specific call that I got when I hit Chairman 25 and I hit Chairman 50 and I hit Chairman 10. And literally, I'll never forget what I told my leaders the moment I hit those ranks. I was like, yo, I feel good, but you know what's going to make me feel so much better? When you go out there and hit Chairman 10. I'm like, bro, I can't do this shit alone. I can't be the only one. Like, I have to help my other team members, like, go out there and rank up. See, a lot of people, the moment that they hit Chairman 10 and they're good, yo, they'll stop. They'll kind of like backdraw a little bit, right? They'll kind of retrace a little bit. They're like, you know what? I'm going to go on a vacation right now. I'm going to go out there. But no, you got to go push, man. You got to go push and duplicate. Check this out. The biggest reward to a great leader is to go out there and duplicate and create great leaders. Okay, because we find a higher, what do I say? We find so much joy from being able to go out there and duplicate what it is that we do. You can ask Matt Rosa, you can ask Jason Brown. I think they have the most personally enrolled chairman in the entire company. And they tell me all the time, bro, when people go Chairman 10, bro, we are so happy. It is ridiculous. And the best way to honor your leaders is to go out there and get the result. Take the information that was given to you guys tonight and go out there and learn it and apply it. Learn it, apply it, teach it. Learn it, apply it, teach it. Okay, so let's go on to the next slide, guys, right? Every leader has to carry a sense of traits. Okay, all of the chairmen carry these traits. So let's first distinguish certain traits that average people have and that leaders have, right? So manipulation versus inspiration. Shout out Matt Rosa. He was talking about this during London, and I took notes. Manipulation versus inspiration. There's two types of people. There's people that lead through manipulation, and there's people that lead through inspiration. But check this out. At the end of the day, manipulation doesn't last, okay? Longevity is only created when you build a genuine relationship with people and you inspire them to go out there and do more. When you inspire them to go out there, okay, and get out of their comfort zone. People over profits, right? So entitlement versus coachability, okay? This is so crazy. I literally saw a statistic the other day in Forbes that said that we are the most entitled generation to have ever existed in human history, but we're also, ironically, the most depressed generation to have ever existed in human history. So it's like, it's so crazy because people try to go out there and reinvent the wheel. You know, we always say that people have, right, big egos and small bank accounts all the time, but it's like, yo, become coachable. Become coachable. Understand that you do not know anything. The more you understand that you don't know, the faster you're going to become, and the faster you're going to start winning. Like, I feel like in the beginning, that was just my biggest thing. I was just so coachable. I understood that I could learn from any single person in the room. I could learn literally from the wealthiest person in the room, and I could learn from the brokest person in the room. The reason being is because I could learn what to do from the wealthiest person in the world, and I could also learn, in the room, and I could also learn what not to do from the brokest person in the room. or even certain like lesson that person had to go through. So coachability is such a big thing, dude. Put the ego down. Your income will never outweigh how coachable you are as a person. Your leadership skills or your income will never outweigh how great of a leader you are. Like, it's just at the end of the day, I know so many people that are so skilled. I know so many people that have so much influence, but at the end of the day, they just don't know how to become more coachable or serve more people. So hype versus value. Hype is not a bad thing. Okay, hype is a great thing when executed properly, right? But when there's no value attached to it, there is no retention. There is no retention. So one thing that I knew, this goes back to coachability, I knew that I had to go out there and start growing myself, because the only way my business would grow is if I started to grow. So dude, I read on average at least 1 to 2 books every single month. Okay, I think I've read a total of like 85 books or maybe 90 books, just under that. And most of my leaders, I have them reading. And the reason being is because people don't understand that other people, okay, have literally gone through the exact same journey that they're going through right now. But number one, right, in a $5 to $10 book, you could literally tune into every single thing that is going on in their entire life, right, and learn the lessons that they've gone through the broken path. Like, I just don't understand, like, the law of income. It's the amount of value that you add into the world is the amount of value that you're going to get compensated for. All right, think about that. Money is just energy. Your value is money will always follow. So it's like people, they're going out there and their ignorance on fire. They're doing the meetings, they're doing the calls, and they're understanding why they have no retention. Why isn't anybody in their team ranking up? Check this out. Ignorance on fire is better than knowledge on ice, but knowledge on fire, okay, is unstoppable. Knowledge on fire is unstoppable. So go out there, get the proper knowledge, understand that it's not all going to come to you. The fastest way to go out there and win this business is to understand you do not know what you do not know. The moment you can do that, your coachability index will increase, you'll start to win, and you'll start to be a better leader. So negligence versus work ethic. I feel like a lot of people, they think that leaders are just chilling, okay? I feel like they think that maybe they have this false illusion that Jason Brown is just his Miami, okay, penthouse, chilling, like not doing anything all day. Dude, Jason and Matt are some of the hardest workers I've ever seen. I've seen Matt literally go on the road for like 30 days straight, and I'm like, yo, I'm inspired by that. His work ethic is insane. I remember spending some time with Jason Brown, and I remember Jason falling asleep at like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, being up at 5 a.m. in the morning doing calls. And I was like, yo, bro, Jason's a fucking psycho. I'm like, how is he like still going this hard? And I was like, yo, this is a Chairman 500 that is outworking a Chairman 25. How is that even like possible? So I always tried to inspire to kind of have a massive amount of work ethic and a smart work ethic attached to everything that it is that we had, right? So check it out. Work ethic is negligence, okay? Negligence. Negligence is being disorganized, okay? Negligence is not necessarily having discipline, okay? I think negligence is just a maturity level. If you want to level up and be a great leader and have other people work just as hard as you are, you have to understand that people will only do 20% of what you do right and 80% of what you do wrong, okay? People will only do 80% of what you do right and 20% of what you do wrong. So you have to go out there and lead by consistent example. You want your team to go hard, you got to go harder. If you want your team to start trading more, you need to start trading more. You need to emulate exactly and lead by example exactly what you want your entire business to do. You want the retention to go up, boost up your trainings, boost up your growth, right? Coping versus thriving. This is one of the last things I'm going to talk about, and I'm going to pass it back. Okay, coping versus thriving. I talk about this all the time. Dude, invest back in your business, man. Okay, stop focusing on your goals. Stop focusing on your growth, like on your own goals. Stop focusing on hitting chairman, dude, and start. I tell my team this all the time. Go out there and help 12 people make $1,000 to $2,000 a month. Stop focusing on chairman 10 and start focusing on helping 12 people making $1,000 a month, helping 12 people make an extra $600 to $1,000 trading. That's what you want to focus on. Stop focusing on yourself, dude, because the moment you can take the focus off you and you put it towards other people, yo, God will reward you so much just in the long term, guys, right? So this is honestly one of my secrets to just like massive success is malicious intent versus good intentions. Any single time I've done 60 seconds. 60 seconds, thank you. I've tried to do it out of good intentions, dude. You got to do it out of like, I care for people, bro. At the end of the day, right, you got to have good intentions, bro. Like God will take care of you as long as you have like a higher purpose and a higher belief behind what it is that you guys are doing tonight. I think like I could have like all the success, dude, I blame it back towards just having good intentions towards people. Okay. And the last thing we're going to talk about tonight is doubt versus certainty, fear versus faith. Okay. Every single decision that you guys have ever made up until this moment in time has been based off of fear and faith. Both fear and faith require you to believe in the unseen. I remember there was moments and times where I was down on myself in my business. I wanted to quit in my business. I was super, super uncomfortable. There was times where I even put myself in super dangerous situations, okay? But I used to always tell myself, John, I walk by fear, I don't walk by faith, right? I used to take massive leaps of faith. I used to get myself in a crazy debt. I used to invest a crazy amount back into my business. I would take the whole 30K check, make the whole 30K check and invest it all back into my business. Because I knew I was taking massive leaps of faith and I knew it was going to pay off one day. So check this out. Take the leap of faith tonight in yourself. Stop walking by fear, because that's what the 99% do. Start walking by faith and watch the whole world open up to you, right? If you continue to walk by fear, right, you cannot lead like that. You can't. The only way you'll be able to lead is through faith, right, and certainty. So I appreciate every single one of you guys tonight. I'm going to pass it back to Mr. Matthew Rosa. Appreciate you guys. Go out there, become great, and go out there and inspire and help others become great. Peace out.
Let's go. Lead by fear, not by. Lead by faith and not by fear. That's one of my favorite quotes. A lot of the times we freak out when we don't know what's going on. The unknown really, really scares us, right? So, my man, you did an amazing job at showing what true leadership and influence really, really is, not just for millennials, but for people from all walks of life. The next speaker that we have coming up right now is a Chairman 100 out of Trade House LLC. These guys are absolutely paving the way. You guys have seen the Bryce Thompsons. You guys have seen all the leaders that are popping out. But one of the leaders that are really making this thing happen in one of the most stylish ways that I've ever seen is my brother, Mr. Nathan Samuel. This is somebody that is truly learned how to drop the ego, has truly learned how to lead, has truly learned how to be a student above all and implement what it is that he has been taught. I've watched this guy travel nonstop, put it all on the line for the people that he cares about, for the people that he loves, and I could not be more excited than to announce our next speaker, Mr. Nathan, Chairman 100 Samuel. Are you with us, brother? Nate.
I'm right here, brother. I'm right here.
There we go. Guys, Nate's going to be training on duplication and systems. You cannot hit 7 figures. Focus on yourself. I always say it's not about what it is that you can do. It's about what you can teach. This man is about to teach you how to teach. Let's get it, bro. You can turn on your camera.
Give me 1 second. Let me see something. There he is. Let me take this off. How we doing today, family? How we doing today? It's been a pretty interesting 24 hours. Put a 5 in the chat if GB is in your favor right now. If momentum is in your favor right now. Things are going well. If things are going well and this is something you want to duplicate. All right, let's get it. I have some really good gems. I don't know how much time I have. I believe I have like 15 minutes. So I'm going to give you guys what I can in the amount of time that I can. All right. And I just need you guys to take notes and just walk with me right now. So before we begin, I just want to give just obviously first things first, all glories to God, right? Thank you, God, for allowing us for us to be here together. I'm sorry about that. And secondly, I want to give a big thank you and a shout out to Matt Rosa, Big Brother Matt Rosa, Chairman 500, Big Brother Matt Rosa, Jason Brown. Big Brother Jason Brown, Chairman 500, Christopher Terry, and all of just the people behind this beautiful event for bringing us all here together and just masterminding a space like this so we can all thrive and win. So just give some time right now. I want to give 5 seconds. First, say thank you to God, and then just give some gratitude, express some gratitude for these leaders for some of the things that they've done. Just give it like 10 seconds. All right, boom. So let's get into it. So today My job is to talk to you about how can you duplicate some success in your business? How can you be an example? How can you know that thing where you wake up every day, you check your GV, and the GVs just keep moving? Put a 2 in the chat if you know that feeling. If that's a feeling that you want duplicated every single day in your business, you wake up, you see the back office is like, whoa, mom, I'm getting closer, dad, I'm getting closer. This thing is really gonna happen. That's a feeling that we all thrive for. That's a feeling that gets us up in the morning. That's a feeling that's gonna change your life. But it doesn't actually start in the back office. How many of us know that the success that we want in our business doesn't really necessarily start in the back office? Where does it start? Let's take a wild guess where it starts. It starts with yourself. I don't have that much time, so I can't even get in like all fancy. But it starts with yourself, family. And today, the only thing I want to talk to you about is as it pertains to your success in this business and it pertains to you hitting the next level. I want to talk to you about you right now. I want to talk to you about you right now and the things that you need to be doing, the things that I need to be doing, the things that we need to be doing on a day-to-day basis to make sure that our business is never not seeing the success we want. We're never not getting that thrill in our heart when we wake up and we see the GB moving. Because that's a feeling, right? I've been in this business for quite some time. I'm not quite some time. I'm not to go to all boats, but I've been around for quite some time. And there's been times in this business where I've been stagnant for a few months, right? And the GB wasn't in my favor. But there's been other times on the opposite end of that where it's like I'm calling Bryce. I'm like, yo, Bryce, do you see this, bro? It's not stopping, bro. What the hell? All right. And there's one key factor that played a role in whether I seen the GB moving or I didn't see the GB moving. And it was me. All right. And I firmly believe that we're in a period right now collectively as a company where it's all of our job to make sure we raise the bar. All right. It's all of our jobs to make sure that every single person wakes up in the morning and their GB continues to move. It's your job to make sure that that new person will roll to your business. All right, whether they're tune free, whether they're P600, whether they're Platinum 1000, I need them to wake up and make sure they feel the GB in the back office the same way Nathan Samuel does, the same way Bryce Thompson does. All right, and the first thing that I want us to understand that this is a mindset, not a position. Right, the people who are speaking before me, the people who are going to speak to me or who are going to speak to you after me, I want you to understand that we have nothing. We have nothing in common except for the way that we think on this opportunity and the way like our engagement is as it pertains to this opportunity. I don't want you to think that there's favorites in this opportunity. I don't want you to think that there's a specific way that it looks or you have to come from a specific demographic or you have to have a certain level of influence. No, family. You just have to equip this mindset. Right? You have to put yourself in this perspective, put on this Forex Trader Chairman 500 dad cap right now. All right, everybody drop your cap in the chat box right now. Because you're putting on it. You have to put on this C500, Chairman 500, dad cap, right? Put on this Forex Trader lifestyle because it is a mentality. But let's take it a step further, right? Because I'm telling you, it's not a mindset. Chairman is not a mindset, it's position, and it's your job to raise the bar. Can you guys hear me? I want to make sure you guys can hear me. Is the chat box working?
You're good. We turned the chat box off, but let me.
Oh, okay, great. So no worries. I'm sorry about that, family. So everybody, we're good. We're good. So put your caps on. So the very first thing now that I need you to understand, and I won't take up too much time right now. This is where it gets serious, right? The very first thing that we need to realize, all right, our engagement to this opportunity. What are we doing every 24 hours to make sure that it works for us? Because the duplication doesn't just start from somebody else. It's not going to just start from Nathan. It's going to start from you. So the very first thing I need you to do every single day as it pertains to your 24 hours, let's start from a very, 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 very minuscule level, from like solid core foundation. In order for you to be able to like express yourself, in order for you to be able to speak of passion from a place of real comfortability, from a place of experience, first things first, we need to get educated. I've been pushing this a lot, family. I've been pushing this a whole lot, but you need to get educated. And leaders, especially on this call, you need to make sure that you're pushing the agenda of education and that you're continuing to raise the bar and get educated so the success can pass around and move around faster. All right. Right now, currently, I could be anywhere in the world. I like saying that a lot because I know the feeling where you can't go anywhere, for real. But I could be anywhere in the world, but I'm choosing to every single day, literally on a day-to-day basis, I'm choosing to put myself around people, right, who are educated, regardless of their rank. They're educated, they have results, right? And I'm just around soaking up the information like a sponge right now. I want you to understand that's what 2020 is about. In order for you to wake up and for you to see that your back office moving at a ridiculous rate, at a Matt Rosa rate, you have to realize, okay, I have to take the time to educate myself. right? There's several products being discussed, right? I was even listening, Starboy is on here, the second speaker. He's giving out amazing gems. And I was wondering, I wonder how many people are really taking him serious right now and appreciating the information that he has to say. I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to you next to your upline. I'm not talking to your upline. I'm not talking to the Chamber 500s. I'm not talking to anybody else but you right now. I'm telling you, make the commitment on a day-to-day basis to get educated. Let's start there. It doesn't start from motivational calls. It doesn't start from, the team building calls. It actually starts from basics. Do you know how to sit down and open up the MetaTrader 4 app? Teach somebody how to get in and out of a trade. Teach somebody proper risk management. All right. Teach somebody how to work specific products, right? Teach somebody Gold Cup, levels, steady, pivot, DeLorean. Do you even know how to speak to the products the way I do? Can they just roll off your tongue? Are you working in the back office? I firmly believe every single person on this call will get the success they desire times 20 this year if they just make the commitment to get educated every single day. We all know, and we're sitting on this call. And we all know for the past 60 days, we didn't take the time to get educated the same way. Not the same way, but we didn't take the time to get educated, right? As it pertains to where we really want to go. Our goals, our success, our vision, our drive, the things that we want to do is here, but our day-to-day work ethic as it pertains to what we're going to do and how we're going to show up and how we're going to make sure the back office is moving on a day-to-day basis isn't where it needs to be. And the moment that you realize that it's not what you're going to post on Instagram, it's not the people who are going to follow what you post on Instagram, it's not the people who are going to support the bullshit that you're doing, right? The moment that you realize that this is it, the moment that you realize that every successful person in this business took the time to really thrive in this educational space is the moment your life will change. And education is in all facets and all outlets, right? All outlets. For those of us who are a bit of you're a bit, not to say younger, but you're like me, you're 20, it's 20 to 25. This is a beautiful opportunity for you to grow in all areas of your life, and I need you to capitalize on it now. No one on this call in 6th grade said I wanted to be a Forex trader when I grow up. No one on this call when your professor in high school told you, in college told you, write down what you want to do for the next 7 years, or where do you see yourself in 5 years. No one on this call said I want to be a Chairman 500, right? But this is where we talk about faith. I told you God first. You need to have faith that you are on the call listening to Nathan Salmon right now, right? Because you were set up to be like this. It was designed for you to be like this. And for that reason alone, if you have an opportunity and we're young and we can take advantage of it and it can grow our life in all facets and all avenues, why the hell aren't you going 110% right now? You need to get out of the limelight. That's something I've been telling myself a lot. Get out of the limelight. Don't kick it with the P150. It's actually crazy. If I really wanted to do a lot, I actually have. I'm currently in a room. I'm currently in an Airbnb right now in Virginia, where no place I should definitely not be. I didn't grow up like Nathan Samuel should not be here. But I'm spending the time to be with a Platinum 600 leader, Platinum 1000 leader. And what are we doing? Right? What do we do? We woke up to Sensei. We back tested Sensei on a harmonic scanner. All right? And this is the things that they're not going to see on Instagram. I'm not going to post on Instagram that I'm back testing on a harmonic scanner. You're not going to post. You want to know something? When it's in you and you've helped people and you've thrived and you're working and your mother made a withdrawal this week. Shout out to Mom Boots. If you're going to repost me, shout out my mom. Give my mom a shout out. She had a $450 withdrawal. All right. But when it's in you and it's not on you, those type of things are going to be something you can express at will. You're going to be able to just talk about it, right? Because you took the time to get educated on a day-to-day basis. You are getting educated. That's all I want to talk about. That's all I want to talk about for the rest of 2020. In 2021, then once we're educated and we're sharp and we're right, that's when we're going, domination mode, right? Because everybody is just as educated as everybody. Imagine if everybody was just as educated as Jason Brown and Matt Rose on this call. Imagine if we woke up and we took advantage of our 24 hours the same way Matt Rose and Jason Brown did. All right. But the most beautiful thing is, like, all right, we can imagine that. All right. And that may be step 500, right? That may be step 500 on the staircase to Chairman 500, right? But the beautiful thing is, all right, that's where we're going. It's a blessing to know that that's something that's there, that's physical. Like, you can see the tangible. You're watching Matt Rose speak with the Bulls jersey, all right? But then also now you have, what about step 250? What about step 150? What about platinum 150, right? What about step 2 and free? Follow those steps as well. Hit those steps as well. You take pride in knowing that, this is the end goal. Right? This is a part of my story. I'm attached to this type of success. But then you also put the passion in your day-to-day. And I'm telling you, it's that educational part. It's the educational part. I don't want to tell you to go out there and team build to death. Go out there and invent to death. Yeah, you go out there tour. Yeah, you go out there, you rock your event. But you can't go out there. If you're not educated, what are you touring on? What are we touring on? We're doing 20 cities and we're passing around nothing but nothing. Let's take the time now, family. Take the time and slow back. We're not as educated as we need to be. I'm not as educated as I need to be. Hence why I'm here with a Platinum 1000 leader, Platinum 600 leader, back test and sensei. Take the time out, family. You'll have a lot much more fun because you are educated. That's really my only message today. I don't want to come in and say too much, say too deep. We're all hurt because we could actually be in New York, right? But I'm a firm believer God makes everything happen for a reason. All right? God makes everything. You were designed to hear this information today, and you were designed for me to just tell you, get educated. Take the time to get educated, and that's where your duplication will start. All right? Evolve. The person that you're not going to be here today, right? The person that you're going to be here today, family, is not the same person who you are going to be tomorrow. This is an evolution. This is an evolution. If you didn't realize that, right? This is an evolution, family. It's a lot bigger than just me and you. And there's one more thing that I want to say. It's a quote I heard this morning. I literally heard this morning. I thought it was dope. Right? It's the quote says, "What you reveal, you heal. What you reveal, you heal." And I don't know what it is you got going on. I don't know what's your flaw. I don't know what's holding you back from reaching the next level. I know for an absolute fact that education is going to allow for you to hit the next level. But there's something going on in your life why you're not getting educated. There's some reason why you're not clicking that Zoom link every day at 7 p.m. There's a reason. You see the Zoom link, it comes to us like, I don't know if that one's there for me right there. We've all been there. But it hit me this morning like a rock. I'm like, damn, the quote just sounds tough. I got to say that on the training. But what you reveal, you heal. What you reveal, you heal, family. I love you guys all, and I don't want to take up too much of your time. All right, but Matt Rosa, Jason Brown, I love you. I appreciate you guys for having me. Right, I apologize if this is a bit of a rush, but I actually have to go back to the field, big bro. I actually have to go back in the field.
Oh, and get it, boy.
You feel me? Because I can't do the big stream for too long. I love you.
Go and get it, man. Yo, Nate, we love you, fam. We love you. We appreciate you. We value you. We honor you. Keep on doing the damn thing.
Let's go. Over and out.
My brother, thank you so much, Nate. You know, you have such a like an old soul, but a young G in the field, like really doing it too. And I think that's something that we can really respect is that, you know, for a young guy, one of the things I admire about you the most is that the day you hit Chairman 100, we were all reminded that you're still in school, finishing what you started. And I think, you know, some people hit P2000, they're like dropping out, I'm done. And, you know, it just reminds me of like, you know, collegiate athletes that know they're going to the league, but maybe they stick around for one more year to finish what they started. And it really proves, you know, we could talk the talk, but our actions speak louder. It just proves that you are a student, right? You do what you talk about doing, right? You said education can go to the next level. That's what's going to take you there. But there's something in the way. And so what we reveal to ourselves, what we're willing to accept, will help us and will heal us. So, sheesh. All right, man, go back to the field. I know we're holding, it's like the horse in the horse in the thing ready to go, bro. Go back to work. Nobody holding you back on this side, my G. Appreciate you, bro. Next up, now this is a cool story. There's a lot of cool stories inside of our company, but you know, when I first got into network marketing, the horse in the stable, I appreciate you. You know, I first got into network marketing back in 2013. You know, I was just learning everything about the industry, everything about the profession. And I remember seeing Julian Kushner post a video of Ness Vasquez, one of his leaders in a completely different company, completely different thing. And, you know, Ness was somebody that was from New York, New Jersey, and that's where I was, right? And so I really, you know, saw Ness. I'm like, man, this guy's cool. He's got it. And, you know, fast forward a couple years later, Ness joins I Am Mastery Academy. He's down here in Miami. We met up. He came over to Matthew Rose and I had an apartment, had a house in Coral Gables. Ness came over to mastermind with us, and I drove him back to downtown Miami that night. And, you know, Ness was actually not even ready to have that baby boy yet, but was getting ready for it. You know, he was getting ready to go next level. And he was really at a point where he was stuck. And, you know, I always think back and acknowledge that moment because, you know, sometimes guys, we're on the other side of this call and we see Nathan Samuel, the chairman 100. We see Matthew Rosa, the chairman 500, right? We see Ness, successful, you know, trader. We can't talk about money and stuff like that, but Ness is a successful trader, one of the founders of HFX, who just yesterday, they hit 20,000 customers on HFX. Bro, that is insane, okay? Insane. 20,000 customers subscribed to HFX. You guys are doing amazing things. So Ness, my brother, the floor is yours. The next 15 minutes are dedicated to you. Let's get it.
Sheesh. I'm trying to start my video, but I can't, brother. If you could, let's see.
Done. You're on.
All right, perfect. All right, what's going on, ladies and gentlemen, beautiful people? First and foremost, shout out to Jason Brown and Matt Rosa for absolutely holding it down. We couldn't do this event out here in New York, but we're giving you the value now. All the chairmen, all the educators that provided value. Shout out to all you guys together. We make the ultimate team in the Forex industry. So I'm happy and I'm grateful to be here right now. And if you got some love for HFX, we just crossed 20,000 members. Type HFX gang in the chat for me one time. HFX gang in the chat for me one time. I greatly appreciate that. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to share my screen. I prepared a slideshow for you guys to really give you the visuals, all right? Because I believe when I'm speaking life into people, I want to also be able to provide the visuals because according to the cone of learning, you're only going to retain about 10% of what you hear. You're going to retain more based on what you see and even more based on what you do. So I want you to learn with the intention to teach, all right? So I'm going to put this on full screen right now, okay? Here we go. All right, so basically what I want to touch on is operating at a higher frequency as a trader, okay? Operating a higher frequency, right? Now, I do want you to learn with the intention to teach. See, bottom line is we are in the business of teaching financial literacy, which is so important because right now there's too much ignorance happening today. And a great example of that is everyone panicking because of the pandemic, right? Of what's going on. So people don't know what to buy. They're just buying up everything. All the shelves are gone. Businesses are going down. Customers are afraid to go outside. There's a lot of ignorance going on, especially financial ignorance. See, here's the thing. Most people are caught up in the money game, right? They're caught up in paying for their debts. They're caught up in paying for all this stuff, but really all they're doing is paying interest, right? At the end of the day, they are financial slaves. Most people are financial slaves, okay? So I'm going to remove myself, all right, from this screen so I can see the whole screen over here. 3 types of income, guys: active, passive, portfolio. I'm going to speed through this thing, so I really want you, if you can, screenshot whatever, record this, whatever the case may be. I know Jason Brown, Matt Rosa is recording. 3 types of income: active, passive, portfolio. I got some good news for you. We're part of Iron Mastery Academy. We can take advantage, okay, of generating cash flows on all these 3 different types of income. Active income, enrollments. I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about trading. Live trading, all right? That's such a huge deal. We have IM Go Live sessions where you can actually trade to get paid. You can trade to get paid. The other thing is passive income. You're able to generate a residual income through this and portfolio income. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? As a trader, okay, you are building your portfolio up. You see, before I actually got into this company, I was already educating myself in regards to financial literacy. So on my trading account, I don't see it like a bank account for me to just withdraw and spend money really quickly. I see it as a portfolio. I'm working on my net worth. There is a bigger play out here. In New York, I'm connected to several different hedge funds, CEOs and all that. And you know what? They make sure they keep everything in their portfolio. Okay, and if they're liquid, they can pull out at any time. But they're not out here splurging out of control. They're out here putting money into assets. You can take advantage of everything here at IM Academy. Doesn't matter if it's FRX, DCX, HFX, whatever the case may be. You get to choose your weapon, right? And this is very, very important. Now, us traders, we have the edge over everyone else. If you ever look at the news, if you really pay attention to the news, no one is talking about, all right, that the stock market is a great place for you to make money. Forex is a great place for you to make money. As a matter of fact, all you see is panic all the time. Oh, Bitcoin just dropped this much, right? Or the stock market is crashing, right? But they don't ever tell you that in every disaster, there's opportunity, right? We all know the basic point of trading. It's just like real estate. Buy when it's low, sell when it's high. We all know that. So we as traders, we have an edge over everyone else because when it comes to trading, when it comes to knowing what's going on in the markets, we have the know-how. We have access to the educators. We are in with the insiders, basically, right? Now, there's two ways to trade the market. You could either be pips-based, all right, which is the generic way how most people trade Forex, or you could trade Forex based on time. And this is when HFX comes into play. But my question is right now is, what type of trader are you? Okay, what type of trader are you? We have different educators here. We have different tools that you could use to dig for digital gold, which is digital profits, right? We have all these types of different things that you could diversify into whatever. I recommend you focus on one before you move to another. But what type of trader are you? Are you fast-paced? Are you slower-paced? All right, do you panic when it comes to scalping? Are you more of a swing trader? Whatever your style is, what type of trader are you, right? When it comes to HFX, HFX specializes in time-based trading, binary options, right? And also hyperscalping. In some countries, they can't actually trade binary options because they're going through some regulations. So before it comes out again, all right, there's got to be a lot of different government regulations. But binary options is becoming more and more popular. Some countries see it as a monster they can't control. So they're placing more regulations on it before it's launched again. Now, in HFX, it's a three-step approach, just like every other package that we have here in IM. HFX Academy. This is where you're going to learn every single thing, all right? You're going to learn all the videos. Don't sleep on that. See, a lot of times when I come across an HFX student, they're asking me a bunch of questions that were already answered in the HFX Academy. Use these systems. Use these systems. It's going to give you an edge over everyone else who don't have it. HFX Go Live, okay? Yes, jump into HFX Go Live, start learning, all right, how we live trade off the bat. You see, in the academy, you're going to learn the knowledge, right? But on Go Live, you're going to learn how we as the educators actually apply the knowledge. So you'll get more of a real life learning experience. But if you haven't gone through the HFX Academy, you're going to be a little lost, all right, when you first go on the Go Lives, right? Now, HFX strategies, this is when now you are becoming a trader where you're a little more independent and now you're relying on the strategy software. In HFX, we have Liberty. Next to come out is Freedom, which is going to be an app on your phone. It's going to kind of work like swipe trades. You can get binary alerts on your phone, and that's from Sylvia, right? And there's so much more in store. But the strategy software is going to allow you to basically see what the educator is seeing before you take a trading opportunity for yourself, right? Now, this is how you understand the software and the scanners. Very simple. You're going to log into the center. You're going to click on strategies over to the left-hand side. You're then going to click on HFX Academy, click on the Liberty app if you're going to use the Liberty app. So it's really simple, right? If you want the manual trade ideas, there's a little light bulb, okay, over to the left-hand side. You're going to click on that, and you're going to get all the trade ideas coming from our team of international binary experts who are at the top of the top, all right, with the broker platforms that they're using. So these are no-joke individuals placing trade ideas all the time for you guys. Now, you see the way the trade ideas are set up. It has take profit, stop loss, whatever. Don't get caught up in all of that. This is binary options trading. Are the positions good for Forex as well? Yes, it is, but the focus is binary options in HFX or hyper scalping if you can't trade binary options, right? So how can you locate the strategies? Just simply click on strategies. You're going to see the drop down. You're going to see all the different strategy scanners that we have. You're going to learn the tools of the trade. You're going to learn how to operate these tools. You're going to learn how to actually look at the charts, all right? Look at the scanners, follow the confirmations, and be able to basically place some highly targeted trading opportunities, all right? So we got the simple scalper, we have the web slinger, we have the pickpocket. So the basic difference between all of these scanners is simply this. Simple Scalper works best when the market is consolidating, basically moving up and down between support and resistance. Very simple. Simple Scalper works well in that. Get your confirmations, you'll be good to go. The web slinger works well when the market is trending. So in binary options, yes, you can take advantage of some quick scalps, but you can also take advantage in swing trades. You see, your time expiration doesn't have to be 5 minutes, 15 minutes. Your time expiration, as a matter of fact, could be 5 hours. It could be the next day. It could be the next week. It could be the next month. This is basically trading Forex with time expiration, just to clear up the difference between generic Forex trading, pips-based trading, and time-based trading with binary options. Okay, so the Go Live setup. If you are a trader here, we highly recommend that you set up a trade station for yourself, right? Because we are in the business of trading. How serious are you going to take it? If you treat it like a business, it's going to pay you like a business. So you're going to have the HFX software. You're going to have access to the live trading interfaces. And if you can basically have dual monitors or maybe just a phone and a laptop or whatever, it's going to be much more easier for you to trade because remember, binary options is very time-based. It's hypersensitive to a millisecond. So if you're a couple of seconds off, that can mean a big deal. So you want to be able to be, fast reacting if you are going to take 1 minute, 2 minute trades with me, right? Doesn't have to be 1 or 2 minutes. You're going to learn the strategy so you can take longer time expirations, but I'm just giving you an idea. How serious are you going to take it, right? So there's 10 reasons why you should trade binary options, right? Number 1, it's simple and easier to understand. Binary, meaning 2, right? Binary options, up or down. That's the only choices, right? That's it, up or down. Number 2, results by prediction. That's it, not by pips. So if I place a buy right now and the market is anywhere above my buy entry by the time expiration, I win the trade and I'm done. I secure the bag and I'm gone, right? Number 3, you're able to maximize your time. All right, you're able to literally set your hours of operation for trading binary, get in and out of the market with the bag. Of course, you're going to trade responsibly. I'm not saying for you to just dive in there and just kind of go in there with no direction. But what I am saying is this does give you some time advantage. Number 4, it's easier to swing an intraday trade. Again, all you have to do is place a time expiration. This is not by pips. Number 5, you can hyper scalp in a matter of seconds. Some brokers allow you to have an expiration time of 30 seconds. So if you want to take advantage of a fast move, you definitely can do that. So you can hyper scalp in a matter of just a couple of seconds, right? Number 6, know what you're risking. You know what you're risking. You choose by dollar amount, not lot size, no calculations. You can choose by dollar amount how much you're willing to risk for the position you're about to take. Number 7, you know exactly what your reward would be. So this does 2 things, guys. Number 1, you know exactly what you're risking. This is good for risk management. But number 2, you know what your reward will be if you win the trade, right? So this is good in terms of account growth strategies, right? Number 8, Forex, crypto, commodities, and indices. You can trade it all on binary options, guys. Remember, binary options is just a style of trading, up and down with a time expiration. That's really it. Number 9 is a shorter learning curve. It's so much easier for the average person to come, set up, start to trade, to get paid, learn, earn as they go. Very, very simple. Number 10, we have several different compound techniques that you can learn on the Go Live Academy. So one of my inspirations is Grant Cardone. He has a 10X formula. So I developed the HFX, all right, the HF 10X formula. And it's simply this, guys. If you stick to 2 sessions a day, right? Whether that's New York session or Tokyo session or, London session, Sydney session, whatever the case may be. If you choose 2 sessions a day, okay, and you focus on achieving a 5% target, okay, for the next 25 days, you're going to get through 50 sessions. And that is the formula to basically 10X any account. So this is the formula that we use to help people go from $500 to $5,000 back when we had the challenge. We can't do none of those challenges now. But I'm giving you a very, very simple system that you can use to help compound your account. Because at the end of the day, it's not about how much you make. It's about how much you keep. Right? So this is going to help you keep a little bit more. Some people are like, why should I go for 5% when I go for 10%, 20%? Whatever your target is, you got to be willing to lose in case your nights don't go too well, right? So remember, respect the game or the game is going to disrespect your broker account. Now, your teachability quadrant is simply this, right? Okay. Number 1, all right, you're going to basically come across people who don't buy the idea. You're gonna share this opportunity with people. You're gonna share HFX with people. You're gonna have students on your team that's just not gonna apply, right? They just don't buy it. They just bought in just to support somebody, right? So they're not real students. This is about how to manage your time with people who are basically worth having your time, right? Oh, all right, people that are observers, all right, they want to go into the Go Live sessions. They just want to observe. They just want to see the action, but they don't want to take part of the action, okay? Those who are infrequent, they're like a submarine. They're here today, they're gone tomorrow, right? And then they reappear like 6 months from now. They're very inconsistent. Little focus and very little effort. So they're doing something, but they're not doing what they absolutely have to do to succeed at a higher frequency level, right? Teachable, people who are all in, all right? People who run the play, as Justin Owen says, right? People who actually get it and they apply, all right, what they're being taught. Now, if you knew better, you do better. I believe in that, all right? There's so many different 4-step systems out there, okay, and in different ways, if you knew this stuff, you would just naturally do better. I'm not going to explain all of this right now, but what I will say is that the more you know, the more you can grow. Basically, trading is now your business. Treat it like a business. It'll start paying you like a business. So you have all of the resources. You got all the resources here. So what you need to do, and I'm going to close off with this because I just wanted to be quick and surgical with this, right? You need to acquire the fire, okay? It all starts with a spark. When you got started in this business, someone gave you a little spark for you to get started in this business. The more engaged you are with IM, the more that's going to develop into a flame. That's having an ember of excitement, and that radiates to everyone else. Now you're becoming a fire. A fire is starting to spread even more, even bigger, and then you become a flame. When you become a flame, everybody knows your name. Because what's the quickest way to generate? What's the quickest way to get attention? Set yourself on fire. What that means is be excited about something. Be absolutely fired up about something. I'm sweating right now because I'm excited. Every time I get on here, I'm excited to talk about what we got going on over here because we know how it's going to change lives. You're now going to become a roaring blaze. So that way you can lead all the other sparks. Now they have a path that they can follow. And I tell my students this, I don't care if you're the top 10 traders. I don't care if you're the top 10 binary options traders in the world. Okay, I don't care. All right, if I'm number 11, I don't care if all my students are in the top 10. If I'm number 11, I'm okay if all of my students are in the top 10 binary options traders in the world, right? So let's break down FIRE, F-I-R-E. This is about finding financial independence and retiring early. Guys, I've been retired since the age of 27. I'm 34 now. Okay, it's been 7 years since I've been financially independent. Business goes up and down here and there, but I've been able to maintain myself. And even when I was in a rut, I was able to generate a new skill set of trading to go build myself back up. So if you need to borrow money to pay for this monthly fee, if you need to borrow money to get started in this business, do it. Because it may be the very last time you ever have to borrow money again. So acquire the fire so you can find financial independence and you can retire early because this is not about the money. This is about the time. This is about the time that you're going to have. All right. Time is the one thing we can never get back. But if you acquire the fire, okay, you're going to buy your time back while everyone else has about 30, 20 years to go, 40 years to go before they can retire with a shitty paycheck. Because here's the thing, pensions are pinch-ins. You're only making about a pinch compared to what you used to make when you were actively working. So are you playing the game at a high level? Are you playing the game with the Mamba mentality? Shout out to Kobe, right? Are you really engaged with this? Are you really serious? All these people come up to me and they're like, Ness, how can I take it to the next level? The first step is get serious, right? Oh, I blew several accounts. Congratulations, you earned the stripe. Now you're a little more experienced. So go out there in the field and now do better. That's it, all right? If you blew an account, fine, that's cool. Keep going. If you're going to go through hell, keep going through it. At least get a reward from it, because let me tell you what's going to happen. People who come into the game and they quit really quickly, guess what? The same effort that they took to quit and go back to the bullshit that they're going back to is going to be the same effort required for you to actually see it through. 6 figures is cool. 6 figures is a new full-time income. 7 figures is the new 6 figures. So come get you some. Acquire the fire. I'm out. Thank you so much, Jason Brown. Back over to you.
Oh my God! Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yo, a lot of you guys don't understand that Ness. You guys just look at Ness and you think that Ness is a binary options trader. You don't realize the conversations that we had. I remember sitting down with my brother Ness when he decided to lock arms in this company.
Yeah, you know, look at all the people showing me love, bro.
Bro, that's fam. That's fam right there. You guys don't understand that he was a builder way before he was ever a trader. That is a prime example that you can do both. One hand washes the other. That was phenomenal, Ness. I thank you. We honor you. We love you. And we're grateful for you, my brother.
Thank you, man.
So I don't know about you guys. This training, I'm inside of the Chairman 25 and above chat right now. Chairman 25s and above right now. And the Chairman 25s and above are hype. This is the opportunity for all of us to become students of the game at all times. And I could not be more excited for you guys to experience this. Jason and I were talking about this. We're going to do one of these. How would you guys feel? How would you guys feel if we did this at least twice a year? We got your favorite educators. We got your favorite chairman. And we did this at least twice a year. How would you look at the chats going crazy right now? We still got about 5,000 people tuned into this thing. It is absolutely wild. So, guys, the next individual that I'm going to bring up is somebody that was responsible for helping us really plan out this March Madness. Unfortunately, no, I'm not even going to say unfortunately, because we were supposed to have 2,500 in attendance. God had bigger plans, and we're sitting at roughly around 5,000 with a high of 5,500, right? So, you know, with what happened, this guy put in the overtime with me, made sure that everything was running smoothly in the right way. But outside of that, he's somebody that has literally built up so many different chairmen inside of his organization. He's somebody that truly puts people over profits. He's somebody that's a Chairman 25, an educator, and one of the better traders inside of this company. This is somebody that leads. I've watched him step into organizations where there may not be any momentum and help them absolutely crush the momentum inside of their business. Not only that, he's created one of the best trading cultures that I've seen inside of this company. So when I tell you guys I'm excited to give it up for my man, Mr. Manny Quinones, I mean it. Get ready to take notes and get ready to be fired up. We got Mr. Manny Quinones in the building. Brother, are you with us?
Yeah, man. What is going on, everybody? Can
Show this man some love real quick.
Let's go. Drop that 888 in the chat box for me one time, because y'all know that's what I represent. Infinite mindset, infinite wealth. And I got to tell you guys right now, man, I am fired up on this call right now because, you know, listening to Ness, listening to Kim, listening to Nick Gomez, thinking about Ivan and all the ways we came. For a lot of people that don't know, years ago, we was all back in Brooklyn, all back in New York. We was all just really, really new, very fresh behind the ears, very light in the feet before we were making any heavy moves. And we all came together. We collaborated here at this company. We feel like we finally found the right vehicle to just take this to a whole nother level. Okay, let me make sure. All right, let me see. Is my Zoom frozen over here? Oh, no.
You're good, bro. You're good. No, you're good.
Okay, perfect. I seen everything freeze up. And we really decided to come in here and really lock arms and take it to a whole nother level. And now we're each making money on a ridiculous level, living a whole different lifestyle, no income claims, but we've all found different avenues all within one company. This has helped us impact, you know, tens of thousands, going on to hundreds of thousands of lives. And I just couldn't be any more blessed than to be able to be here. And again, I want to thank everybody that flew into New York, that's here on the March Madness webinar, to the CEO, to all the people behind the scenes making this happen. And it's been absolutely incredible. So for those that don't know me quickly, what I'm going to do is I'm going to break down something really, really exciting for you guys today, okay? When I came into this company, when I first came into this company, I decided to understudy our CEO, Mr. Christopher Terry. Now, a lot of people don't know that. So I trade a style of market geometry and price action. So I like for things that look like they make sense, right, in the market to me. And I became a beast at technical trading. Now, you have to know the fundamentals 100%, and Kim nailed it on the head. But when I was very new to trading, I had to find out how the market works. I had to understand every single beat that the market was making because it didn't make sense to me. And I wanted to rationalize the market. I wanted the market to make sense so that way I can make money. And that's something that I did. And then what ended up happening was I started sharing charts. I was talking with trainings. I was talking trainings with our CEO, Christopher Terry. And Chris called me one day. He said, Manny, he says, I have a great idea. He goes, I want you to be on the platform. And I said, you want me to be on the platform? I'm a builder, Chris. I'm a builder. He goes, no, Manny, you're a trader. He goes, look at what you're doing with sharing charts. I mean, I made a couple of dollars off of Chris's some of his private trades. So thank you, Chris. Right. So we had an incredible time. So I talked to JB, and JB said, Manny, you know, you do wage, you do fibs. Are you willing to get on as a product educator for the scanner? And I said, Jason, absolutely. That's exactly what I want to do. So what I'm going to do for you guys is over the next 15 minutes, I'm going to share with you guys 7 strategies that I use with the harmonic scanner. So let me go here and share my screen because I'm going to show you guys how to extract money from this market in a way that you guys have never seen, right? I want to make the scanner great again. So let's jump right into this so I can show you guys a little bit something. So first off, you guys already know the FRX Harmonics, right, is a tool that already comes with your platinum package. So for any of you guys that are bringing brand new members on, or for any of the traders, if we have any real traders that's in the building that likes to make money trading, I want you to drop an 888 for me in that chat box just one time if you like to make money, because I'm going to show you guys how to make more money with the tools that you have right at your fingertips. You see, the FRX Harmonic Scanner is a fully automated digital pattern recognition software. And it's not a new strategy. It's not a new thing that came into existence. This is something that's been time tested year after year after year after year for nearly 2 decades, something that's continuously working. Why? Because the harmonics is a mathematical algorithm that's programmed into the market. And the entire universe, from colors, sounds, all these different things, it all goes down into math. You see, so there is a hidden geometry, there is a hidden math in the universe that's present in the market. And this is why the harmonic scanner can spit out so many different high probable trade ideas and put them right at your fingertips 24 hours a day, right? And me and my team, we have a great trading platform. We have a 3-level system product, right? So we want to show people, hey, listen, if you're not on the Go Live sessions, catching some pips with Kim, with Binary, with Holy Pips, with all these different people, if you're not on some live sessions catching pips and you want to catch trades on your own, let the harmonic scanner do the hard work, right? And all you guys got to do is confirm the setups in the market. Now, me, guys, I've made just a ridiculous amount of money trading off the scanner. So what I did was I put some incredible things together, and you guys are going to love it. So first, let's talk quickly about some of the benefits of the scanner. So that way you guys are really mentally aware of what you guys might be missing out on, because this is crazy, right? So first off, guys, look, the scanner identifies multiple high trade ideas daily, 24 hours a day. And then if it's the weekend, you could use the scalper scanner, right? So shout out to the DCX team. You can use the scalper scanner, which is the harmonic scanner for digital currencies on the weekend. So literally you have 24-hour access to a scanner that's giving you trade ideas. Now you could use the scanner in 2 different ways. So let's break this down. So the first way that you guys can use the scanner is you can use it as a confirmation tool for your own trade analysis. You see a lot of your teams, a lot of your members that are finding their footing in the door, they need more confidence. Even some of you that are experienced at trading, you might only be at level 2 of trading where you're making some, you're losing some, but you're not really going all out doing those withdrawals. So what you're looking for is more confidence. So what you could do is you could use the scanner as a confirmation tool to your own trade analysis. You want to buy EU, you want to buy GU, you want to buy something, you go to the scanner. If the scanner is saying the same thing, then boom, you have extra confirmation. Now, the second way to use the scanner is my favorite part, and that's by combining highly accurate strategies with the scanner, right? So if you have a certain style that you trade, you can put a strategy on the scanner to be able to confirm the trades that are there, right? And that's what I do. So what we did was I'm not going to train you on the strategies. I'm just going to show you the 7 different strategies because, guys, look, there is not, and I've been trading the scanner for years, there is not a one-size-shoe-fits-all for the scanner. There is not one strategy that's going to fit every single criteria that's going to help you cherry pick the very best trades, right? But if you've been going through Go Live, if you've been going through the company and you know certain strategies, I'm going to show you guys some of the most highly accurate strategies that you love in the company and how to combine them with the harmonic scanner. So any day that you open it up, you can just literally take a look and see which scanner, whatever market condition is in, you can see which criteria for which strategy it fits. And you can say, okay, this is a good one, this is a good one, this is a good one. So it's incredible. So let's break this down. Guys, if y'all ready, I want you to type another 888 for me in that chat box right now because I'm going to show you guys how to make so much money, right? It's going to be crazy, or how to get so many good trade ideas, right? So look, the first strategy we have is the harmonic X strategy. This is when the harmonic scanner meets a confluence point. So if we have any price action traders that love to trade support, resistance, Fibonacci's, and put them all together, right? You have what's known as the harmonic X strategy. This is when the harmonic scanner meets a confluence point in the market. So if you take a look, and I'm going to show you a live example, you can see what does the market do when the market is testing structure and testing the trend line. These are 2 areas in the market that retail traders look for price rejection. So anytime that there is a structure like a support or a resistance mixing and meeting with a trend line at one single point in the market, you have a higher area where the market is going to have a rejection, where it's going to have a higher reaction. So if you find that confluence point and it's also meeting up with the harmonic scanner entry point, you now have what's known as the harmonic X strategy, as shown right over here. You see the market was testing structure, structure was mixing with the trend line, and X marks the spot, and that's where also the harmonic scanner entry was at. Bingo, we put a fib entry level, and now right there in that one trade, you have over 100 pips on that one trade. Now, how about the teacup traders? We have any teacup traders in the building? I want to give a big shout out to one of my original mentors and business partners, Mr. Lasalo Tavares, man. We've been running together forever, right? You guys know him for the teacup strategy. Well, how about this? What about the harmonic cup strategy? This is when the harmonic scanner entry meets a teacup entry point. Y'all know how the teacup goes. The market finds a high, it pulls back, it gives you a bearish engulfing followed by a lower low. So anytime that price returns to that teacup sell limit area, you're already anticipating a sell. Now, what if the harmonic scanner was giving you an entry right at that teacup point? Now you got a harmonic cup. Now look at it. Look at it right here, because we've been doing this day after day. I want to give a big shout out to Chairman 25 Francis from Nigeria. Just did a call with like 500 people from Nigeria and Africa. Took them to another level with this. Check it out. Harmonic scanner. All I did was zoom out. I seen the entry was right by a teacup sell limit. I have a double pattern confirmation. Bingo. More money in the bank. Another 200 pips. Let's keep it moving. How about the pullback? How many of you guys like to trade pullbacks and breakouts in the structure of the market? This one was inspired by my brother Holy Pips, who is on the Go Cup platform with Lasalo and the other amazing traders there. Right? He does the holy pullback and he does the holy swing. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing what's known as the harmonic pullback strategy. This is when the harmonic scanner entry point, right? When the harmonic scanner entry meets a pullback entry in the market. Right? How many of us, we look at structure and you're looking at which direction the market's going to go in. We see a break and a retest in the market, and then as soon as we get that retest with an engulfing, we're looking for taking that market in that direction. So follow me now. How many times have you guys seen the scanner, but you've never really been aware to the conditions? Because so many people, they're so fixed on looking at the scanner and getting confused, they're not actually looking at the conditions of the market. I'm laying out the playing field so you can see how highly probable that these trades really are. So look at the breakout strategy, right? We have structure. We had a breakish structure. Market sets the new low, pulls back with the bearish engulfing. Now you have a break and retest in the market. You have a pullback, the harmonic pullback, when the market is retesting with the harmonic scanner entry. I mean, this one is like another golden trade. right? So let's keep it pushing. How about the harmonic trap strategy, right? Anybody trade price traps? If you trade price traps, I want you guys to show some love for my guy CD. One time in that chat box, a lot of people don't know that back in the day when Mike Miles, Jordan, Chris, all these guys, when they were doing the very first go lives for the company, they were doing it on Twitch. They was the Trade House back in the day. They took us under their wing in New York City with Darwin Lopez and Emery. We became the first official trade house. We literally opened up a satellite office back in the day, and we used to put Chris on the big screen. We used to have 40, 50, 60 people in there, 5-6 hours all night long trading, getting into trades. Something we were new, so sometimes we were blowing our account, and then sometimes we was making bank. But it was a whole lot of fun. So I've known Chris from back in the day, and I respect Chris so much, and he has a fantastic concept of the price traps. So we put price traps in the harmonic scanner. We call this the harmonic trap strategy. This is when the harmonic scanner meets price trap breakouts in the market. So if you guys know, and you guys ever looked at the scanner, sometimes you know how the scanner repaints itself, and you say, man, that's the entry, then that's the entry, then that's the entry, and you're there looking confused and stuck. Well, listen, the market is always telling you a story. The market is always telling something. You just have to know how to read the market. So I want you guys to think with me. When the market goes into consolidation at the entry point, all you're looking for is the market to break and retest in the direction of the scan, and then you can get in the market. So let's take a look right over here. Right here goes the harmonic trap strategy. We see the harmonic scanner came to one point, kind of went up, came back to the second point. So what do? We box up the top, we box up the bottom. And then what do? We wait for the break and the retest of the trap area to continue taking the market in our direction. I trade the harmonic trap strategy so much. Why? Because the market, anytime, guys, you guys know how trading is. I don't need to go into this, but when the market goes to the entry point, brokers, what are they doing? Brokers, dealing desks, they're picking up your orders. They're seeing how much volume is in the market, how many orders is. So what are they doing? They're manipulating the market. They're manipulating your emotions, right? So you cannot play in to that. You have to think like the bank and then beat the retailers at their own game. That's why this is so good. All I do is I just throw a little 20 on there. Shout out to CEO Chris Terry. He showed me about early corrections in the market. I wait for the break, the retest of that zone with the 20, and boom, I got the trap strategy, guys. And it keeps going. Another one we got is the harmonic multiplier. This is what has helped me become the second most viewed educator in unique views, not weekly, in unique views behind Chris Derrick. I have over 150,000 different people, different accounts that have interacted with my live sessions and learned from me. And I really am not aware of this until I go out into the field. I go on international. I see all the love that we get. But I'm going to show you guys the multiplier is what got me really, really, really popular in the company. And this is actually a strategy that was based on our CEO, Chris Terry, because any real trader knows that divergence is a secret sauce in the market when it comes to trading, ladies and gentlemen, because divergence reads the momentum, right, and reads the volume in the market in a way that lets you know, hey, this is a false run in the market. The market's about to stop and turn. So I can't even go into showing you guys this because this one's advanced, but you guys can spot divergence at the entry using the oscillators. And this is always my go-to strategy right here. Always so highly accurate. You got the multiplier, right? We're going to wrap it up. We got two more. Then you have the harmonic wave strategy. You guys getting some value? You guys getting some value on here, man? Let me know if you guys are getting some value in here. Let me know if I'm opening some eyes right now for the scanner, because these setups are in the market all day. All day. There was one trade went 200 pips on Wednesday, on Tuesday. On Wednesday, by Thursday, there was already 10 other trades that went and take profits on the scanner. And I was like, Lord, everybody missing out on these pips, right? So keep diversifying yourself. Now, look, we got the harmonic wave strategy. This is when Elliott waves and the harmonic scanner come together, because that's exactly what the scanner is. The scanner is a trend correction tool. So anytime, for those of you that know how the market typically moves in 3 levels or 5 waves before it finds a peak and turn around. So when the market retraces, when the market pulls back like a slingshot, it's going in an upward direction, the market's going to go, the market's going to pull back, right, to that first 618 or that second 38.2. It's going to pull back like a slingshot, get all those orders, and boom, the market's going to go right back into expansion. So whenever you're trading waves in the market, you'll see that sometimes you'll find the harmonic scanner in perfect waves, and you can catch those whole waves because any Elliott wave traders, shout out to my traders, y'all know 3 and 5. There's a lot of money in that 3 and 5. And then last but not least, what happens after a 5 wave, ladies and gentlemen? The market goes into a correction, right? How many of y'all know about the harmonic shoulder strategy? We have any head and shoulder traders that's in the building right now? Because this is the last strategy I'm about to give you guys. We have any head and shoulder traders? I want you to type HS in that chat box if we got any shoulder traders in here. Because guys, I'm gonna tell you, anybody that trades structure, anybody that trades any strategy, you're gonna learn one very important thing, right? That a market reset, a market structure reset, when the market goes from an uptrend to a downtrend, it reverses the series of highs and lows in the market. And this is why the head and shoulder strategy is like 8 out of 10 times accurate when you're trading it, because it's the first giveaway of a market reversal. I mean, it's just mind-blowing. Now, what you guys don't know is that the harmonic scanner is constantly giving you guys harmonic shoulder strategy. So look, let's take a look before I wrap this up. Market 1, 2, 3, 4. Here goes the left shoulder. Market makes the high, pulls back, finds a support, goes up to B. Now we got the right shoulder. Left shoulder, right shoulder. The market's going to start going down, and that's what we see in the market all the time. This AUD CAD trade from Wednesday dropped like 200-300 pips. Dropped 200-300 pips. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A, B. Here goes the right shoulder. C, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so look, in conclusion, because I know I'm short on time, the FRX harmonic scanner is a powerful tool, and it's giving you trade setups all day. You just have to know how to map out the field in the market to be able to make the proper money. So if you want to learn more, guys, you guys can catch me on Go Live Harmonics, right? My sessions are Tuesday through Thursday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then you can catch me on Pip Talk at Manny Quinones for any single updates. But if you guys are ready to make more money with that scan, I want you to stop at 888 in that chat box. I'm about to give the floor back to my brothers. So thank you.
Yo! You guys realize that he just utilized the harmonic scanner in order to, because it's all about confirmations when it comes to trading, guys. That's all it is. It's confirmation. You're able to mitigate that risk, guys, by confirming after confirming after confirming. And he just taught you how to go ahead, take your favorite product, and then utilize the harmonic scanner, which is in all of the packages. It's our day one since day one. And go ahead and check and make sure and confirm that your favorite trader is on point, that your favorite product is on point. Utilize. Oh, man. I'm done. I'm done. That's all I needed to hear. Yo, let's give it up for Mr. Manny Quinones. Yo, that was A1. That was amazing. Jason, let's kick this panel off, man.
Yes, sir. All right. So, guys, we right now have our third panel of the day. The chairman panel being hosted by John Guaman and Cash Cartier. So if you guys see Cash Cartier, we got to make that man's last name fancy. All right. So Cash and John, if you guys want to take it over and do some introductions, let's get it.
For sure. Thank you, Jason. Wow, you guys have had an immense amount of value. And it's so crazy because this chairman elite panel, we have some really great gentlemen that are going to be breaking down basically how to go chairman. So real quick, the first person that I want to bring up is Mr. Neno. I know some of you guys already know Neno with Mornings with Neno. You know, he's been in the business now for over 2 years, hit chairman in about a year and a half. And the crazy part about it is he's also one of the biggest pioneers with the entire movement. He owns his own baseball academy in the Dominican Republic as well, all residually funded. On top of that, we have Ruben, and he's been in the company now for about a year and a half. It took him about 11 months to hit chairman. Went from platinum 5,000 all the way over to chairman 10 in literally less than 30 days. He's been consistent with his, he did all that with the consistency, with the communication with his team, and networking trading. And on top of that, we have Mr. Matthew Fernandez all the way over from Toronto. We got the 6 in the house. Right, so he's been in the company now for the beginning, since the beginning of January. He's been a chairman in literally less than 30 days which is absolutely crazy. And he has a crazy story as well. Mr. Kiani McGee, he's been in the company for about 2 years. Went from plat 1,000 all the way over to plat 5,000 in about 3.5 months. And then progressed to chairman about a year and some change later. It's all his entire goal is just to have being consistent with consistent leadership development. And then Mr. Slice Dinero from Atlanta. This is actually crazy because I remember Slice in the beginning when he was first getting started, and now to see him at a chairman 25 level and leading literally a whole movement out there in Atlanta is absolutely insane, guys, right? And then on top of that, we have Mr. Andre from Toronto. He's been in the business for over a year. Chairman in 11 months. He's known for home events and honestly an absolute monster when it comes to that. And then we have Mr. Anas Hija. So me and Anas have a great history to see him grow just as a leader and literally travel the world internationally and inspire thousands of people has been insane. So he's been one of the OGs in the entire company, guys. So yeah, real quick, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Cash Cartier to basically ask you guys a couple questions, and we'll go back and forth, guys. We'll go back and forth. Run it up, Cash.
Cool. Thank you, John. I appreciate it. So you guys, the first question I actually want to ask was, so I pretty much know that, on the way to chairman and stuff, I remember, all the things I was doing correctly. And I think that, most of us, most people that are hearing from all of us hear the things that we should do. But the one thing that I want to actually bring up right now is, what are the things that you wish that you should not have done? Or what are the things that you were doing wrong instead of the things that you were doing correct, right? So Slice, I know you've been in IM for a while now, Smash at Chairman 25, I believe last year, if that's correct, right? So what were some of the things that you were doing wrong that you believe that if you were doing them, if you knew this, it would have excelled your success?
Things I was doing wrong. I would say it's like I'm a Virgo, so like I'm almost like a perfectionist. So if I ain't got it right, it's not tight, it don't look good, I'm not gonna really push it. And with this business, it's like it's a lot of trial and error. You know what I'm saying? Especially with me coming out of college, I thought it was like I'm a corporate. Like, you feel me? I had to say the right things. Everything got to come around real polished. But in this business, it's all about being relatable and reliable. So if you're not coming towards the people that you're talking to and they can't relate to you, they can't feel the realness of you about the passion you have about this business, it's going to be kind of hard for you to even grow your team. And then on top of that, like, with me wanting to be everything perfect, I thought that I had to talk perfect. I stutter a lot. So a lot of times people are scared to get on top in front of the stage or get on, webinars because how they talk. So look, money follow attention. So if you're not generating any type of attention or energy towards your business, it's going to be kind of hard for you to do that. And I think that's probably one of my biggest things that I done wrong when I first got in, just thinking everything got to be perfect. I got to be the sharpest one in the box. But you know what I'm saying? Just get started, get your hands dirty, because you got to get it out the mud. There's too many sharks out here. You can't play it safe.
I love that. I agree 100%. Honestly, that's something I've never really trained on before, to be honest. I'm glad you said that because, I do remember coming in here thinking I need to do everything just like someone else or say the exact same things or speak a specific way. And that is something that I believe you should obviously learn from people, but just kind of add in, your own personality and do things with your own style, if that makes sense. But I agree 1,000%. Kiani, what's up, big dog? How are you, man?
What's up? Bless. How you guys doing?
Good. Yo, so Kiani, you're somebody I've really been vibing with quite often lately, actually. So it's amazing to be on here with you. But what are some of the things that you believe, you did wrong on the way to chairman?
Kind of piggyback off Slice. First off, Jason and Matthew, Rosa, I appreciate you guys for putting this on. John and Cash for hosting this panel. Guys, one thing that I wish to God, that I didn't do was think I had to be perfect. Just like piggyback off Slice, thinking you had to do things a certain way, be at a certain position, speak a certain way, and just kind of adopt instead of figuring out who exactly you are and adopting the identity of who you want to become and, growing the better version of yourself. You were comparing yourself, to other people's success, other people's stories, other people's, just at the level that other people were at, but you never knew what the back story or the experience of those people were, the trials and tribulations, right? So I was just comparing myself, to other people rather than focusing on the tunnel that was ahead of me. and looking for my light at the end of the tunnel. So, just be yourself, work hard and just have consistency, in your growth and never become complacent in where you are. Just focus on where you're going.
Thank you, Keon. I appreciate you, man. You're a really sincere person, too. I mean, I know I've been watching you for a while now. And I agree 100% as well, like you just said. I mean, I think that when it comes to comparison, that can literally be the death of our growth because you're so busy looking at what someone else is doing that you're not, like, comparing yourself to yourself. So, I mean, those are bars right there for sure. Ruben, what's up, big dog? How are you, man?
I'm doing great, brother, man. How you doing?
Good. So, I believe that you went from P5K to Chairman 10 in within 30 days. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So that must have been like something must have probably happened then. So like maybe something like a clicky moment or whatever. So like tell us a little bit about that. Is that something that you found out what you're doing wrong and fixed it, or were you just found out were you just doing all the right things that ended up adding up to that success?
More like I was doing wrong things. Like I feel like what really helped that push was just understanding that you gotta be outside more. Like my brother Bryce Thompson, Nathan Samuel always say that chairman is not a rank, it's responsibility. So you gotta understand you gotta learn how to manage the feelings and emotions of every single person in your back office. Every single person has a story, every single person has a passion. You wanna make sure you're doing what's to the best of your ability, what every single person needs to do to get to the next level. If you think about yourself, you're never gonna get there. So that's definitely what I felt like helped me get through that push, to just understand that, okay, cool. So I need to be outside more. I need to help him. I need to help her. I need to help all of them collectively. Not one, not two, not worry for myself, but put them first.
Facts. That's lit. Yeah, I agree 100% with that as well. I mean, I think that, when you look at a lot of people see chairman, right, and they don't see the responsibility. I think a lot of them just see like just the success, the glamour and all the other stuff, but they don't see that, you're putting all of your pain to the side to deal with other people's pain and all the other stuff. But those are bars, bro. I really appreciate you, man. Andre, what's up, dog? I'm sorry, Ruben.
What's good, bro?
How are you, man? You good?
Amazing.
Good. So I think you were been in for IM for about a year now, right? And you smashed chairman in about 11 months or so.
Sure.
Yeah. So tell us, what was the biggest thing that what were some of the things that you were doing wrong throughout that journey?
I believe one of the biggest things I was doing wrong was, so I have a crazy work ethic, right? I just want to drive from here, drive there, and do meetings and do calls, but not realizing that as I'm doing that, no one's beside me watching me do it, right? So in the process, no one's learning. So what I did to myself, and I said, what I got to change is, as I'm doing these drive to drive side by side, is I got to bring somebody with me, right? Whether it's someone who's taking content from me, it's someone that just got started, it's someone within their. I said, everything I now got to do has to be able to be duplicated, right? So I started doing a lot more and more home events, and from there, we now developed this culture of becoming living room legends, and now everyone's business is growing much more faster.
That's lit. I appreciate you, man, for real. Thank you so much. And then Matthew, are you there, bro?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's up, man? What's up? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. So I believe that you hit chairman in the 30 days or something like that. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's good.
So tell us about the background on that. Is that something where you came in here? Did you have experience before? Or is it something you just started out in the company, smashed through that, or how did that work out for you?
Yeah, so I transferred over from another company that I was in previously, and I really love what IM Academy had to offer with the education we have here. The product is absolutely insane. So when I came over here, when we saw exactly what IM Academy has and the ability it has to help other people, we just came in and went in with it, right? We went ham. We went to work, and we saw exactly what we could bring with this platform, and we just focused on helping our team see success with the products, and our team just grew naturally. It just exploded.
That's awesome. How long have you been in the industry now?
For about a year and 6 months.
Oh, well, good for you, man. Good for you. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Congrats on chairman, by the way, and welcome. You just got in here, killing it already.
Yeah, thank you, bro.
Yes, sir. Nano, what's up, bro? Nano, you there?
Yeah, what's up, bro? How you doing, my brother?
I'm good, man. I'm excited to see you, bro. You look good.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you, my brother.
I appreciate you. Yo, I got two questions for you. The first one is going to be, the question I just asked everybody. What were some of the things that you believe you were doing wrong on the way to chairman?
So, I always talk about this to my team. For a long time, I was doing things with no intention, right? And I'll never forget the call that I jumped on a Matt Rosa training, and he was talking about intention, and he was talking about it. But I had heard him say it so many times that I was like, let me just apply it, right? Let me do every phone call with intention. Let me do every training with intention. Let me go out there and let me do every single event, every book that I read. Let me put an intention behind every single thing that I did, right? And the moment I started to do things with intention, Cash, my team jumped from, over 125 people to 800 people just because I started to do more things with intention, right? Every phone call I had the intention that I was going to close, right? Every event I went to, I created that experience for them that they will never forget, right? That experience that the ATM culture creates, right? That experience that they will never forget. I started to create that same experience in all of my events, right? Every book that I read had an intention, right? I was looking for those answers that I was looking for, right? Every time I meditated, I was masterminding with the universe, right? So everything that I did, I started to do it with more intention. And, the results that I had in a matter of 3 months made up for, almost a year and 6 months that I had in the business. And it was life-changing, honestly.
That's facts. That's exactly. I've noticed too, a lot of people, it's like they have this clicky moment on the way to chairman where it's like, especially the people I've been in for a while, it's like they have this background of struggle. And then they have this click like, bah, 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 you know what I mean? They just unleash it. So that's crazy. Then one last question before I kick it over to John. So Mornings with Nano, man. So I've seen you grow this thing from just a small amount of people to, I believe, I'm not sure if this was the biggest call you've had, but it was about almost 1,000 people with Chairman 500 Matt Rosa the other day. So tell us what it took to kind of get you to the call that big, and what's the long-term vision of that for you?
Well, first off, the two biggest calls I've had have been with Jason and Matt Rosa. I also want to thank them for, just hosting such an incredible, Zoom today, and just all the great leaders that have done such an incredible job here today. So that's that. But, Mornings with Nano started as an idea, right? It started as something that I just wanted to do a mastermind for my team in the morning to get them prepared for the day. But I noticed that it was only 10, 20 people jumping on for my team. Is early, people don't like waking up early. So what I did was I was like, you know what, let me open it up to the company, right? Let me open it up to all my friends, all my colleagues, all the chairmen that I'm, that I have relationships with. And it just started to grow so fast, right? But what I did was, right, and it goes back to what I talked about with the intention, right? I started to create that experience that they will never forget, right? Because people might forget what I say, but they'll never forget how I made them feel. So I made sure that I made them feel really, really good on Mornings with Nano, right? I made them feel that they can count on me to be there every single morning consistently. I've been doing it for 9 months straight, Monday through Friday, right? But my focus is always creating that feeling for them, right? Because I want them to, the moment that they get off of Mornings with Nano, I want them to be on goal for the rest of the day to build their business. I want them to feel confident. I want them to go out there and really, accomplish their full potential. Because, something I learned that, most people go their whole lives only using 10% of their potential. I want people to start unlocking their full potential and go out there and really accomplish all of their dreams, right? And then the long-term vision with Mornings with Nano is I want to make it global, right? Right now, we average about 400, 500, 600 people every single day. But, the goal is thousands and thousands of individuals. I hope, with everything coming soon, I know we're going to have a mindset section with I definitely look forward to, being a part of it, if Matt and Jason allow me to be a part of it. But, we also plan on making it global, Instagram, and making it like a whole hashtag and a whole, shirts, everything. It's just going to be a really, really cool thing that we're going to make out of it, man. And it's actually something I'm planning. I already started the Mornings with Nano hashtag this week. Someone told me the other day, like, I can't believe you don't have a Mornings with Nano hashtag. I was like, yeah, man, I actually got to get that. So we started it this week, and we're going to make it go global. We're going to we're going to get, influencers outside of, of the Gary Vaynerchuks and all those individuals. We're going to attempt to get individuals like that to come on Mornings with Nano and, make it that big, and podcasts and all that great stuff. So I got a good plan set in stone, just working it now, bro. But
super, super grateful for everybody that, you know, shows love on mornings. And shout out to the whole family.
I appreciate you, Bill. That's awesome. And you know, the one thing I really take from you every single time you speak is you use the word experience a lot. And so that's just a crazy, you know, to see your level of success. And you know, one thing I picked up from, you know, I believe it was A&P was, you know, millennials nowadays, right? Millennials do not really care about money; they care about the experience. And so I really like that you keep saying that word over and over. But shout out to you, Nano. You know, much love, bro. We really appreciate your mornings with Nano. And you know, everybody else. Shout out to all of you on the panel. I know I got to give it over to John Guaman if I'm not able to ask questions after this. I appreciate y'all. I respect y'all, and I will see you at the next level here by the next convention. I love you guys, and I'll see you in a little bit. John, over to you, big dog.
Appreciate you guys. And honestly, shout out to all the chairmen. Wow, that was a ton of value. You guys can just like overall tell if you guys tuning in, it's like every single one of them has like a completely different story, but they're just so well seasoned behind like the intentions and like the lessons behind what they've, you know, acquired, you know, coming to chairman. So one thing I want to kind of talk about right now is it's a big question that I want to ask each and every single one of you guys. Because I always like to hear about like success stories. I love to hear about fast success stories. But one thing I like to hear about even more is like somebody who went through like a bunch of trials and tribulations in order to obtain that success story. So for people that are out there going through the exact same thing, what are some of the biggest trials that you and tribulations that every single one of you guys have gone through in your business and before your breakthrough, and how did you guys overcome them? So we'll start with Slice. Go for it, brother.
Breakthroughs and trials and tribulations. I like that. Like for real, everybody in this business, everybody that started business, everybody that started investing, the process punked them out. That's why businesses fail short. That's why people don't continue to invest. So the trials and tribulations is really where the skills obtain. So the skills pay the bills, like straight up. So at the end of the day, the trials and tribulations is going to be the skill set that you're going to come up with, that roadblock. You're going to be like, damn, how can I get over that? You got to get better. You feel what I'm saying? So being in this business, like when I first started, I just wanted to be a trader. It took me a year and a half, you know what I'm saying, through actually grinding through this before I even tried to attempt to get it signed up. My package was active for a whole year and a half before I even started to even trade. It wasn't until I actually met cash when I actually considered even quitting my job and going to this business full time. But when I said that, when I actually quit my job from a year and a half of trading, I understood that I had to go through a whole nother process of learning this, the business side of it, to actually market myself. Because at the end of the day, I don't care how good your grandma biscuits is, I don't care how good you make your cookies. If you don't know how to market it, you don't have a business, right? So in the trials and tribulations that I went through that was so hard for me, it's like, cause me, I'm so laid back. It's like, you can't be too cool in this business. Like straight up, I tell you this right now. Like if you too cool in this business is not for you. Like it wasn't until one time I actually went to this event and I forgot who was speaking. But he said, look, I get to stand up and tell everybody every day how serious I am about my loved ones and how serious I'm about my grind to get out of the situation I am. So I like the trials and tribulations, that's food to me. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, I understand that's what I need to get where I'm trying to go. So at the end of the day, I tell everybody, man, look, you working for your why. If you ever got a trial or tribulation, you're going to go through them. But remember, look, nobody cares. Everybody got their own problems. So nobody cares about your problems. Just, you know what I'm saying? Don't wish things was better. Wish you was better. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I got to say about that. Look, this business, a lot of people in it, everybody going through the same emotions, and you won't have to go through them to get to certain heights. You feel me? But those who remain consistent and always leveling up and always building skills is the ones that see the results. There's no question on why you see 6 and 7 figure earners is on this call right now, been in the business for more than a year. Like this is not no microwave business, but you could definitely get some microwave money if you been in there long enough. So, hey, man, love y'all. Appreciate everybody that's on this call. Guam, you the GOAT. Cash Cartier, what's up? Man, that's all I got to say, man.
Yeah, no, that was so fire. One thing that I related super heavily to what you were saying basically was being like aggressive. You can't be too cool for this business. Like you need to go out there and chase the goal. Aggressive with the process, patient with the execution. You know, aggressive with the execution, patient with the process, guys. So next up, Mr. Keanu McGee. what was some of the biggest trials and tribulations that you've gone through, brother? And how did you overcome?
I actually really like this question, because a lot of people just see things from behind the screens, but they don't really see, what's truly going on in your life. And I could really go off about this topic, but I know I don't have too much time, guys. But one thing I want you to write down real quick is, smooth seas don't produce good sellers, right? Smooth seas don't produce good sellers, right, guys? And what I mean by that is when you ask for leadership, you're asking to, reach another level, you're automatically signing up for trials and tribulations. Because without trials and tribulations, guys, I want you to understand that your trials and tribulations produce revelation. And through your revelation creates other people's salvation. And automatically, what does that mean? Answers for other people's problems, right, guys? And so I want you to understand, the more things don't get easier as you move up, right? Things only get more complicated, more responsibilities, more people's problems, right? More answers, right? More growth is going to be required, guys. So, for me, I had to grow a lot of, past generational curses, right? I had to get over myself, right? I had to be willing to reprogram myself and realize that nothing happens to me, but everything happens for me, and that your perspective is going to be a reality. You just got to be able to reverse engineer your situations. So that's pretty much what I have to say about trials and tribulations.
Sheesh. You spoke the word, bro. You spoke the word on that last one, man. Trials and tribulations create revelations. That's honestly a nugget right there. Phenomenal. So next one that we have up, Ruben. What's going on, boss? How you doing, bro?
Doing great.
So check this out, man. And what was some of your biggest trials and tribulations, and how did you overcome them?
Okay, so I'm gonna talk about 3. It's my parents, best friends, or friends in school. So coming to school, I feel like you gotta just really understand what's your dream life and how you want to live it. See, me, I want to retire my mom. I want to give back scholarships to the hood. I want to do a lot of things I know school won't get there. So boom, I realized, okay, cool, school won't get there. Move out my mind, focus on what can get there, and that was this. So that was easy for me. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm not gonna be comfortable 30 years old if I went through with school. So I moved that. Still graduated, but I just understood that's not the focus of my life. Now, kind of best friends now, I want everybody on school to understand, right? Your friends are going to start to celebrate you when strangers do. So you got to understand, they can look at you crazy in the process. When the product is done, they're going to look at you like the GOAT. So you got to understand that it's okay to look crazy in the process because the finished product is going to look crazy. So just let the process go. Trust the process. Yeah, I heard that before. Trust the process and keep it pushing, right? Now, to come to parents now, you got to understand parents are going to always be a safe haven. They want you to do it safe because they don't want you to take risky moves. They don't want you to mess up. So parents now, I had to literally tell my parents when I graduated, I remember I was applied in 2000, before the breakthrough, my parents were telling me that, like, okay, you should get a master's degree, you should get a part-time job. Look, both have said, you're broke, in debt, why are you telling us to do money? Like, it don't make no sense. Like, you don't know what's best for me. Like, you're broke, I'm trying to be rich and wealthy. It was an argument, but then later, when it was all said and done, I was helping them with mortgage and actually doing their mortgage, it was gone. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you definitely want to just understand that it's okay to look crazy now, but you have to have undeniable faith, complete faith in yourself in order to get to where you want, in order to get to places where nobody else can get to. So when it comes to trials and tribulations, you got to just have complete. Nobody can tell you that. Like, you guys really walk around with the swagger that nothing can stop you. And that's the only way that truly that nothing can stop you. Hope that makes sense to everybody on the call. That's really all I got to say.
Yeah, 100%, bro. You got to be your biggest fan. And dude, I relate to your story so crazy, man. Like, my friends, my family, people in college, teachers in college were telling me I was crazy. So it's like, what is it? I think the people around you see you for who you are. Strangers see you for where you're going. So it's like everything you're talking about, man, is straight facts. Like, just go look for the people that believe what it is that you believe in. So real quick, Andre, how you doing, boss?
I'm doing amazing. How you doing?
How you doing in the 6? Is it cold out there or what?
It's cold, but it's hot up in here, so we good.
Hey, bring the heat today. So check it out. What was some of your biggest trials and tribulations, man? And how did you overcome them specifically?
So I've dealt with a few. Just like Ruben was saying, actually, friends and family. I think that's the number one thing because I've been in this profession now for about 6 years, and I've never made over $1,000, $2,000 in a month until I am, right? Wow. And through that process, everyone's like, Andre, why are you still giving it a shot? Why are you trying to pick another new company? My mom and dad are like, leave it alone. Go to college, go to university. But I understood having depth of vision is what I needed, right? I understood I see the bigger picture. I see people that look just like myself from my city, my age, making it happen. So I said, hey, you know what? I can definitely make it happen. And I understand this. When you stay busy, there's no time for negativity to live in your mind, right? So I just stayed super busy, stayed on the grind, and it kind of led into the second big trial and tribulation is dealing with egos within the team, right? As people start to make money, people start to do very well, you start to see egos start to flare up. And I realized what you just got to do is let people understand that even myself as a chairman 10, it's just a rank, right? It's only X amount of dollars per month, and understanding that there's bigger goals, right? We're at this position, but understanding as well that where we are today is not due to my efforts, right? Nothing about my rank, nothing about my income is to do strictly with just me. It's the team's efforts, and it's a higher power that has gotten us to where we are today, right? And when people truly understand that it's not just myself, they can say to themselves, okay, cool, yes, I made X amount of money, yes, I may hit X rank, but if my chairman is saying it's not even him, then who am I to say it's all about me, right? And lastly, I'll say is touching upon trial and tribulation. I think the biggest one is dealing with language barriers. We start internationally and different languages. And the biggest way how I dealt with it is shout out to the Montreal squad on the call right now, Canada. But me understanding I don't speak that language, that's their prominent language, is I said, hey, you know what? I got to drop my ego, drop where I'm at, edify someone else in the local marketplace, give them all the credit, give them all the power, and make everyone now look to them to get the information across. Because when I understood it's not what I'm saying or not about who I am, it's about getting the information across, things start to change for us.
Amazing, bro. And I could just literally tell by the way that, like, I could just see it in your eyes, bro. Like, you just have this relentless, like, fire in you, bro. And the whole thing with the whole coachability and ego stuff, it's like, I heard this quote and it's biblical. It says that those who exalt themselves will be humbled, and whoever humbles themselves will be exalted. So I think that coachability and ego is, there's always this back and forth, and being able to manage that is just as a leader, man, is such a great thing that you've been able to do. So Matthew, if you're there, brother, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
What's good, bro? So check this out, man. What are some of the biggest trials and tribulations that you've gone through, bro? And how have you been able to overcome them?
Yeah. So for me, previously in my former company, my biggest problem was I was making it more of a me game rather than a team effort. When I first started off, I saw instant success in network marketing. I had no experience in the industry at all. And I grew my team really fast from 12 to 300 people. And then I took a huge drop. And the biggest problem for me was I didn't realize that I had to rely on other people and focus on building others up. I was just focusing on myself. So when I saw that problem, I realized that I have to focus more on helping my team make money, helping my team see success, helping my team learn the biggest problems. And that's what really, really impacted my business and allowed me to take myself to the next level, because I really saw the problem. I really was focused on my success, me helping myself. But when I really realized that my team was more important, and I was helping maybe my team hit a level of something like P2000 or my team hit a level of P1000, it really changed the game for me, because it really allowed me to focus on others rather than myself. And I think that's even more rewarding than seeing success for yourself. And I would say the one more thing that also impacted my trial that I had was caring too much about what others think. My background was I was starting to become a doctor. So I actually got accepted in med school before doing iMarketLive. And my whole family, when they saw I was pursuing network marketing, they were shook. They were like, what are you doing? Like, you're basically set up nicely for the future to become a doctor, obviously. And caring about what they thought at the beginning really affected my business, because I was kind of scared to talk to people, scared to do certain things. But when you start realizing what your goal is, the power of the company we have here, and you start focusing 100% on helping others, I think it's the most rewarding thing.
Yeah, man, that is so powerful, because I know a lot of people that are on the call tonight and they're maybe not getting support from, like, let's say their parents or like their spouse or the people around them, and it can get into their head. And those type of people, if your voice isn't loud enough or you're not focused on the vision strong enough, man, it could force you to quit. So I mean, dude, I love to hear about your journey. You've obviously helped enough people get to that where they've wanted. So that's what essentially gotten to where it is that you guys have wanted, that you wanted to go. So real quick, Neno, what's good, bro? You there, bro?
Yes, I am, my brother. How you doing, John?
Mr. Chairman 100. Yeah, Matt. It's so crazy because I've seen your growth, man. I don't know if you know this, but I've been watching you since you were like a P1000, and just to see your growth has been absolutely insane. So yeah, go over a little bit of like your trials and tribulations, man, and how you were able to overcome every single one of them.
Yeah, bro. I'll talk about probably my biggest trial was getting rid of the old programming, bro. It was tough, you know, when you first get into this business, right? You know, the programming that you have, and when I'm talking about programming, I'm talking about your way of thinking. For those that are probably a little confused when I talk about programming, your way of thinking when you come into this business is programmed to be average, right? You're programmed to be average. You're programmed like the rest of the 95%, right? And when you come into this business, you got to develop a new program. You got to develop a new way of thinking. You got to develop new habits. You got to get rid of distractions. You got to start surrounding yourself around the right people. And my biggest trial was that, getting into that new program, right? Finding the right people to surround myself with, right? Doing the right things, feeding my mind the right information on a day-to-day basis, right? And that was super, super important. But the way I've been able to deal with my trials and you know, the adversity that comes now, something I learned from Kevin Trudeau, right? KT, he says, when those trials come, pop the champagne, right? It's all about the way you look at it's all about the way you look at it, right? You know, Wayne Dyer says, you know, you change the way you look at things and the things you look at change, right? So it's all about how you look at adversity. Now, the way I look at adversity now is when it comes, I pop the champagne, and I know that on the other side of it, there's growth for me. So, you know, that's how I deal with my trials and tribulations. But what I tell people starting off is, you know, make sure that you guys develop that good programming, right? Because the programming that you get, the programming you have when you start this business is not the programming you need to hit the chairmans and the chairman elites and to become a successful trader. So that's kind of how I do it now, John.
That's amazing, man. And dude, I can relate to that so crazy because I had the exact same thing. A lot of people are out there right now. They don't think they're good enough. Maybe they have something that's holding them back. And it's not even that they don't have the skill set. They have all the skill sets, but it's something spiritually. It's something that the 90% of the conversations we have are with ourselves. So man, if you can program your mind, everything else changes, bro. So Anas, I don't know if he is actually on here.
No, we're at time too right now too, John.
Oh, we're at time? Okay,
yeah,
cool. Appreciate every single one of you guys. Honestly, guys, that every single chairman elite, you guys have proven to multiple different people and every single person in the company that you have an immense mindset, and honestly that you're able to lead a large group of people. That is something that is not easy. Okay, it's a massive responsibility. So we're grateful for you and grateful for Mr. Matt Rosa and Jason Brown for throwing this. So Matt and Jason, we'll pass it back to you, bro.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Guys, let's jump into that chat and give it up for the chairman panel. I've worked with all of these individuals personally, and everything that they're saying is a testament as to why it is that they are where it is that they are. We're grateful for you guys. We love you guys. We appreciate you guys. We value you guys. We honor you guys. And I am so excited to announce the next speaker here on the March Madness Online Leadership Summit. We got none other than Mr. Christopher Derrick in the building. Guys, check this out. Christopher Derrick and I started working, and Jason started working with each other for about 4 years ago. And he was one of the first one of the first educators that the company had. He was one of the first chairman educators that the company had. He's a chairman 25, the founder of Price Trap. This guy is your favorite mentor's mentor when it comes to trading, right? He understands the markets. He really, really gets it, but he's able to teach it in such a simplistic manner. I've literally flown Christopher Derrick out to Miami to personally mentor me. So that's the level of respect that I have for this individual's skill set, the respect that I have for this individual's mentality, and I could not be more excited for you guys to learn from my brother, from another mother. Man, this guy's about to light this thing on fire. We got Mr. Christopher Derrick in the building. My brother, take this thing away, bro.
What is up, March Madness? What is up? If every single person is getting massive value so far from this amazing training, I've been on this since like early this morning. Type the number 7. It's an absolute honor to be able to be here and to be able to share this information. So I'm going to jump into it. But before that, I want every single person to just give respect to all the amazing speakers. All this information can honestly change every single person's situation if we apply it. And if you're taking notes, it's not just notes just for yourself, but it's also for notes for all the people that you're responsible for when it comes to entire business. Okay. So there's one thing that Oprah Winfrey does when she does her meetings, and she always says, "What is the intention of this actual meeting? What is the intention of this training?" And the intention of this is pretty much about 3 different things. It's gonna be 3 different things that we're gonna be going over. Number 1, how to use this platform correctly. Number 2, how I get the trades. And number 3, how to take the trades from Price Trap. So I'm not going to go over just how to use Price Trap. I'm going to go over all these key things. So we're going to get very practical with it, and we're going to jump right into exactly what to do because I don't have that much time. So I'm going to share my screen real quick. Okay. Step number one. Each person is a different type of individual. Each person chooses what they want with this entire platform. Hence the reason why we've been having more success, because we've been talking about how this is a digital platform that every single person has the choice to choose what they want to do. The fact that we have digital currencies, the fact that we have high frequency, and the fact that we're now launching e-commerce has now expanded into something that's very, very powerful. So step number 1 is the curriculum of your choice. Okay. If you chose digital currencies, you're going through the digital currency curriculum. If you chose FRX, you're going through the FRX curriculum. See, if we have everything uniform, each person that gets involved into this could take their life to the next level, okay? Step number 2 is you choose 2 to 3 educators, okay? 2 to 3 educators of your choice that teach the same strategy, See, the reason why people have failure when it comes to this, and they try this only for like 30 days or for 60 days, is because they don't know where to go. Look at how much, look how much resources, how many educators in all these different places. See, someone clicks digital currencies, they choose the 2 to 3 digital currency educators of their choice that teach the same strategy. Okay. Step number 3, you go back to the center, is they choose the strategy / tool or weapon of their choice that these educators are using. See, if you really think about all those 3 things, think about it. You have the curriculum, you have the educators that's teaching the same strategy, and now they're utilizing the same tool where they actually get the trade setups. I don't know if you guys were here for the whole Manny Quinones, but it was an absolute phenomenal training on the fact of how we have so many different ways to be able to capitalize on using just one tool. And what's crazy is that's actually the one tool that I use to organize my entire trading and to organize my entire life when it comes to actually giving out trades via Price Trap, okay? So step number 1, curriculum. Step number 2, 2 to 3 educators that are the same strategy. Step number 3 is the tool, the weapon that they use to give out the trades. And step number 4 is the IM mobile app or desktop tool that actually gives out trades. So I'll give an example. Let's say, for instance, you have FRX. Okay, you go onto the Go Live and you're watching John Dolly and Justin Saini, and you're using Steady. Okay, you see how everything is uniform. You're able to be able to take the trades coming from the individuals that are teaching you how they actually draw up the charts and actually find the trades. And you actually went through the curriculum that teaches you all the terminology and lingo that's necessary to trade into that marketplace. Think about for the digital currency aspect, right? You go through the digital currency platform, right? For when it comes to the curriculum, you watch 2 to 3 digital currency educators. You use, the digital currency harmonic scanner or scalper, just like Nick Gomez was saying, and then use swipe point. See, what starts to take place is now every single person wants to be part of this platform, but they all have different types of mentality. There's going to be a person who's going to have massive success through digital currencies, and a person who has massive success through FRX, a person who has massive success in soon-to-be e-commerce. And this is a full place of just financial literacy where people get to choose what they want, because people don't like to be told what to do. They don't like to be told what to do. They like choices. And if we could have discernment of what our customers want, if we could have discernment of how they want to be able to utilize this platform, the retention is high because they want to be here. They want to be here because it is their choice, okay? Now we're going to get into the practical side of things when it comes to the trade strategy, to the trade strategy. Before I share my screen again, real quick, I just want to see who here has been having massive success when it comes to price trap, when it comes to utilizing the harmonic scanner strategy that I'm about to showcase right now. Has anybody been seeing any type of results from it? I'm just curious. I'm just curious so that way I could be able to break this down in detail. Awesome, awesome. So I'm going to break down how I get the trades first before I teach how to use price trap, okay? It's going to be step-by-step process, step-by-step process. Step one, I'm actually going to go this is exactly how, so every single person can see, okay? Step number one, you're going into the center, okay? Going to the center, you're going to click on strategies, okay? We had to transition from saying products to strategies. These are all strategies. This is digital. This is digital. These are strategies, okay? So you click on the harmonic scanner, and I want every single person to like visualize if you're doing this every single day, okay? Visualize as if you're doing this every single day. There's a difference of being told what to do, but to see yourself going through this, it's very, very powerful. So you're going through this, you click on harmonic scanning, and you click on the H1. You click on the H1, okay? Then what you're doing is you're looking on the right-hand side to see what currency pairs that there is. Doesn't mean to enter, it means to look at it. See, the strategies is what confirms the setups, right? The strategy, that you add on to this tool is actually what confirms the setup, okay? So let's say, for instance, you wake up in the morning or you're about to trade before the London session. You're looking at a harmonic scanner pattern, and let's say, for instance, it's the Australian dollar to the Japanese yen. I'm piggybacking off exactly what Manny said, right? And all I'm doing is I'm just trapping price specifically to where it's currently at. The cool thing about the harmonic scanner, right, on this is the fact that we have the ability to draw on this. We have the ability. That's the reason why when I was using MetaTrader 4 back in 2015, and then I found TradingView, I fell in love with it because I'm a very visual person. I know there's a lot of people here that are visual people too as well. So being able to come onto here and being able to draw this and see this visually over time, you're going to get to a certain point to where you don't even have to draw this anymore because you could just see it over and over again. So all I do is I go onto here, right? I click on H1, click on a currency pair. That's step one. Step two is I trap price with 2 boxes. See, before I used to use all these different types of trade terminology. I know all these things. I know everything about confluence and divergence and commonalities and Fibonacci sequences. When I first started teaching, it was all about just fib levels and, the whole 38.2, 61.8, 70.6, 88.6, all these things that when I try to break it down to everybody, I realized that what Tony Robbins said is really real. That complexity is the enemy of execution. And more often than not, the reason why I was stating these things, and a lot of people state this stuff anyways, is to seem smart, to feel validated for people to listen to us. But in all reality, it just makes it more complicated. The number one reason why people don't do this is because they feel that they are not smart enough or not good enough to do this. But if we could break it down and showcase to people on the simplicity behind this, right? It could showcase to them that they have the same power that's inside every single one of us. So all I'm doing is I'm trapping price, and then step 3, what do? Wait for a break, retest, and enter, okay? I've had a lot of people that strayed away from this because they said it was too simple, because we all go to what's familiar, and sometimes we like to make things difficult. It's okay, because a lot of them, they end up coming back. They come back and they realize, wait a minute, why was I trying to complicate everything? I've had a lot of students that said this whole time was just simple. It's just sometimes we think that it's too good to be true. So look at this. How easy was this? This is for the Australian dollar to the Japanese yen. Australian dollar to the Japanese yen, okay? Let me give you a little sneak peek of something. Does this work? Does this work? Does this work? The answer is yes. Let me go into and draw some more real quick. Let me go to the Canadian dollar to the Japanese yen. Look at this real quick. Price came up to this green entry level. All I'm doing is I'm trapping price at the top. I'm trapping price at the top. I'm trapping price at the top. And what I'm doing is I'm drawing the level of support, which is a floor, and I'm drawing the level of a ceiling, okay? Of a ceiling. Now look at this. Same exact concept, different currency pair. See, what we drew was the Australian dollar to the Japanese yen. This is the Canadian dollar to the Japanese yen. Okay, and my question to you is, did it break and retest the bottom box? Who here who would love to have capitalized on this trade? Who here would feel that this is very simple? For a lot of people that feel that it doesn't make any sense, there's no problem with breaking down our pride and ego and utilizing a demo account, okay, and flipping that, or even just risking 3% on even a $200 account or a $1,000 account. You risk 3%, guess how much that you're actually risking? $30 out of 1,000. It's not a big deal. But a lot of people don't want to risk 3% to gain 10 to 15%. Okay, so if you look at this, our main focus is duplicating what I teach on these purple boxes. We just want to capture our purple box. The same way we duplicate our business is the same way we want to duplicate our pieces within the market. I'm gonna give you an example real quick, so because I don't like to showcase too much. But what I've been doing is, for people that say, does it work? All I'm showcasing here is that I've tracked everything. I've tracked everything from every single week. Every single week, I've tracked everything. I've tracked everything from, you know, our break evens to our losses to the pips, all that type of stuff, everything. And I don't really want to like showcase that to impress people, because I want people to experience this for themselves. Okay. So what I decided to do is, you know, for Price Shop, I said, how can I make something to where it could be easy for every single type of individual? And Kobe Bryant was saying in one of the podcasts when he's talking about his publishing company, you know, rest in peace to him and his daughter and all those people within that accident, right? He said that he wanted to make a solution for all the things that could go wrong, even though they didn't go wrong yet. So when he made the solution for everything that could go wrong, what he was doing was he was sealing the cracks. I asked myself the question, why do people lose? Okay, improper risk management. Why do people lose? They don't know how to trail their stops. Why do people lose? Because they don't understand that twin trading means that both of them have to add together to equate to risking 3%. Okay, how do people lose? They don't know, you know, what if it goes up or what if it goes down? You know, they don't know the breakdowns. They don't know how it's drawn up. So I decided, I said, you know what? How about we try something different? I know it's not going to get high up there in numbers at first, because it's not just giving out signals. Now it's like, what if I create something to where people could check on their stuff? They could check on their stuff. If everyone knows how to use this strategy with the scanner, and they mark this up, and then they get sent this trade and it matches the same trade setup from an educator, how would that make you feel? Isn't that the number one thing that we want? Is just a top educator or someone who's had success said, that's a good trade? That's what we want, right? So now you could be able to have that, or you could be able to log on to the Go Live sessions, because I now do it 5 days a week. 5 days a week I do the Go Live sessions. I upped it from 3 to 5 because I realized that in order for us to achieve more, we have to serve more. If you read Think and Grow Rich, it says people will serve me because of my service to others. So by being able to give out more, I said, okay, how about this? When people don't know about their first entries and stop losses, guess what? On top of drawing it up, I give the first stop loss, the entry, and the first take profit. All you have to do is take your finger and hover over that red thing right there, right? Same with the opposite side too as well, for the green for the buy. I draw it up in there. My question to you is, did it hit the first take profit? And when it does do this, I also break down and exactly why it does what it does. Wait for a break of support. Wait for a retest where price closes below the previous level of support. Once it confirms it is a ceiling, it is safe to enter. Price doing this is a continuation of a downtrend, okay, of a downtrend. Let me give you another example of a good trade setup here. See, we caught this. If you look at the retest, we always take the retest off the 15 and the 30 minute, okay, 15 and 30 minute. People took this trade right here based off of this entry. My question to you is this enough? Is this enough pips? Is this enough pips? Would you be able to have been able to capture some type of piece there, okay? All we're doing is we're duplicating our purple boxes from every single one of these trades, okay? And there's two things I want to go over real quick because I have 2 minutes left, okay? 2 minutes left. Let me fix this. 2 minutes left. I want to go over these rules. Risk 3%, 0.01 per 100. If you have 1,000, it's a 0.10. If you take a trade and it's 10 to 15 pips in profit, set a 2 pip stop profit. What if it hits it? It doesn't matter. Move on to the next trade, right? It protects your entire account. When you trend trade and it's $1,000 in your account, you're doing a 0.05 and a 0.05. Whoever feels that this is very, very simple stuff, okay? I have 1 minute left, so I want to break down something to every single person in here. You know, I was thinking about this and I was listening to what Brandon Scott was saying about the future of this company, because no one really talks about the vision of what this really stands for. We have to understand what we really have, especially during the times of turmoil that everyone's freaking out right now. It is an absolute blessing to be able to be a part of this platform. He said, what is the future of I am? The future is you. Our purpose is, in fact, strategically within our name, flowing of infinite possibilities. Discover who you are and tell the world what is your story, okay? So I was thinking to myself, what is the reason why a lot of people don't have massive success? And the reason being is because us as individuals, we keep speaking death into our lives and death into our business and death into our trades and speaking empowerment. See, I used to go on Instagram Live and Facebook Live and used to use a condescending tonality and used to convict every single person for whatever chapter and season that they're actually in. And all I was doing was attracting that type of vibrations, that type of frequency, and that type of people within my business, which is not a good people to have within our business. So what I want every single person to do is during the times that's like this, we focus on empowerment. We focus on hope. We focus on declaring and taking control of our lives on the inner and the outer. See, there's a lot of times that we could be very condescending on how other people do things or how our business is this and how people should be doing this, but that doesn't do anything except push people away. What we want to do is we want to make the soil easy for people to grow in. So when we plant that seed and we water it, we could grow it. If we keep speaking life into this and we keep declaring vision and empowerment, and instead of talking about all the bad things and talking about our actual reality, talk about everything that's within our minds so we can actually make our imagination our reality, that is the whole key for this entire thing. All right? I have 10 seconds. And the last thing is make your why so strong that it does make you cry. Like, even though it gets to a certain point where like, oh, that sounds so corny, right? I made my why my wallpaper. So that way, every single day that I feel like I want to give up, every single day I feel that I want to quit, I go 100% all in. And life is not a game. It is not a game. So I'm going to show you guys, I'm going to be very vulnerable and show you guys exactly what my wallpaper is. Okay? This is my wallpaper. This is my wallpaper. So every single day that I want to give up, I go 100% all in. Make your why your wallpaper. Make a why that makes you cry and go 100% on. I'm going to pass it back. Appreciate you guys for having me on here. And you guys have a good one.
Bam. Absolutely beautiful, Chris. You know, you're one of the people that, you know, has really been one of the longest tenured veterans inside of the company. Somebody who came from, you know, a military background, came to trading because you saw something bigger and you didn't just want to, you know, rely on a job. And, you know, through the years, man, you've really humbled yourself. You've really been one of the most coachable leaders. And just seeing your growth and how much you edify the platform, edify the system, that is the key. You know, as leaders, it's not about us. It's about the system. And with the I Am Center and everything we're doing, I'm really glad that you came on here today and showed people that, you know. So one more time, guys, let's give it up to Chris in the chat. Grateful for you, my brother. And up next, we've got none other than the man himself, Darwin Lopez. Darwin is another one. You know, we love Darwin to death. Everywhere we go, you know, Darwin's the Darwin is he's like the class clown and the mentor, right? So Darwin is just one of those people that you love to be around but can't stand to be around. It's a beautiful combination that only Darwin can pull off. But, you know, all joking aside, you know, I remember 3 years ago, Darwin versus Darwin today. And I think, you know, the common theme that you guys are seeing is that growth is inevitable, right? You know, when you really put your foot forward and say, okay, I'm going to lead, especially leading millennials, okay, especially leading millennials. It's our job to be responsible, right? It's our job to be professionals. And Darwin is going to talk about, you know, recruiting up and taking your business to a different level, right? What you are is what you attract. And so I'm really excited for this training, to be honest. He's also going to talk about delegation and not making your business about you, but empowering the leaders to go out and do great things. So Chairman 100, Darwin Lopez, I saw you yesterday. You had Central Park in New York slammed with people. I'm glad everybody's home safe now, and we're here. So, Darwin, are you there, my brother?
Yeah, I'm here. What's going on, Jason? Appreciate the notification, man.
The fresh
you,
cut. I see you. Looking like Neto.
So, how's everybody doing tonight? Hopefully, everybody's doing an amazing day. I keep thinking I'm at an event, but hopefully, everybody's having an amazing day. And you know, type in two if you're having an amazing day, right? I'm here. I got my daughter and my siblings. I'm here at my mom's new house, right? Thanks to trading, thanks to this company, was able to help my mom get this new house in New City. I am so super happy and grateful to be able to do that for my mom. Let me try to share this. Hold on. I'm just gonna share my screen. So actually, hold on. Stop share. All right. So guys, take out some notes real quick. I'm gonna tell you guys a story, but with the story, I'm gonna give you guys like a lot of nuggets. So for those of you guys who don't know who I am, my name is Darwin Lopez. I'm 26 years old, and I'm from New York City. Right. When I got involved with this business, I was already trading. Right, and I wanted to build a business, a network marketing business. You need more than one source of income, and I didn't want to do anything else that didn't have to do with trading, real estate, or recruiting people to trading, to teaching people how to trade, pretty much. So I didn't want to do anything that didn't have to do with that. So when I found this company, I'm like, okay, I found the company, and I knew some people. I knew Manny, I knew Lou from other companies, and I needed to get them in because they are better than me. You guys got to learn how to recruit people who are better than you, right? Manny is a better speaker than me. Lou is a better trainer than me, right? And I needed people like that in my business. That way, because I'm good at recruiting. They aren't that good at recruiting. I'm good at bringing people in. You guys have to know what are your strengths and what are your weaknesses. You guys have to know that. Right, and that way you guys can recruit your weakness into your business and delegate those responsibilities that are your weakness to the people who have that as a strength. Right. One thing that pretty much like understand, guys, you are in control of your business. You guys decide who you allow into your business. You guys decide who joins your team. You guys decide what kind of team you guys have. You guys are in full control of what kind of personality you guys allow in your team. You guys don't have to recruit everybody, right? You guys get to pick and choose. That's the beauty of this business, right? So, one thing about delegating is that you have to teach the people everything that you know, right? And some people, because I'm not even gonna lie, when I first started, I was having a hard time delegating because I didn't want to teach people everything I knew because I was afraid people would use it against me. I didn't want everybody to know all my secrets on how to recruit or anything, but I'm like, I can't build a team like this. Everybody on my team has to know everything, what I know on how to recruit in order for it to blow up. Because if everybody does what I do and recruit like how I recruit, everybody's going to hit chairman. It's real simple, right? So it was a hard time delegating because I didn't want the information used against me. I didn't want somebody leaving the company and pretty much joining another one and taking on my people off of my strategy. But you guys got to understand, there's no other company better than this company. And when you guys figure that out, it will be way too late. So I tell people, this is where it's at. There's no other company like this. There's no other company with the right people like this that really care about everybody else instead of themselves, right? Shout out to Matt, Jason, David, and Alex Morin, top leaders, like guys, you guys don't understand the sacrifice that these people make for you guys. They make a lot of sacrifice, right? Let me see if I can share my screen. All right, start broadcast. Can you guys hear me? Type in 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me. All right, can you guys see my screen?
Yep, you're good.
Good? All right, so besides recruiting up and delegating, right, because the delegating is you not being the center of attention. You cannot be the man. When I was building this business, I had to give responsibility in order for me to build a bigger business. I couldn't be the one always presenting, right? I remember the first time I made Manny present, right? Manny came to an event and he was pretty much like a guest, right? And he had a hat on, and I'm like, Manny, you're presenting. He's like, yo, bro, I don't got a shape up. I'm like, all right, I don't care. Then the people are gonna stand, because we had about 20 people in that room. I'm like, then people are gonna just stand there and just stare at us if you don't present, right? It's called sink or swim. I threw him in, and I'm like, Manny, you got to do this because nobody else is gonna do it, right? And that's what started off like Manny presenting in New York and everything. And you guys got to learn how to put your team to present. Throw them in the fire, sink or swim. You're not gonna learn how to present alone. You're gonna learn how to present, how to speak in front of the room by speaking in front of the room, by presenting. You're not going to learn how to do it by yourself. You're going to do it. You're going to learn how to do this by messing up. All right. So real quick, I don't have much time. I want to go over a few other things with you guys that I actually have on some slides. So, you know, for those of you guys who don't got my Instagram, that's my Instagram right there. All right. So my story, I'm from New York, right? I always grew up thinking I was going to be a professional baseball player, right? And it was when I got injured, I realized I needed to find something different. And network marketing was it, right? And in network marketing, you can't get injured. You can continue to play. So for those of you guys who are home and not doing anything, you guys aren't injured. You guys are able to put in work into your business, right? If you aren't chairman and you're not in critical condition, like you should be grinding to hit chairman. There's no way you can get injured. All right, so now, next slide, boom, mental game, right? The problem with a lot of people is that everybody wants to hit chairman. Everybody wants to hit it, not knowing the responsibility that it comes with. Sometimes life can lead you faster than your mind is prepared to handle it. There's a lot of people that hit ranks fast, but they de-rank because mentally and emotionally, they haven't had a grip of what life has handed them. All the responsibility that comes with that rank, right? And that's why they get a retracement until they learn how to hit that rank for real, not off of hype or off of emotion. They know why they hit the rank the second time, right? And if you don't know how to elevate to that level, once you hit it, you can lose it pretty quick. Right, your personal development does not far exceed your income. That's why you always have to be working on yourself, right? So taking the stairs, right? There's no overnight success, right? I watched Matt Jason be broke, busted, and disgusted. Like I watched it myself, right? They didn't have money to go out. We used to go out to bars. Now they go out to club and they buy out the club, right? It was not. Trust me, it was not overnight, right? And understand it's not just about the money, right? But the responsibility that level of money requires. That responsibility of actually touring, actually traveling to your team. Because New York, as I was building New York, I had other team building, but I was preparing a tour. And that's why I needed to delegate responsibility in New York so that I can tour correctly. And I needed to leave the right people, which was Manny. Right, and then while Manny was there, I was trying to recruit Nano, right? But Nano kept saying no. I'm like, damn, I need Nano in because I know what he can bring to the table. I know that he's gonna come in here and have the sport mentality, right? I'm gonna eat everybody else's food. If he's doing 1 hour of personal development and 1 hour of trading, I'm gonna do 2 of each, and I'm gonna outwork everybody. That's the type of mindset that Nano had when he came into this. And this is why he's so personally developed. Because he's like, oh, all right, I'm going to catch up to you, D. How many books you read? What books you read? He's asking me all these questions. How many hours you listen to trying to outwork me? All right. So as that was happening, trying to get Nano in, you had Manny, right? And while I was touring, creating the same system everywhere else, Manny was here holding it down. And now Manny has other people to hold it down while he tours to his Poland team, his Jamaica team. Like, guys, you guys need to stop trying to be the man and make somebody else the man. All right? Understand, guys, at different levels, brings different devils, right? The problem with a lot of people is that they get off on the wrong floor. They get off on the wrong floor. They hit chairman and they think they made it. I'm like, bro, you're just making 10 grand a month. That's not a lot of money. Like, you should be focusing on making your yearly income, which is $120,000, into a monthly income. That should be your focus. That should always be your focus. Turning your weekly, your monthly into your weekly, your yearly into your monthly. All right, guys, stop getting off at the wrong stairs. All right, you're not just gonna hit chairman. You're hitting chairman every single day. Right, and in this world, you are paid for what you're responsible for your responsibility. Right, to whom much is given, much is required. Right, too much is given. Right, so Jason and Matt and Alex, David. Right. Yeah, you guys want to make that type of money? Look at the type of tours they do, right? I knew, and I know now, I can't get to that rank unless I do what they do and tour like they tour with the mindset that they have, right? Because it's not about just doing what they do. You got to think like that person thinks too. Because if you're just doing what they're doing and not thinking like they're thinking, you're not going to get the results that they have. All right, guys, be careful what you ask for, because you guys just may get it. A lot of you guys want chairman. You guys may get it and not be even able to handle the responsibility of having 100, 200 people blow up your phone, or having 50 people blow up your phone. Hey, I can't log in, and the system is going through an update, and you have 50 people blowing up your phone. You have to be able to handle those type of problems through working up the stairs, right? With responsibility comes sacrifices, right? A lot of sacrifices had to be made. One of the main sacrifices I made, and I had to make a choice. I'm like, I'm either gonna stay at chairman. What rank was I? I was chairman 50. I was chairman 50. I'm like, I'm either gonna stay at chairman 50 and watch my daughter grow up for this next year, or I'm gonna hit the road.
Darwin, 60 seconds.
Perfect. And watch my daughter grow up, or make sure that she's set for life by grinding this year and a half and make sure her college paid for, everything is paid for. All right. I made a real sacrifice. All right. And you guys are going to run into that, and you guys got to make a decision whether you want to hit Chairman 500 or you don't. Right. You have to be willing and able to give up everything. Right. So water spots, real quick, 60 seconds. What places gives you peace, right? Where are your water spots? What fills you? What depletes you, right? Every feeder must be fed. Who is feeding you, right? Everybody's making withdrawals. Every time you guys give a presentation, you're giving out your energy, right? You're giving out your excitement. You're giving out everything, your heart, your passion to everybody. But who's filling you up, right? Chris Terry's one of the person that fills me up. Matt, Jason, David, they fill me up so that I can be able to withdraw and give more to other people, all right? So, again, leadership is nothing without the team. These are a couple of people I want to give a shout out to. Shout out to Manny, Gustavo, and Nano. All right, 3 top leaders, traders on my team, guys. And to end it all, guys, be confident that he who began a good work in you will complete it, guys. Be confident, guys, because you guys are God's highest form of creation. You guys were meant to have everything you guys put in your mind and your imagination. You guys were meant to have that. All right, so I appreciate everybody for hopping on. And Matt, Jason, thank you for having me. The New York event is postponed. I'm so grateful we was at least able to link up yesterday in Central Park. And guys, let's take this to the next level. Let's take you to the next level. Let's make sure you guys are the best version of yourself every single day and grow every single day and try to become 10 times, 100 times better. I appreciate everybody. You guys have a good Saturday. Peace.
Let's go, guys. Jump in the chat box. Let's show some love for Chairman 100, Darwin Lopez. That's big. He talked about pushing people, out of their comfort zone. And, when he was talking, it brought me back to one of the times that really I look at as one of the key 5 moments for me as a leader back in 2013. It was my first month in the business. Alex Morton came to our city, and he walks into the room. We had some leaders over. We were having a home event, in our apartment. And we expected like 70, 80 people to show up that night and slam the apartment. And he goes, "Hey, man, I heard you're the up-and-coming leader here." He goes, "You're speaking tonight, and I'm going to broadcast it to all my teams on Uvu." So we didn't even have Zoom back then. And I was like shaking. Guys, my first time presenting, we were selling energy drinks, and I had a can in my hand and it was shaking. I was so nervous, okay? But that catapulted me to feel comfortable, right? To feel good about getting in front of people. And from that moment forward, nothing was the same. And so sometimes, we don't just want to throw people, in their first day, week, but be smart and be selective. Because when somebody's been around the business for a while, when somebody's been around the campfire for a while, you pushing them out to go speak on a webinar, speak at a home event, could be that one thing that unlocks them going to the next level. So appreciate you, Darwin. Right now, guys, we have one of my favorite panel discussions of the day, and it's building in your local market, right? We talk about global expansion. We talk about going international, right? We talk about all these things, but sometimes you got to just you got to just mine the gold, look for the oil in your backyard before you go searching for it elsewhere. And so Nathan Samuel, Chairman 100, Lasaldo Tavares, T-Cup Lou. Oh my God, what's this guy doing? The Met fan. Nate and Lou are going to host this panel. And joining us right now are the twins, Khalil and Nigel Stinson. They are together, but these two are the epitome of consistency, dedication. What's crazy? They hit chairman without, kind of like what I talked about before, earlier today with Jordan and Ray, without being in the spotlight, but utilizing the system, right? They use the videos, they use the tools they were given, and they were able to hit chairman. They have chairman in their team. Amazing guys. They got a little bit of swagger, different swagger too. So the swagger sits different on these boys, but the dream team nonetheless. We got, speaking of swagger, the maker of taste, Roberto Vasquez, my bro. So proud, so proud of Rob, because he's one of those people that comes for advice, not so often, but applies it immediately and goes right back to work. And so coachability is huge with my boy. And then Scotty Huss and John Legaretta. These two, well, first off, John, congratulations, bro, for everything you've done, consistent, and having a chairman in your group, right, is, for all of us, it's a bigger accomplishment than even being a chairman ourselves, right? I remember the day when Matt and I broke our first chairman. That feeling is like literally better than you winning at Chairman 500, seriously. And so to be able to do that and to take someone like Scotty, who has zero network marketing experience, coming into IM, work together, create a culture where right now, I believe Scotty was telling me he has over 50 people at his house in a watch party. You guys grind, and I really respect it because you've had betrayal in your business, ups and downs in your business, but you continue to move forward, and that's what it takes to lead, right? All of us go through that. So, guys, we got a star-studded panel for you right now. Lou, Nate, the ball's in your court. Guys, we got 25 minutes, and then we're going to move forward. So, take it away.
All right, let's get. You go first. You go first, big bro. All right, man. Listen, first and foremost, let's thank Matt, Rosa, Jason Brown, Christopher Terry for even doing this today, even after the event got postponed, for them to take out their time and still give you guys this type of information, this type of knowledge. This is crazy. So I'm blessed to be here. Number one question. Let me go to Roberto real quick. Roberto, I'm gonna ask you, what's the issues you think you can have building in your own market?
That's a great question, brother. Thank you for everybody for getting me on this. I appreciate all of you guys, Jason and Matt and Lou, 100% appreciate you. One of the biggest, troubles you can have is that people know you and judge you for your past self. So sometimes that past you haven't yet overcome, or you haven't yet overcame. So people judge you for who you were before.
So something I recommend you to do is polish yourself, because people love to see growth. So they can't judge you by who you were if they see a constant improvement every single day.
Okay, great. I like that. I wanna pick up from there. I have some questions for our panelists, and I just want to thank you guys, the panelists, for being here and for your success and all that great stuff. But my question is specifically for I know we have Nigel, right? Nigel, the twins, and Scotty, some of the younger leaders similar to myself. And I know, Scotty, you specifically, I watched you hit Chairman 10 at 19, and it was a big motivation for us all. But being young and successful in your field and in your position, what key things did you have to do, you guys three specifically, personally, to begin to thrive in your inner markets? And I repeat that, being young and successful in your field and your position, what key things did you have to do to begin to thrive in your inner markets?
All right. Well, let's just give gratitude for everybody really quick. Nate, I see you killing it, bro. I want to thank you guys for the question. Roberto, you just killed the last question. Thank you, Matt and Jason. And I really think, you know, a lot of times if you get around people that are not going places, you're going to stop going places. So like a big key for me was seeing, you know, Alex Morton, seeing David and ETA, seeing, you know, Nate, Bryce, seeing all of the people that, you know, even Matt, Jason, all of the people hit, you know, outstanding positions that are paying them the crazy income levels, but are still going to the next level and understand that there's always more out there. It doesn't matter what level of success that you reach. So like, I think that was probably super big for me, is just, you know, get around the right environment and then always stay in the trenches, like never get too big for the little things. You know, a lot of times people go Chairman 10 or Chairman 25, Chairman 50, and they get comfortable. But right now, we're in Miami, Florida, in the Dreams to Reality house. What's up, everybody? We're here, we're in the trenches every single day. So I think that's what it's about, bro.
All right, Nigel and Khalil, I want you guys to hit that too as well.
Word.
I think you guys are unmuted. You guys here with me? Seems as if we may be having some technical difficulties. Teacup, I'll pass it back to you then.
1 sec, I'm trying to unmute the boys. Let me see.
Okay.
They don't want you unmuted. I would pass a question maybe to John and maybe Khalil and Nigel to try to log out and log back in. I can't unmute you.
Okay. Go ahead, boy. Go ahead, Nate. Now, nobody gonna answer? Yeah, pass it to John. Yeah, John. I'm waiting on you, John.
What's going on, brother? Repeat the question one more time as a refresher, and then I'm able to provide the value.
Okay, great, boss man. So the question is, being young and successful in your field, in your position, what key things did you have to do to begin to gain success in your inner markets?
Yeah, man, for sure. So first of all, can you guys just give me a thumbs up if you guys can hear me loud and clear? I want to make sure my connection is A1. Okay, so here's the deal, man. If you're young and successful, you cannot follow yourself. You need to model your thinking after other successful people. And so when Scotty Hills was speaking, he was very correct. You got to follow people like Alex Morton, David Munitier, you know, Matt Rosa, Jason Brown, Julian Fisher, Nick Gomez, Jonathan Lopez, all these top-ranking chairmen. You need to elevate your circle of influence and increase your proximity to these top leaders. And if they're grinding, you're grinding. If they're working a certain way, you work a certain way. You got to be ultimately teachable and coachable if you really want to reach the next level. So just to wrap it up, man, I really think that elevating your circle of influence and modeling these successful people, especially being a young entrepreneur, a young professional network marketer, is very important. Because if you model yourself, you're not going to win. But if you model what the top people are doing, as simple as that sounds, I need everybody on this webinar to really ask yourself, am I modeling successful people, or am I trying to do what I want to do? Don't listen to yourself, listen to other people, be blindly coachable like a Chairman 25 Scotty Huss, and you will reach the top ranks of the company.
Dope. Nigel, Khalil?
Yeah. What's good? Appreciate Matt and Jason for having us on this call. Appreciate Lou and Nate for y'all hosting. Can y'all hear me? Y'all can hear me? Word. So I think the main key that got me and my brother in the position at such a young age was, first of all, the seriousness. Okay, when you're young and you're approaching these older. Remember, we got in a meeting with an older gentleman that came in and hit a top rank in our company. I think it was the serious factor. And when I'm talking about serious, if I'm sitting in a meeting and I'm telling him that we're going to go Chairman 10, we're going to go Chairman 25, we're going to go Chairman 50, or we're going to make some money in the market, I'm serious. I say, look at my face. I'm serious. I'm not laughing. I'm not having a good time in that meeting. When I go into my meetings, when I go to my one-on-one, it's business in order for them to make money. And especially when you're at a very young age, people don't take you as serious. You could be wearing a suit, you could be wearing drip, it don't matter. They don't take you as serious as soon as they see your age. So if you come with that level of confidence, if you come with that level, not cockiness, there's a fine line. A lot of people say, oh, well, I'm confident. No, you're cocky, right? So there's a fine line between confidence and being cocky. And if you have that fine line and you're very, very confident in what you do, people will listen to you no matter what age you are. So I think the seriousness of being successful, or the seriousness of you saying your goals and having your everything as a plan, they'll listen to you. So I think that's one of the key factors that kind of helped me get to the next level. But now you can kind of tell them it's really about embodying professionalism or what it means to be a part of this business, because you're going to be able to attract those professional people, right? Watching how you say things, watching the cursing, keeping that down to a minimum. One of our mentors always told us, you can offend somebody by cursing, but you can't offend anybody by not, right? So it's really embodying and watching your tonality, and also, guys, chasing wisdom, right? It's all about chasing the bag, but what's inside that bag has to be wisdom over wealth, because if you're chasing wisdom, a lot of people are going to be able to see how wise you are, and they're going to be able to take you a lot more serious.
That was gas. I don't know if y'all caught that. That was gas.
That was definitely dope. I took some notes there. Teacup, back over to you though.
All right. Let me ask this question. I'll ask it to Rob, and then everybody else can answer it like that. Do you believe that in your local market, you can hit chairman in your local market?
1000%. I'm somebody who's very hard-headed, so I've learned from multiple people. You have to tour to hit chairman. Well, guess what? I hit chairman in my city without touring once. My biggest team is actually in New York. So I believe that if you get a big foundation, a strong foundation in your hometown, it can actually work best. Because once you leave the next person that has been learning from you the whole time and they could take over the city, then you go on tour. But you know that back home, the structure will still remain. Because I always ask that, I'm like, if you build a strong culture where you're from, how can you lose? If you see the biggest teams with the strongest culture, they're all around each other. They're in the same city. And I feel like that in-person factor really takes over, because I can easily go see anybody who's in my team in New York. So definitely you can grow exponentially wherever you're at. And just remember how many people over the age of 18 have a phone where you're at. I'm in New York City. We have almost 10 million people. So now can you go chairman? You could go chairman 500 without stepping out these borders.
Yeah, 100% agree with Rob. Same thing with me and Nigel. We hit Chairman 10 without actually touring, and that we didn't even do a presentation. So shout out to Cash Cartier and the ATMs. Limitless with Lath and Justin, just building that culture, like Rob said, the people that are surrounding yourself, people that are surrounding you as that team, you can 100% hit Chairman 500, Chairman 750, Chairman 1 million in your warm market. I mean, there's so many people that you haven't even reached yet. I mean, I take Ubers in Dallas all the time, and people still don't know what Forex is, and we've blown it up in Dallas. I'm sure it's like that out there in New York. So yeah, you could definitely hit Chairman 10, Chairman 25, Chairman 50 in your local market, because there's always someone out there that doesn't quite know what Forex is yet. So yeah, I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, for sure, man. So, I can go ahead. So based on that question, man, there's a lot of chairmen that, you know, they could have definitely hit Chairman 10 and above within their market, and I do agree with that. I do encourage everybody to really start building local markets, even outside of your market. So, you know, Roberto and Nigel and everybody else, they built a very strong culture within their city, and that's phenomenal because you get to see how to really build that culture. You get to really see how to run an event system, and you just get to really see how to interact with people belly to belly. So it's going to teach you a lot of different things about doing things in person. So when you start tapping to different markets outside of your city, you're able to implement it. So what I tell people is, instead of you kind of just skipping rocks and having Zoom calls everywhere, you need to be very profound with every city you tap into. So if you're going to tap into Chicago, or you tap into Texas, or you tap into California, whatever market you're tapping into, you want to make sure you sink that ship and you build a strong foundation there. So build a very strong foundation in your city, what that looks like, run an event system, talk with your mentor, and really grow it out, and then start doing that everywhere else. And you'll be very profound in multiple different city states and different countries.
I think it's huge to build local, because you know, the only way to lead, right, like as a responsibility as chairmen, you know, a lot of things are done online, missing the digital business. Yes, like you don't have to go anywhere, but like, you know, building local to go global, to like lead by example. You know, there's so many people online doing online marketing and all that stuff, and if you don't have meetups, like how real, how authentic, how genuine is it? So like when you meet up with people, it's face-to-face, business is done face-to-face. And I think Matt and Jason, they really started, you know, running the Miami marketplace with us 2.5 years ago when John and I launched. And they showed us, yo, start by Mindset Monday, you know, create a schedule in your city. And now, you know, we go the flights in the past 2 years, but you know, we've built local, and then we've attracted leaders now in other countries, now in other cities, and now we go all around the world. But like, build local and go global. And Austin Godzi has a video about that. So like, shout out to people that posted YouTube videos that started like, you know, building global, building international, and you guys can learn how to do this by studying YouTube University. You know, like, so.
It's tough. Definitely some great answers. A lot of gems going around. A lot of gems. All right. And actually, I have another question. Actually, for the sake of time, I want everybody to answer, and I just want you to be very specific with this one. Right. I want you to tell, what was the biggest challenge? Right. What's the biggest challenge you faced while trying to gain success, or while gaining success in your local market? What was the number one challenge you faced? Right. And that is to all of our panelists.
3 minutes left. Take that in consideration, fam.
Yeah, so biggest challenge is definitely the fine line between mentorship and friendship, because although you're building a strong culture, you want to make sure that you have the image of a mentor, but still being close enough to be their friend. So the one point I'm going to end it off with from John C. Maxwell is, be close enough for, you know, to them to be their friend, but be far enough away from them to still be able to mentor them. So making sure that they still respect you is a very big thing, especially building local, for you to have maximum success.
Thanks.
I would say the number one challenge that I faced was, as your team continues to grow, especially when you become a chairman, trying to help everybody that's a part of your team, right? And so what I would focus that and overcome that challenge is focus on, doing one-on-ones, helping certain new leaders or helping your leaders, because at the end of the day, if you're helping your leaders, you're helping that main person see success, right? If you're helping that main leader with, op calls or opportunity calls or even training, you're helping them directly, even if it's indirectly. So that's my challenge, and that's how I overcame it. I also say a challenge too. Besides that, I'd say the other challenge is complacency, because when you build a big local market, you everywhere you go in Dallas, they're on your team, they're on your squad, you lit, and you're like, I ain't got to do nothing else. You sit back and chilling, and you have to get over that complacency because everybody around you is there. Not helping anybody else. So sometimes a local market can hinder you from going out and finding more success or finding more stories. So that's the problem that I had when I first saw success. And so to overcome that, I always stay at ground zero, back at zero. Shout out to the boy, Brandon Thompson.
I would say, especially where I'm from Uptown New York City. If you don't know where that is, please look it up on Google. They don't believe you when you talk about wealth, when you talk about growth, when you talk about positive things. So it's very hard sometimes coming from the hood, coming from the trenches, to really expand the minds of people and stand on them corners for 5 to 10 years. So over here, we're talking positivity, we're talking pips, we're talking hieroglyphics to these people. So it was very difficult at the beginning to show people that, this really works. Especially when I got started, the company only had 20,000 people and there weren't that many chairmen, especially not that I knew personally. So I didn't have no one that I can say, look, this person has become this successful, so can we. So I feel like if your local market doesn't believe in you, be the dog, be that strong person that goes out there and gets it. Because once you come back with the results, they can't tell you nothing, baby.
I'm good.
I think my biggest challenge is okay, you're launching your team, you start breaking up P1000, P2000, P5000, they start hosting their own events, they have their own system, but you got to remember you always have to, bring in new blood. So new blood is the lifeblood of your business. Alex Moore says it all the time, recruiting is the answer always. So you always got to be sponsoring new people and then developing a new person on the side while you have your existing group growing and all that stuff. So maintaining, the understanding that we have to just continue to go recruit new people, and we always have to continue to lead the way for everybody else. And sometimes you have to pass the baton and let, the P2000s close the event. You have to let, the P5000 people that are under you, I never like to say under you, but they're on your team, you taught them what to do, but let them, lead from the front. Let them be the person that ends the event. Let them bring you up just for a rank advancement. Let them do the presentation, and then you're developing the new people, the new P1000s, the new P600s, and more behind the scenes. So knowing when to lead from the front, and then knowing when to take a step back and let your leaders, lead from the front. I think that's probably one of the biggest challenges that we faced.
Dope. We got any time left, Matt? I got one more. Go on.
No, I think this was our time for this.
That was it?
Yeah, that was it, man. That was it. Was it, right, Matt?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Blessings, man.
Thank everybody for being on, man. You did a great job.
Let's give it up for these chairmen. These chairmen have been able to build inside of their local markets. Everybody wants to build international, but you don't know how to build international, and you will not be able to make this thing happen until you can build in your backyard. And on that day, then you are ready for the responsibilities of having the opportunity to build international, to build outside of your city. So it starts with your backyard. I love you guys. We appreciate you guys. We value you guys, and we honor you guys. Thank you guys so much for the value. So guys, next up we have, y'all not ready for this one. Y'all not ready for this one. My boy, Mr. Lisaldo Tavares, Teacups in the building, about to be doing his, Jay, if you can make me host, you turn off my camera, bro. I'm excited right now. You messed me up. Yo, we have my man, Teacups, Lou, in the building right now. A lot of people think that just Teacups is a trader, right? Lou's just a trader. I'm going to let you know right now, before he was ever a trader, his name was ringing all throughout the network marketing industry. You see, this isn't this guy's first time making Chairman 25 money. This isn't this guy's first time building a big organization. This isn't his first time mentoring people. A lot of the individuals that you heard from on this call were mentored by Mr. Lissaldo Taveras in previous endeavors, guys. So I'm letting y'all know right now, I'm getting my notepads out. I'm getting ready to take my notes, because this man, it don't just come down to trading with this man. Trading is just the tip of the iceberg for this man. When it comes down to building this business, that's where it is that he really thrives. He's on his way to Chairman 50. So get ready, baby. Let's get it, Lou. Talk that talk, bro.
Let's go, man. I've been waiting all day, man. I've been hitting Matt up and Jason up. I've been waiting all day for this. Do y'all see me? Do y'all see me? Do y'all hear me? Let me know if y'all see me, y'all hear me. Do y'all hear me? If you know how I get down. You know I give you the real. You know I give it to you uncut. I don't tell you what you want to hear. I tell you what you need to hear. And I'm going to tell you what you need to hear today. We're going to talk about accountability and self-blame. Too many people in this industry, too many people on this call want to blame their upline, want to blame their upline for everything, for their lack of success. Oh, my upline don't do this. My upline don't do that. First and foremost, I have people hit me in my DM like, listen, I don't like my upline. I want to switch teams. We don't switch teams in here. We don't switch teams in here. You sign who you sign to. All right, so stop blaming your upline for your lack of success. If you're a bum over there, you're gonna be a bum over here. It don't matter. Bum carries on. Whether you're a bum in that team, you come to my team, you're gonna be a bum. So don't be in my DM trying to switch teams, because we don't do that here. First and foremost. Second of all, stop telling me that your upline don't do no Zooms. Oh, my upline don't do no Zooms. Hold up. Let me get the chat out the way. Hold on. Man, I told you I was gonna bring it. Listen. If your upline ain't doing no Zooms, what that means that you can't do a Zoom, that you can't pick up your fingers, go to Zoom.com, make a free account, and do a Zoom yourself. So if your upline don't do a Zoom, you can't do a Zoom. You can't do a Zoom. And you want success? Oh, but wait. My upline ain't hosting no meetings. He's not doing no in-home meetings. So you know what? Pick up your phone. Call your prospects. Get them together, and you do the home meeting. You do the meeting. Why you gotta wait for your upline to do everything? But you want success. But hold on, even better. Hold on. So you're telling me, because everything revolves around your upline, because your accountability doesn't revolve around you. Your self-blame doesn't revolve around you. So you're telling me, if your upline this week coming, if your upline don't take a shit, you ain't gonna take a shit this week because your upline ain't taking a shit. That's what you're telling me. If your upline don't brush their teeth this week, you ain't gonna brush your teeth this week. That's what you're telling me. But you want to be successful. Last time I checked, you paid the $235 to get involved. Not your upline. You paid the $235 to get involved. This ain't welfare, people. We're not giving you free food. This ain't welfare, people. This ain't welfare. Now, I'm going to tell you something right now. I need you to write this down. Hold on. Matt, I need everybody to write this down right now. I need you to write this down. Listen, people. Your upline is here to help you build your business, not build the business for you. Your upline is here to help you build your business, not build the business for you. This ain't welfare. We ain't giving out free food. This ain't welfare, man. Stop blaming your upline. This ain't welfare. Even for welfare, you have to apply. You have to sign an application for welfare to get free food. So you know what you're going to do starting after this call? You're going to sign an application for I Am to be successful. And this is how it's going to go. On your application, I Am to be successful. Number one, you're going to write, I'm going to take action. Number one, I'm going to take action. That's the first thing. Number two, on your application, you're going to write, on your I Am application to be successful, I'm going to take initiative. Number two, I'm going to take initiative. Number two. Number three, on your application to be successful in I Am, you're going to put, I'm going to be self-motivated. I'm going to be self-motivated. Number three. And number four, the most important, you're going to write, I'm going to stop blaming my upline. I'm going to stop blaming my upline. On your I Am application to be successful. Guys, this ain't welfare. We ain't giving you free food. You know what my first upline did to me in my first network marketing company in 2013? Let me tell you what this guy did to me. Oh my God. Whoa, you got me started. Let me tell you what this guy did to me. You know what this guy did to me? I hosted my first event. I did a barbecue in my backyard in New York City. I had over 70 people at my first hosting event. I bought food. I bought liquor. I bought drinks. He texted me that Saturday morning. Listen, I'm going to be there at 6:30 to set up the presentation, and we're going to start at 7. I said, cool. I'm at the barbecue at 6:40. I text him. He hasn't hit me back all day after that text. Nothing. I call him up. I say, yo, bro, it's 6:40. You were supposed to be here at 6:30. The presentation starts at 7. These people are ready. They ate, they drank, they hyped. He goes, yo, bro, I'm not going. I said, what? He said, yo, bro, I'm not going. I was like this on the phone. What you mean you not? I spent this money on this. What you mean you not coming? What you mean you not coming? You know what he told me? He told me 2 of the realest things I've ever heard in this industry, and I still keep it to this day. Number 1, write this down. He told me, Lisardo, if I die tonight, does your business die with me? He said, Lisardo, if I die tonight, does your business die with me? I'm going to say this again for my people who can't hear in the back. He said, Lisardo, if I die tonight, does your business die with me? And you know why I was mad? Because he was right. I was mad because he was right. I was fuming, but he was right. And you know what else he told me? Write this down. He said, Lisardo, you're either going to sink or swim. You're either going to sink or swim. If you sink, it's because you ain't do the presentation and you postpone all those people in the barbecue. But if you swim, it's because you're going to do the presentation. If you swim, it's because you're going to do the presentation. And what you think I did? People, what you think I did? I swam, baby. I swam and I swam and I swam and I swam, baby. Because I ain't sinking for nobody. I ain't sinking for nobody. A lot of y'all on this call, you're like, oh, I can't do a presentation because my upline didn't teach me. Or because I can't do this because I don't know the slides. What you mean you don't know the slides? You can't read. The slide has notes. Read the slides. Because let me tell you something. When I did that presentation, I messed up every slide. But you know what? My guests didn't know what I messed up because my guests didn't know the information. They were just taking it from what I was giving to them. So no matter if you mess up, your guests don't know anyway. Stop sinking. Start swimming. If you're upline, don't host a Zoom this week. Host a Zoom yourself. Stop sinking. Start swimming. If you're upline, don't host an in-home meeting this week. Stop sinking. Start swimming. Host your own event. And if your upline don't know how to trade and he don't teach you or she don't teach you how to trade, get our IM Academy. Get our Go Live and learn how to trade and stop sinking and start swimming. A lot of y'all sinking out here. Sinking. Y'all sinking out here. Excuses after excuses after excuses. You're either going to sink or swim. It's 2020. We're not holding no hands. If I'm trying to pull you up, you're not going to pull me down because you're lazy, because you don't want it, because you got to blame your upline, because you want to switch teams. Again, if you was a bum on that team, you're going to be a bum on my team. That shit carries with you. The bumness carries with you. No matter what team you're on, it carries with you. Stop sinking. Start swimming. Stop blaming. Take action. You know what I want you to do after this call? Do me a favor. This is what I want you to do on this call today. After this call today, I want you to go to the mirror. Go to the mirror. Look deep into the mirror. Look at the mirror. Focus on the mirror. Focus on the mirror that you're looking at. And then when you look at the person that you see on that mirror, that is the person you need to blame for your lack of success. The person that you see in that mirror, that's the person you need to blame for your lack of success. Not nobody else. Not nobody else. So what we're going to do, we're going to swim. I'm going to leave you with this because I want other people to get their time. We're going to swim. We're going to swim. We're going to keep swimming and we're going to swim. We're going to swim and we're going to swim. We're going to swim all the way to September 4th, as Houston at the I Am Convention. We're gonna keep swimming. But man, I'm out of here.
Let's go! Damn, Lou! I told y'all wasn't ready. I told you wasn't ready, people. Stop sinking and start swimming. Woo. Oh, yo.
Somebody get that man some oxygen.
The chats are going crazy, Jay. The chats are going crazy. I got my Chairman 10 chats going crazy. My Chairman 25 chats going crazy. The P1000 chats going crazy. The chat inside of this is going crazy. These numbers are going up on this call right now. Jay, go ahead and introduce the next speaker, bro. I need a break, man. Somebody deliver and I can't, bro.
I can't even breathe.
Go.
Yo, he froze my screen. Hold up. Hold up. Legitimately froze my screen. Not even kidding.
It's all good.
You are, Lisaldo, you are one of a kind, my brother. Somebody bring some oxygen to that man ASAP.
Ooh.
All right, we got to find Emery in here.
People one more time. Show your face for the people one more time, Lou. Come on, boy. That was lit. Jay, bring on the next speaker because, yo, guys, we save the energy for the end. Jay, tell them what's next.
Wow. Well, you can't really follow that up unless you got Emery Holmes in the building. Guys, next speaker, we got 3 more speakers. Emery Holmes, Matthew Rosa, and myself to end this thing on fire, guys. You know, Emery, undisputed, always say this, one of the hardest working individuals, hands down, from day one, and he does it with purpose. One thing that I really admire about Emery, he's been through some tough times. He's been through some emotional times, but he always keeps family at the center. His mom now is a part of the business, traveling around. You know, Emery's one of those guys that when we have the chairman cruise and they say bring a +1, or the chairman retreat, bring a +1, Emery's like, I'm bringing my mom. And I really love that about you, Emery, because talk is talk, but the walk is so inspiring. And to see you grow and continue to grow. And guys, you're ready for a big training because this dude got nuggets. So my screen's frozen, but Emery, I think you can take over, my brother.
Yo, can you hear me?
Give it to them, Em.
Hey, man, Lou just went off over there. I know he in the shower right now cleaning up, sweating up a storm. But, guys, you know, it's been an amazing week. You know, a lot of things happen out in New York, but we made no excuses. Matt and Jason hit me up a couple of days ago. You know, they basically wanted me to break down how to tour. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to break this down. I'm going to show you exactly what's important. I'm going to show you the do's and don'ts. I'm going to show you how not to go broke while touring and how to have an effective tour, guys. So I'm going to get straight to business. Please take notes. I spent, you know, a lot of time. Like, can you hand me my book bag real quick, please? Slide that side down. I want y'all to see that. I spent a lot of time just to get this right for you guys. So let me go ahead and make sure that I can view this on a full screen. Cool. Let's get it. Can you guys see my screen? Just want to make sure.
Yes, sir.
Let's get it. Okay, bet. So, guys, like I said, I got notes that I took for days just to make sure that you guys get this information. So this is how you guys want to tour. So number 1, right, we're going to start off like this, the requirements, right? The requirements. So I always tell people, you know, the first time I went on tour, I wish I had the picture. It was myself. It was my boy Mike Miles, Cash the Great, and my boy Slice De Niro, right? And together as 5 individuals, we probably was only making about $4,000 combined in monthly income. So, you know, that first tour, we learned a lot of do's and don'ts. We learned mistakes. We learned how to do it the right way. So the first thing I'm going to say is, guys, you must be a Platinum 2000 at least for 6 weeks consistently before you get on the road, right? And the reason I'm telling you that is because we've been on the road before. Chino can vouch for me. And I remember one time, I'm going to be honest, you know, we didn't pay our $15 for our RBO kit. And we didn't get paid 1 week. So at the level of, I guess, you know, just being honest, at the level of P1000, not getting paid hurt us, whereas we had to stay for another week in the city with our team because we didn't have no money to go home. So, you know, another thing I'm going to say, just have a smart money budget before you tour. Any city you travel to, at least have a P6 or a P1000. You know, one of my old mentors, you know, Mr. Austin Goss used to tell me, you know, people, just being honest, you got to value your time, right? You got to value your time, and people got to work to the level for you to even go to those cities. So, you know, when Nigel and Khalil and them hit chairman without having to travel, when my boy Robert hit chairman without having to travel, you know, it was kind of crazy. Like, yo, how are you guys doing this? So another tip that I'm going to say is find a leader or a cross line that you trust and take them on the road with you, right? Because it just keeping it honest, it sucks doing things alone. But you do need somebody in that right-hand side to be getting the photos of you when you are traveling, right? To be getting the late-night videos of you when you guys are out in the field. So those are the requirements, right? So the next section is not going broke. So pretty much anytime that I tour, like it's crazy, right? I got all these notes. I literally got notes of everything. Like I legit just wrote down what I got to do to go C500, C250. I literally got a plan that's going to get me to my goals, right? I got a plan of where I got to be the next few months that's going to help my team accelerate. So budget your trip, right? Anytime that I go on tour, I'm at my computer on Skiplack, figuring out the prices of every place that I got to go to, whether I'm going to stay with the team or whether I'm going to get an Airbnb or a hotel. So you, again, like I said, if your budget's a little bit low and you're kind of doing this alone, stay with the team, right? Stay with the team. And if you have to split Airbnb costs, Uber costs, I don't care if I'm a Chairman 100. Anytime we hop in an Uber from the airport to the hotel, yo, what's up? I need 5. Like, we make sure that we all hold each other down and we all go half. If I pay for dinner today, you pay for dinner tomorrow, right? So, you know, get groceries if you're going to stay in the city for a couple of days. You know, spending money on food does get hectic. That's probably one of the things besides my rent that I do spend a lot of money on is food. So, you know, there's some healthy snacks. I think Matt even told me, you know, get some vitamin C, because there was times on tour when I would be sick as a dog and I would not want to do an event. But when you got hundreds of people that's there for you, you got to kind of suck it up and, you know, go all in. So take advantage of every city that you go to. Make sure that every day you're vlogging. You like, where's the camera at? Hand me the camera. The camera's right here. Listen, this is no games, guys. Listen, we got the camera right here. You know, we got the GoPro right here. We got the extra lenses in the bag. Like, this is something you got to understand. Every city you go to, I'm sure you got friends that probably will never travel, right? When I went to California for the first time, it was so amazing to me that I said I have to be able to motivate my friends back home so they can see if I can do this, they can do this, right? So, you know, when we travel, it's not to brag. It's not to show you that we're better. It's trying to show you that, listen, we ain't never did this before. We ain't never been here before. So take amazing pictures, show people the day in the life, show people the late night, show people the morning Starbucks runs. People got to see that this is bigger than just Forex. They need to see that you're really out there in the field for real. So the next one that I'm going to go over is the first commandment, right? This is a little something that I wrote down. It's called the get back, right? The first commandment is the get back. So before you go on tour, basically what you're doing is you're staying at home and you're launching your business, right? You're getting your system together. So once you leave the house, your team is not dependent on you all the time, or you have something. So like I said, I'm sorry, but enroll like a mother, right? Stay in phase 1 and make sure that you're getting everything together, right? In the back end, you're getting those commissions. So when you do go on tour next month, you got some extra money in your pocket to make sure that the team is good. So like I said, get your system together, make trainings, make videos, even come up with a step-by-step weekly agenda of what you can do around your tours to make sure that the people back home or in other cities are still getting value. So what I said is create content for marketing, right? For your back end with trainings, videos. So your system is so easy for people to hit P600 or customers make money trading. Like, that's what you got to really think about, because when we first started this business, when we was P1000s and P2000s, we was getting in people that was trading like my boy Wealthy Pips, right? We had Lou come in. We had Manny come in. We had Justin. We had a lot of these leaders that was the traders. So we was like, you know what? We can step back from trying to be the traders, and now we got new blood that's hungry, right? So let's start getting them on webinars. Let's start having them, you know, in these group chats giving out value. So now I can step back and play my position. So spend 80% of your time in zone 1, enrolling new customers, doing one-on-ones with those people, and then 20% of your time training and working with your team till you're at least P2000 strong. Honestly, that's until you Chairman 500 strong, to be honest. But that's what your life, that's what your day needs to be about. I see too many people that's P600 trying to train their teams every single day. And I'm like, yo, like, what are you training them on? Like, because you still are learning yourself. So you need to be still out there, you know, getting more value, doing what you got to do. So, guys, you know, that's the first commandment. If you want to take a picture, take a picture. The second commandment is connections, right? So I remember when I went on my first tour, when I went on a big tour with Matt, he said, write down every single city. Write down, this ain't even a city. This right here is my businessfromhome.org hit list. I got the top people, the top 20 network marketers across the world. I'm literally doing research on everybody. I'm trying to figure out how they built their businesses so they can be on that top 10 list, top 20 list, to be honest. So I got, y'all learn about this another day. But again, like I said, get a list of all the cities and all the leaders, right? So if you have leaders in New York, Atlanta, Puerto Rico, Dallas, shout out to the Puerto Rican squad that's out here. Prime Trades was good. ATLs was good. Empire was good. Oh, who that? Oh, that's the Empire. Yo, that was crazy, right? So, again, like I said, list each city in order, right? East, west, north, south. Work smarter, save dollars, right? So when we started our tour, we had to figure out, okay, since we're on the East Coast, let's start north. Let's start in New York. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna catch the bus to Philly. From Philly, we're gonna go ahead and catch another bus to DC, and then from there we will hit North Carolina, ATL, you know, and then we'll move to the West Coast. So now we saved money because we did things smarter. We didn't fly from New York to Cali, from Cali to Atlanta, from Atlanta to Texas. We moved in the right direction, so as the flights was cheaper, the cost of traveling was cheaper, and we hit all the cities, so as the momentum was crazy. So buy a planner. Got a planner over there? You see it? Bet, let me see that. Yeah. So buy a planner. My planner is marked all the way for March. March is done. April is already completed, right? My April, I know where I have to be, what day I got to be there. And then, of course, I'm going to write more. What times I have trainings? What times is the events? So buy a planner and map out your tour. I haven't even started my tour for April, but it's already done. I know exactly who I need to be talking to these next couple of weeks and what we got to be doing. So when we come out there and we go to these cities, those events are slam packed. So call your leaders, you know, plan out the event, figure out who's going to be the speakers, call the hotels, figure out the cost, figure out if you got to throw up some money or if they're good, and get the flyers and promote. You guys got to be going crazy. Like when you do this tour, have a flyer for yourself and where you're going, but every city that you go to, make sure there's an individual flyer for each one of those cities. So you're launching this big tour, and then once you get to those cities, you have the New York event, the Cali event. You feel me? So that's the second commandment. The third commandment is tour life, right? So if this is your first tour, what I would say is, guys, you need to spend at least 3 days in each city, right? 3 days in each city, and it's vital that you guys are doing these things. Number one, you need to be building relationships, right? 2, you need to kill your event. And 3, you need to have team trainings, right? Helping these people launch and stay with that momentum so when you leave, it does not stop. So like I said, again, daily photo shoots, / blogs, showing the life, showing these cities. Whenever I travel, this is something you guys might want to do. If you're still in New York, I advise you to do this after this call. Research locations at every city that you go to and have topics of discussion of what you're going to talk about everywhere you go. Guys, when I make videos, I didn't just do that the day of. Those was planned out weeks before, right? When I went out to Paris and I decided to take a picture near the Eiffel Tower, sitting down on the balcony, I had to research where all these Instagram models taking that picture at. I figured out the hotel, called the hotel, got the price, and then I said, you know what, I'm gonna go out there on a Monday because the hotel's half as much as it is on the weekend. So I went out there on a Monday, I ordered some breakfast, and like I said, every city we go to, we figure out places to go. It's not hard to go on Google and type in things to do in LA, things to do in Houston, things to do in Atlanta, right? And then when I figured those locations out, again, guys, I had to figure out topics of what I'm going to talk about. So plan your work your plan, simple. It's not that hard if you actually do this. So day one, when you get to these cities, right? Day one is culture day. When I get around these teams, I hang with them. I figure out who's the leaders, who's the traders, right? Another thing that we do that really built connections with a lot of the leaders that's been with us for the longest is the Y circle. And this is when you really figure out problems. This is when you really see that it's bigger than you. And I remember, I think the most craziest stories I probably heard was in El Paso, Texas, right? That's right there at the borderline of Mexico. I was able to sit down in rooms in circles with groups of people, and we literally talked about like the craziest shit ever, right? Excuse my language, but I talked to some of these leaders, and I used to think that, you know, not having money in college, dropping out, you know, like staying at my homeboy's crib when I decided not to pay my rent at my apartment and literally went from couch to couch, like, you know, the story goes. But it was no cap. It really was what happened. Hearing other stories and hearing other people's problems made you want to hold them accountable for getting to their goals, right? When I heard stories of people on my team that got kidnapped when they were younger because their parents owed the cartels money, that was something different to me, right? When I heard people on my team talk about what they had to do because their parents could not work and having to leave college to go back home to help out with bills, that was different to me, right? So it wasn't that they couldn't do the things they wanted. They had no other choice. Their parents don't got a job. Their parents are not legal in America. They got to come out and work. So another thing is going to social events, taking your team to Topgolf, Dave & Buster's, you know, a little hookah vibes if you're 21 and up. But just building connections, right, with the small leaders, even if they're not the ranks that you see on social media, the P1s, the P2s, the P6s, you got a future chairman right there that just need a little attention. So learn your leaders' strengths and weaknesses. I was telling you guys about the time I came to New York. This was the first time I actually met, I want to say 5 people on the team right now that's chairman 10, chairman 25. When I came to New York, none of these leaders was P1000. They were P1000 struggling. And I was trying to figure out what happened. I always tell people, we hit chairman 50 years ago. Don't get it twisted. We hit chairman 50 years ago, but when your ego and you think that you're at the top of the ladder, like I said, like God humbles you and brings you back to a level. So we hit chairman 50. Yo, turn that off, please. We hit chairman 50, and you know, a week later we deranked the chairman 25. Didn't understand what was going on, and every single day our volume was dropping, and I'm like, yo, what's going on? We're touring, we're doing calls, but it was something bigger going on in those cities. So the reason I say it's important for Culture Days because when we went to New York, we figured out that there was some problems, right? There was some beef going on with certain teams. Certain leaders didn't want to work with other leaders. There was 2 presentations going on every day, and some squads in one borough didn't want to work with the Queens team, and some Queens teams didn't want to work with the Bronx teams. So what we decided to do was get a hotel like this, and every single day, guys, what we did was we not every day, but all night, we ordered some pizza, and we got a big whiteboard, and what we did was we wrote pros and cons, and we figured out exactly what was going on with some of these leaders. We figured out what their talents was, but also what was their weaknesses, what was holding them back from being a better leader. And, you know, it happened with me, Cash, Gustavo, Nigel Khalil, John Guam, and Chris Derrick. Matt did this one time when he came to our city. I told Matt, I said, yo, bro, I don't know what's going on, but I don't want to work with these guys, bro. They're not listening to me. And we literally sat down and everybody kind of got all that, you know, all that stuff off their chest. And about the time it was over with, we was good and we got back busy and we got to work. So again, like I said, guys, it's important to take time, take your team out, you know, take some of your leaders to Starbucks, go get some food, but really figure out, you know, what they really trying to do with this business. And you can really take this to another level. Day 2 needs to be a deep training, right? So when I say deep training, I'm saying everybody needs to link up at a certain location. It's mandatory. If you want to be the next chairman and you're not at one of those meetings, I don't respect you and I don't take you serious. But if we have an event or we have a meeting, everybody needs to meet at Starbucks, okay? You don't got money for an Airbnb or an office, we can meet at Panera Brothers, Starbucks, and we can get to work. All you guys got to do is buy a coffee and they'll leave you alone. So what we was doing was we was practicing invite trainings, right? Whoever the speakers was, they was over there practicing their presentation, right? We were doing role play, right? And another thing that I was going to say, my bad, ignore that, is basically a power hour. I remember we didn't have a flyer for an event, and we had Alex Morton coming to our city. I said, Matt, bro, we don't got a flyer yet. Like, we don't got a flyer yet. And what we did was we invited the whole team to our penthouse, and everybody literally was doing calls on Instagram, talking to their friends, right? We even did a little giveaway, gave away some Gucci flip-flops, and I'm talking about everybody was inviting 15, 10, 20 people, and after an hour, literally, we all had a list of everybody. That event ended up getting packed out with over 300 plus people with no flyer, Alex Morton in your city. So at the end of the day, guys, there's no excuses. Like Lou said, your upline's not presenting a plan. Go on YouTube, watch 3 or 4 different videos of other leaders presenting it and learn how to do it, right? And then also a 90-day game plan, giving these guys something to run with after you leave, helping them structure their business. That's why I always tell leaders, if you come into my crib don't come with nobody if they don't got a planner. I don't got time to talk to you, and if you're not gonna take notes and really plan out your life, this is not gonna work. So day 3 is gonna be the event. This is gonna be the last one. So basically, another thing when you guys are doing events, you know, something I'll say is good to have is, you know, a sign-in sheet, right? Offline, online, however you decide to do it. You want to get the laptops, have some of the lady bosses mixed with a couple of the guys in the front, getting everybody's information, Instagram, name, who invited you. That's something that you guys need to be doing. Another thing that I would say is good vibes, good music, you know, have some water. I know Lou said he had a cookout, but I ain't gonna lie, I'm not about to feed you if you're into my business right now. You can have some cookies and some crackers, right? So let's get to it, guys. You gotta be connecting with people, right? You gotta be smiling, getting the crowd comfortable. You can't be standing laughing with a couple of the P150s in the back, and you got people in the crowd that's there for you, and you're not even talking to them. So, you know, like I said, guys, you need to just be smiling, right? Especially if you're a speaker, go shake everybody's hand. So when you go speak, they're like, oh, that's the guy who came in, you know, told me that I had a nice suit on, that told me I had a nice outfit on, that shook my hand. Trust me, that goes a long way. And then the presentation, right? You need to connect with the audience. And again, you know, after the event, you need to make sure any question that somebody has or any objection that somebody has, you guys are answering it. And then after the event, like I said, the last training, right? The last day, train your team, fast start all the new members and launch this business. So, you know, just to keep it real with you guys, just to make sure we're on time. That's how we launch. That's how we do this business, right? You want to go to the next level? I'm gonna just tell you guys right now that it comes with what you're doing behind closed doors. Those late night 2 a.m., 3 a.m. conversations with yourself, that's how you really go to the next level. But at the end of the day, if you apply all the stuff that I'm teaching you, if you take notes on these calls, if you took notes from all these speakers and you apply what they tell you, guys, you will be the next chairman. Like, it's no doubt about it. I'm not supposed to be speaking to you. Somebody asked me yesterday, yo, Emery, how did you become a great speaker? I said, do you understand that I dropped out of college because I really did not like presenting in front of people? I didn't like public speaking. Like, I didn't really even talk to people if you didn't grow up with me. That's just how I was. And I had a leader tell me, if you want to go chairman, you need 500 customers. So you not speaking and you not talking to people will never get you there. So I went on YouTube. I watched about 4 or 5 videos of people talking about, presenting. I watched 4 or 5 videos of people doing public speaking and giving tips on how to not get nervous. And I practiced those in front of people, and I was like, wow, people actually like this. They're watching this. So, you know, I'm just letting you guys know right now, it's time to go all in. Like, at the end of the day, this is year 4. This is senior year. First year, I learned. Second year, I earned. Third year, things started to go crazy. Fourth year, I don't even want to tell you what's about to happen. So all I want you guys to do right now is that you guys need to go all in. Like, it's no more time to play games. After we leave here tomorrow, we're getting back to work. Next week, I got a lot of leaders flying out to my city, and it's about to be big, big. So, honestly, guys, thank you for getting me on this call. You know, I'm going to respect all the speakers. We got 2 heavy hitters that's about to go on and smash this, and you do not want to, you don't want to waste time, and you don't want to miss the information. So I got my notepad ready to take notes on these next few speakers. So Matt, Jason, thank you guys for having me on here. I'm going to pass the call right back to you, and thank everybody for being on here. Appreciate you guys. Let's go. Shush.
Go. Let's go. Let's go. Yo, M, I appreciate that. The reason that I asked you to speak on that topic is because of the fact that I've been on tour with you. I've seen the way you move. I've seen the way you grind. I see the way it is that you help people. I see the way it is that you bring your team up. Guys, I promise you, we did 30 days straight, a different city every single night. I promise you this is the honest to God truth. I contacted Emery. I said, we're going to outwork everybody in the company in the month of November. Watch what happens. In the month of November, we're going to outwork everybody in the company. We did 25 cities in 30 days, ladies and gentlemen. 25 cities in 30 days. Every night, a different city. The only reason we didn't go 30 for 30 is because of the fact that we had chairman retreat smack in the middle of this thing, right? So it was literally, we were nonstop. And I watched this dude not party. I watched this dude put everything on the line. I watched this dude show up. I mean, we lost our voice while we was on tour because literally screaming at the top of our lungs, we literally lost our voice, sick on tour every single day, doing it, no excuses, making sure. And then it was crazy because after the event would take place, there were trainings afterwards. So realistically, we did probably 40 different events. If you include the trainings as well, it was absolute madness. So to see him give you guys the tools on how to tour, guys, that right there is invaluable information. I honor you, I value you, and I'm privileged to call you a leader inside of the organization. I love you, my chief. Now, you guys learn how to tour, right? But now I'm going to teach you guys how to launch a brand new market. I'm going to teach you guys how to launch a brand new market from scratch, ladies and gentlemen. Because here's the thing, yeah, you can tour these different places, but if you don't know what to do once you get to these places, you're going to be completely wasting time, you're going to be wasting energy, and you're going to be wasting money. Now, I'm with you guys for only 20 minutes right now, and this is a training that I usually give for about 45 minutes to an hour. I'm going to break it down in 20 minutes for you guys. But guys, I'm going to need you guys to definitely write this down. It's a proven fact you're only going to remember about 5% of what it is that you hear today if you do not write this thing down, and then I'm going to need you to put it into action, right? 2020 is the year of being on the road. 2020 is the year of making things happen. 2020 is the year of being in the cities, launching new cities, because that's how it is that we're going to bring this thing to $1 billion company. We're impacting, enriching, and empowering the lives of 1 million customers, and we have 1,000 chairmen on the way by December 31st of 2020. So if you guys are ready, let's drop a 777 inside of the chats. I'm going to teach you how to launch a new market from the very beginning. Imagine, guys, you have the opportunity to build wherever it is that you want. I've had leaders, literally mentors of mine, tell me inside of this industry, Matt, pick a location that you've always wanted to visit and then go build there so you have a reason to come back. It's one thing, you ever find a place that you love, you're like, I would make this home. I would buy property here. I can't wait to come back here. Now imagine being able to come back to the city over and over and over again. London, one of my favorite cities in the world. I go there whenever I want and I get paid to do so. Spain, one of my favorite countries in the world, and I go there whenever I want and I get paid to do so. Portugal, one of my favorite, I get paid to do so. Right now we're doing Thailand, one of my favorite, I get paid to come back time and time and time again. But there's a science to this. It's not just showing up to an event. It's not just, guys, truth be told, I don't tour to do events. I'm going to be 100% transparent with you. I do not tour. I do not spend all this money. I do not spend all this time. I do not spend all this energy to be in front of a crowd. No. That's not why I do this. You see, the most important part of touring, the most important part of these events is what happens before the event takes place and what happens after the event takes place. It's not even necessarily the event itself. And a lot of people have that misconstrued. They think it's the event itself, when in reality, it's what happens before the event takes place and after that said event takes place. Before the event takes place, step number one in order to launch a market, you have to be able to identify leadership. A lot of the times we want everybody to be a leader. We pray whoever joins the business to be a leader. Oh my God, I just signed somebody up in the Netherlands. I pray to God that they're a leader. I just signed somebody up in Canada. I pray to God that they're a leader so I can launch. Yeah, it's awesome to have that hopeful mindset, that hopeful thinking. But I want you guys to understand that there is an art to identifying leadership. The first thing when it comes to identifying the leader inside of the organization, right? I want you to understand that it's not about qualifying, but rather disqualifying certain individuals. And fortunately, over 85 to 90% of individuals will not want to build the business, guys. And that is facts. We have over 90% customer ratio inside of the organization right now. So the vast majority of people are not going to want to build the business. So it makes the process of elimination a lot easier, ladies and gentlemen. Now, here's the thing. Just because somebody wants to build does not make them a leader. There's 3 levels of leadership that I've learned about inside of this industry, right? The first level of leader is dependent, right? You have your dependent leaders that are completely dependent upon the individual that got them started. They're dependent upon the schedule. They are dependent upon the mentorship. They cannot get this thing done without you doing it for them. There's nothing wrong with being a dependent leader. We've all started off with being a dependent leader, right? But there's everything wrong with staying as a dependent leader. Then the second type of leader that you have is the independent leader. Now, the independent leader is the individual that is starting to see success, the individual that is starting to see results, the individual that does not need me to call them up, does not need Jason to call them up, does not need Emery to call them up and say, hey, are you excited? Hey, are you fired up? Hey, are you on this call? Hey, are you throwing events? No. They're an independent leader, and they're going to get it done regardless of the recognition, regardless of who's looking, regardless of who's around. They are working day in and day out. And then the last level of leadership that you have is the dependable level of leadership. At the dependable level of leadership, it's exactly how it sounds. People can depend on you. Guys, I always say it's not about what it is that you can do. It's about what it is that you can teach, right? And at this dependable level, you are able to teach individuals the skill sets. You were able to teach individuals the mindset. You were able to teach individuals what it is that they need to know in order to make this thing freaking grow, right? So guys, none of these levels of leadership have anything to do with a rank. They have nothing to do with a title. They have nothing to do with the amount of money. According to John T. Maxwell, a title is the lowest level of leadership that there is. You see, it has everything to do with the actions, has everything to do with the mindset, has everything to do with what it is that people are doing and not what it is that they say, right? So now that you understand the levels of leadership, how to identify leadership, the next thing that you should do is recognize who's taking initiative and then begin to delegate responsibility towards those individuals. You see, you want to create an independent leader, go out and give them responsibility. You want to create an independent leader, think about why it is that your parents had you clean the house, why it is that your parents had you fix the bed, why it is that your parents gave you responsibilities so they can help you become an independent adult. Now that you've recognized the different levels of leadership, recognize who's taking initiative. Leaders will take initiative. Leaders will go ahead and go out and get it done. Leaders don't need to be told to do something. They do it, right? And when you see that trait in somebody, begin to give them responsibility. Begin to give them the responsibilities of speaking in front of crowds, the responsibilities of training the team, the responsibilities of certain things, right? Because that's how it is that you're going to be able to create that independent leader. Now, step number 2, ladies and gentlemen, step number 2. Now that we've identified our leaders, you see, I will not go into a market just based off of a rank. It doesn't matter to me. I've been to markets where it's a P1000 as a chairman 500, right? And it resulted in multiple chairmen inside of the marketplace. But then I've also been to markets where there's P2000s, P5000s, and their level of leadership is not what it is that I'm looking to work with. You see, for me, I will go into a marketplace when I see the development of leaders and I'm able to recognize the caliber of that leader. But once you get to that said market, I want you to understand that you don't just show up to a market. You see, amateurs, we show up, right? But professionals, you launch the market. It's so much more important than just showing up to the place. You guys don't understand how many times I had to just show up to learn that that's not how it is, that you go ahead and you make this thing happen. That's not how it is that you built this thing to the moon and back, right? It's what happens before. What do you do prior to this? What do you do prior to showing up to the markets, right? Here's what you're going to do. Here's what you're going to do. Write this down, guys. Write this down. You see, most people have the common misconception. Most people have the common misconception that just because you have a rank, that you're going to go to a marketplace and people are going to praise you. Just because you have a rank or a title, that you're going to show up to the marketplace and people have to bow down and immediately slam the room because you are a chairman, or you are a P5000, or you are a chairman 500. You see, people don't care what it is that you know until they know that you care, ladies and gentlemen. I don't go based off of my rank. No. Before I get there, the first thing that I do is I run a training with the said team. And if you're in my organization, you know that I've done it time and time again. You see, you got to give value. How am I going to go into somebody's marketplace and ask them to, hey, pack out the room and not give? If you're going to ask to receive, you better be ready to give, ladies and gentlemen. So jump on that call, introduce yourself to the team, run a training, and truly get them excited, because people can talk to them and tell them, hey, build this event out, right? They're not going to go as hard. But the moment that they see the value, the moment that they see you, the moment that they get to hear you, the moment that they know that you care, then you better believe they're going to show up and grow up for the event when you get there, right? Now, here's another thing, guys. We understand that incentive drives behavior. You got to recognize the behavior that you're looking to drive. You got to recognize the behavior that you're looking to incentivize. Before I get to a marketplace, I like to throw out incentives. For instance, I'm going to Puerto Rico. Shout out to the Puerto Rico team. I'm going to Puerto Rico for the entire month of May. There's been incentives leading up to the month of me getting out there, right? And the incentive that I want to reward is bringing in new people, not just rank advancing, because somebody can sit around and rank advance. right? Somebody could sit around and hit a ring. But no, when you are constantly and consistently in phase one, that's the type of behavior that I'm looking for from a local team, right? So I set some sort of an incentive, whether it's mentorship, whether it's a monetary base, sometimes it's a book, whatever the case may be, incentive drives behavior. Now, before you get there, you also want to provide marketing material. Guys, guess what? Not everyone has a graphic designer. Not everyone knows how to create flyers. Not everyone knows how to create marketing material. So if you're launching a new market, that's another way to give, ladies and gentlemen. You want to give them marketing material. You want to give them the connection with whatever graphic designer that you have. You want to hook them up with that material because that material is only going to help further them, and they're going to know what to duplicate after you leave for the future events, right? And then the next thing you want to do is you want to teach them. You want also with marketing material. Let me go over this. I often tend to film a video, that people can send to their teams, that people can send to their prospects maybe, and say, hey, my name is Matt Rosa. I'm a Chairman 500 here within I Am Mastery Academy, one of the top leaders, and I cannot be more excited to go to New York City and meet each and every single one of you guys and help you guys take this thing to the very next level. I have X amount of years of experience, and I've been told you specifically will be at the event. So with that being said, make sure you come up to me, make sure you introduce yourself to me, and make sure you say hello, because I look forward to the future relationship that we're going to build, right? And when you say things along those lines, right, when you help people really, really, really understand who it is that you are, they're going to be far more excited for you to show up. Now, if you're going to have people invited to an event, you better be able to teach them how to invite to that event. That's the next thing, teaching them the invite. You see, you got to teach them the invite. Be in a hurry, clear schedule, add value, take it away. Be in a hurry, clear schedule, add value, take it away. And what I like to do is I like to teach people this invite and then have them role play with one another, right? So that's step number 2. Don't just show up to a market, but literally go out and launch that market prior to you getting there. Notice the launch does not happen when the rocket is flying. The launch happens before the rocket even leaves the ground. So launching is what happens before you get to that phase, before you are soaring, right? Now, step number 3. You got to arrive a few days early. This last November tour, we weren't able to do that because we were trying to hit 25 cities in 30 days, right? But usually Jason and I, what we'll do is we'll show up, a few days early. The recipe for the perfect launch when you're touring is you want to show up at least 3 days early, 3 days prior to the event, right? And the reason being is this: there's specific things that you need to do in each of those days in order to knock this thing all the way home. The first thing that you're going to have to do, right? Day number 1, you're going to have a meet and greet with your organization. You see, this is going to be a time where the team gets to know who it is that you are, and you can set the expectations for the next few days. I went out to Arizona when we were launching Arizona Market, right? And you had Casta Great, you had Emery, you had Darwin, you had so many different leaders, Justin Saney, so many different leaders out there at the time in Arizona. What I did was I came through with a schedule, and I'm not talking about like, hey, this is what we're going to do. No, I had an application called TripIt, and inside of that, you can break down the schedule, and we literally had the day and the time on what it is that we were doing. And I was able to give this to each and every single one of the leaders, and I got a verbal commitment from the team. I stood up, I told them about my story, I told them who it was that I was. I set the proper expectations over the course of the next 3 days, and I got a verbal commitment from these individuals. And they had it inside of their hands, the schedule on what was going to go down over the course of the next few days, right? So that's day number 1. You have a meet and greet with your team in order for them to get to know who it is that you are and set the proper expectations. Now, day number 2, right, comes training time, right? Training time, you guys need to it's not just, guys, people are more excited about the trainings than they are about the actual event. And the trainings that they have, that's what's going to help push them to really blow up the actual event, right? So when you're doing the training, one of the things that I love to train on is not only inviting, but also blitzing, right? Guys, blitzing is brilliant. When you do a blitz, I want you guys to understand what this is. So I've done this in so many different cities. What we do is we get the team together, we pull out a whiteboard, and you can look this up on I want to show you guys. Check this out. Look at this. Look at this. I'm going to share my screen with you guys momentarily. Check this out, guys. YouTube.com. I will never tell you guys to do something I don't do myself. I swear to God on it. So what you're going to see here is we were in Dallas. We had about 60 people. They had about 300 individuals confirmed for the event, right? And we had about 60 people inside of the building. I taught them how to invite. We brought out a whiteboard, and what we did was we had a small competition, right? And everyone wrote new invites. They had 60 minutes. We turned on the music. We had some food running around, and everyone was walking around. They learned the invite, and they're all inviting, because raising tides raises ships, right? Raising tides raises all ships, right? So everybody started writing their new confirmations, and the winner got $100 gift, and on top of that, mentorship by myself. I want to show you. Look at this. It resulted in over 200 more invites. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. We're in Dallas, Texas. Look at this. You have people all over the place inviting. You got Mr. Chairman Ted Khalil over there inviting. People walking around, inviting. 60 minutes, we invited 300 people, 300 more people to this event easily. Look, you don't believe me? I want you guys to see the actual whiteboard. Check this out. Look at all those names on the whiteboard. New people invited. All in 60 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 60 minutes, right? So the reason that I share that with you guys is because when you guys get the team together, I promise you, whatever the cap was for your team, whatever the cap was for that event, guys, you're going to be able to push it that much further during that invite blitz, right? So that's day number 2, right? And now day number 3 before the actual event, culture is key, guys. People will quit a business, but they will not quit their team. People will quit a business, but they will not. A culture is the team jersey that you wear. You wear it loud and you wear it proud, ladies and gentlemen. And I want you to understand, you got to do cultural driven things. This business is not just a business. It is a damn lifestyle, ladies and gentlemen. It is so much more than just a volume in the back office. It is so much more than just a rank. It is so much more than just a recognition. It is what's going on in between the events, what's going on in between the conversations, what's going on in between the trainings. Guys, it's the friendships that are built, and that is built through culture. So I always do something. My favorite cultural things to do, Emery likes to hit hookah and top golf and things along those lines. I like taking my team hiking. That's just one thing that I do. So when I was in Arizona, I said, hey guys, day number 3, you're meeting up 6 a.m. We're all going to go for a hike. And some people showed up, some people didn't. Cash the Great showed up. There was a bunch of people, right? And we went hiking in the hot Arizona sun. We got to the top of the mountain. You saw so many people turn back around. They didn't finish the hike. And then there was a few that finished the hike, and we did a training at the top of the mountain. You see that culture right there, that team culture of you turning around and physically pulling your leader up, right? That team culture of you literally and really struggling together. That made all the difference. Whatever the culture is that you guys are doing, maybe it's a beach day, maybe it's a barbecue that you guys are gonna have, maybe it's, I don't know what it is, maybe it's dinners. Dinners are a little cliche to be real, but do things that are gonna build culture, because culture builds memories. Now it's time, day number 4 for the event itself. Now remember, this isn't the most important part, but this is where it is that we make our money. So you want to make sure that everything is organized prior, guys. You want to make sure that, tickets are being dealt. I didn't start doing ticketed events until I learned how to do so. Actually, the first team that really showed me how to do ticketed events, shout out to Jeff and Angela Cruikshank, Chairman 50s out of Miami, Florida. That was the first time that I ever saw somebody doing ticketed events. I learned how they did it, and it absolutely knocked it out of the park. It makes it that much more professional. So, you want to make sure that tickets are being dealt, right? You want to make sure that there's a person at the door to welcome the guests with high fives, high energy from the moment that they're walking into the room, right? You want to make sure, obviously, these are the common sense ones, but you know what they say, common sense ain't so common, right? So you want to make sure that the projector's already set up, that the screen is already set up, that the music is playing all times when the speaker isn't speaking, right? That there's enough chairs for the guests. If you can get banners, go ahead and do that. It's just going to elevate the event that much more. You wouldn't understand how many times I show up to an event and people are trying to set up the computer right as guests are walking in. That is so unprofessional, and that shows that you don't care about your business. That should be done hours before, an hour or two before the event even takes place, right? Now, let's talk about event etiquette. I think that IM Mastery Academy has a really, really big event-driven culture. IM Mastery Academy has a very big event-driven culture, but I will say this much. Not all events have the proper event etiquette that you need to have. You see, you need to make sure that the energy is a welcoming energy, not that everyone is in their own corner like this just because you don't have a prospect there. That's not the way this works, right? You want to make sure that the leaders in the room are shaking every single hand, right? Just because it's not your prospect doesn't mean that you should not be shaking the hands of absolutely everybody, right? You want to make sure that everyone's dressed accordingly. Guys, there's no reason as to why it is that you should not be dressed for business, but trying to build a business. Ladies and gentlemen, for the both of you guys, you'll see. I'm not saying you got to wear a three-piece suit at every single event, because you'll see me and Jason, we don't do that, but we're dressed well. And at the end of the day, how you dress is how it is that you want to be addressed, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, you want to read your crowd. If it's a younger crowd, maybe a full suit isn't needed, but I've seen Cash the Great, I've seen Slice and Narrow starting to show up in suits for events, and their teams are starting to duplicate that. So if you want people in tank tops and shorts, then that's the message that you're going to get across, right? Now, guys, this is so important. This is going to hurt a few people, but there should only be 3 speakers at the event. There's no reason to have 80 people inside of speaking at an event. Guys, I understand you want to tell your story, and it gets a little tiresome when you're hearing the same exact recognition every single week, and you're hearing the same exact story every single week, and there's no reason for that. You want recognition? Go rank advance and get recognized at convention in September in Houston. That's where it is. There's a time and a place for everything. That's where it is that you should be getting the recognition. No reason for 80 Platinum 1000s to stand up, 20 Platinum 2000s to stand up, 100 Platinum 600s to stand up and say the exact same thing. Now, when you have the chance to be recognized, guys, as a testimonial, that's not your time to take the mic and walk around and speak for 3 hours. No, short, sweet, simple, and to the point. The purpose of it is social proof, ladies and gentlemen. The purpose is not for you to be celebrated in front of all the guests. The guests don't care. To be 100% honest, they don't know what Platinum 1000 is. They don't know. That's why I don't talk about my rank when I'm on stage. You never hear me saying I make 500, 600,000 a month. I never say that, right? I talk about the lives impacted, because people do not care the money that you're making. People do not care the rank, because at the end of the day, that rank, that money that you're making is not going to pay their bills, ladies and gentlemen. So what you got to do is you got to have 3 speakers, right? Here's what the 3 speakers are going to be covering. Speaker number 1 is going to open the room, right? They have to be charismatic. They have to have awesome energy. It doesn't need to be a rank. It doesn't need to be a certain rank, rather, but they do need to be charismatic, and they do need to have an immense amount of energy. They're going to open up the room, and they're going to briefly tell their story. Now, that speaker needs to be so good at edification. Edification is one of the biggest skill sets that you can learn that'll get you paid the big bucks, ladies and gentlemen, right? So speaker number 2, then that speaker number 2 is going to come up, and they're going to tell their story, right? They're going to tell where they were, and here's what the story is composed of. They're going to tell where they were prior to trading, how they found out about trading, and where they currently are, and where it is that they see this thing going. Where were they before trading? How did they find out about trading? Where are they now, and where do they see this thing going, right? Then they're going to discuss what Forex and what cryptocurrency is, and how IM plays a role in educating each and every single one of us. Now, you guys can use the slideshow, or you guys can use the back office. I prefer to use the back office and show people the actual products, right? At this point, speaker number 2 is going into the products. They're going into what each and every single service does. I don't go over every single service because there's just too many. I go over a 4-step process. Step number 1, the academy, to learn the terminology and the history of trading. Step number 2 is going to be go live to get the hands-on mentorship that they need. Step number 3 is going to be one of the scanners that we provide. And step number 4, a copy, paste, and share method where they're going to have the opportunity to make money on the go. Now, speaker number 3 is going to go over the story. They're going to go over how to get started, so the price. They're going to go over how to get to and free, and then they're going to go over the compensation plan. Now, when recognition hits, guys, again, This is not for everyone to be called to the front. What I do for recognition at opportunity events, if it's a training, it's completely different. We're jumping up and down and we're freaking celebrating our team till we're blue in the face. But if it's an opportunity event and recognition is going on for an hour, there is no need for that. Your event should be no more than an hour to an hour and a half, truth be told with you. When David and Monite comes to Miami, I sit my butt down in the front row and I let David and Monite rock and roll, right? If a leader's coming into my market, I'm sitting down. It's not my time to shine. It is not my time to tell my entire story when I'm called up for recognition. No, what I do is for recognition, I have people stand right where it is. And if you are called to the front, be mindful of the guest time inside of the building, because most of the time should be spent later on answering questions and making people feel comfortable about what it is that they just heard, because it is a lot of information to take in, ladies and gentlemen. It is a lot of information to take in, right? Now, after events, after the event happens, right, what you want to do, this is your time to shine, leaders. After the event takes place, you want to turn the music on very, very fast. There should be no awkward silences at any point. Chairs turn around and you immediately walk around the room, meet all the guests, and help them begin getting started, ladies and gentlemen. You want to answer their questions. Leaders, there's no reason, I promise you, if you're there and you see Jason Brown or Alex Morton, you shouldn't line up to take a picture with them. That time will come, I promise you, right? What you should be doing is lining up to introduce them to your prospect, to introduce them to your guests. That right there is worth a lot more of your time than a 2-second picture that you're probably going to post once and forget about it, right? But that introduction is something that the guest is going to be able to leave with that is non-tangible, and they will truly be able to sit down and think about it. And most of the time, people join people and not the business itself, right? So again, the event should only last for about an hour to 2 hours max. And then from there, the most important part is when you're ending that event, what are you promoting next? There's no reason why you should have an event and not have the next event already planned. Fam, bam. From a meeting, you're booking a meeting. Bam, bam, book a meeting from a meeting. Guys, they should already know where the next event is, what time and day it takes place, and to invite individuals. You want to have a call to action leaving the event. Guys, I promise you, if you follow this step by step when launching a new market, it is inevitable that this team is going to see success stories out the gate. Guys, we've done this time and time again. We've done this with London. We've done this with all of our biggest markets, all of our Dallas. We've done this with Dallas. All of our biggest markets have been launched in this manner, guys. And it's taken me years to be able to formulate this. But now that we have it formulated, why do you think Jason and I are always on the road? Because we know that the juice is worth the squeeze now that we know how to do so. Guys, on this call, you've learned how to launch in international markets. You've learned product knowledge. You've learned how it is that you can go ahead and tour. You've learned how to build on social media to generate leads. You've learned, how to fire your upline. I mean, guys, it is absolutely unreal, the information that you've learned from 9 a.m. And we still have close to 4,000 people on the call. Let's freaking go, guys. I'm so excited to introduce the last speaker of the March Madness Online Summits. We got none other than my brother, my business partner, Chairman 500, Mr. Jason Brown. This is somebody I've been working with, guys, for years. We're going on 5 years of partnership inside of this business, guys, and 6 years working together inside of this industry. This is one of my best friends. I watch what he does behind the scenes. Not many people can take what it is that happens on a corporate aspect. Not many people are willing to take the sacrifices that this guy puts. He spent a whole month out in Europe, absolutely sick as a dog, and did not mention it once. Showed up and growed up for each and every single one of you guys. He's helped us impact at least half of this call right now on a single hand basis. And I could not be more excited for you to learn from him, for you to grow with him, and for us to welcome my brother and one of my best friends, fellow Chairman 500, the originator of People Over Profits, Mr. Jason Brown. My brother, end this thing with a bang and take this thing away. It's all you, bro.
Boom. Wow. Let me just say that I am so grateful, humbled, and honored by the edification, Matt. So thank you. But honestly, whether I spoke on this call or not, I've got pages full of notes. We've got thousands and thousands of people around the world plugged in for, guys, 7.5 hours. 7.5 hours. I mean, look, to some people, that's such a long time. But understand that most people work an 8-hour day, 5 days a week for 40 straight years to retire on 40% of that income. Guys, 7.5 hours of personal and leadership development. 7.5 hours hearing from only people that have results, not opinions, not theory, but fact, is that those people took knowledge, wisdom, experience, information, and they applied it. So what an unbelievable day, and what an unbelievable way to just take a situation and spin it into something incredible. You know, we reconstructed the, corporate event structure about 6 months ago or so. Well, actually back in November. So yeah, about 6 months ago. And we really decided in order to expand this company the way we wanted to, we needed to go global with our events. Prior to our Europe convention in London, the only international event that we had was the Latin America convention, which usually takes place, as some of you guys may know, in the fall, run by Ivan Tapia. But we decided that, going into 2020, we wanted to do a company-run European convention. Guys, London was off the chains. 7,000 people showed up from dozens and dozens of countries around the world, and it was the greatest physical event in the history of this company. By far, it was unreal. The energy surpassed anything that I had ever seen in almost 7 years of being a part of this amazing profession. And I use the word profession because this is not a hobby. This is not a business. When we decide to become leaders, we become professionals. And I'm going to talk about that today because I think that is the best way to just end this call with a bang. But, we had such an incredible event. And, Matt came to me about, maybe 8 months ago. We had the Chairman Retreat, and we're excited for Chairman Retreat 2020. God willing, everything works out with the, COVID-19 coronavirus. And, we're just praying and genuinely just sitting back, playing safe, regardless of people's opinions on it, regardless of, conspiracy theories and stuff like that. To me, none of that matters because everything in God's hands comes out exactly according to the plan. And so I only stress what I can control. But, I can say that we're being patient during this time. We're so blessed that we have a business that can be run from the comfort of our homes. I mean, I'm sitting here thinking, wow, we have an online convention. Why did we never think of this? How come nobody's ever thought of doing an online convention before? And today may go down as one of the greatest, if not the greatest day in the history of our company, because over 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 unique people got value from the comfort of their homes. And it just shows that, guys, Matt came with this idea to do an event in New York. And today I said to him, I said, man, we had one of the hardest weeks as leaders humanly possible because we've got our money invested in this thing. People have their money invested in tickets, flights, Airbnbs, hotels, etc. And, this is a situation we cannot control, but it's not even like we knew. We don't know. But God had bigger plans. And, regardless of what you believe in, I know that there was value today that needed to be projected to a larger audience. And we did it. But it's a testament to the business that we have in the palm of our hands. And it's a testament to what you leave this event today doing, believing, thinking, and talking about? Because, guys, I'm sitting here as we have a 7.5 hour online event. It'll end up being 8 hours, okay? And I'm just thinking, wow, I have a computer. I have an iPad. I've got, all this technology. And I can run a multi 9-figure gross income business from the comfort of my home, not be disrupted by the virus, by things that we can't control, things that happen in the world. And I'm not bashing jobs. Guys, people are going to go back and they're going to work jobs. Jobs are always going to be a part of our lives, of our society, and of our world. Because even when you're ordering from Amazon, somebody has a job to deliver that package. Even when you're ordering from Uber Eats, somebody has a job to deliver that food. So we have to be grateful for jobs. We can't bash them if we're still being supported by them. But, I just believe that everybody needs this opportunity. There are single moms out there that don't want extra income. They need extra income. There are victims of domestic violence, child abuse around the world that don't want a way out. They need a way out, right? There's victims of poverty in like 80% of the world, and we don't only have a solution, we have the answer. And so, guys, think about today, pages of notes, uncountable, unmeasurable inspiration, unmeasurable energy, unmeasurable value. If today says nothing else, it says that I Am Mastery Academy is here to stay, and we're not going anywhere. And that's why you saw Christopher Terry cry, genuine tears, because this is not just a trading education company anymore. Guys, this is a solution to a massive problem, and I truly believe, not just stage talk, that we do have the greatest, if not one of the greatest, opportunities for the average person to start to move to an above average place. You have people that spoke on this call today that were on food stamps before this became a solution. You have people who came on this call today who had, self-confidence issues before this became a solution. You have people who used to just sit around and play video games and waste away before this became a solution. And now thousands of people on this call right now have the keys, the nuggets, and everything they need to go out and take this to the next level. So what I'm going to talk about, guys, is just action. Because now it's just time to get to work. It's time to do more three-way calls. It's time to do more presentations. You want to be good at this business, and Saldo said it a lot more aggressively than I'm going to tell you, but I'm going to tell you right now. You want to be good in this business, you want big results in this opportunity, plug into the academy if you want to be good at trading, plug into Go Live if you want to be good at trading. And if you want results from the network marketing side of this opportunity, guys, you got to pick up the phone. You got to message people. The first speaker of the day said, you got to go knocking because they're not going to come looking for you, right? You could have a sexy social media. You can do giveaways. You could do shout outs. But guys, you got to be out there, going out and talking to people, building relationships. Don't just send a link. Don't just be a robot. This business does not reward robots. This profession rewards people who treat people like people. I'm going to say it again. This profession rewards people who treat people like people. I know personally that the stronger my relationship and friendship gets with the leaders in the organization, the stronger the organization gets. It's not about what strategies have the best winning probability this month. I see a lot of people jumping around looking for, Gold Cup did it this month. Vibrata did it this month. US 30's doing it now. Swipe Coin's doing it next. Guys, it's not about the next thing. It's not about the hottest thing. It's about you connecting with people on a much higher vibration and a much deeper level. That's what's going to take this to the next level. But I got to tell you, it's about you doing the calls. what does your schedule look like? What does your calendar look like? Because guess what? A lot of people are on freeze mode. They're on lockdown. And even if they're going and working their jobs, people are not going to be sucked into sports, for example, because there's no sports on TV, right? People are not going to be out at big parties. You know, they're not going to be out doing the same things for the next 30 to 60 days that are normally a good excuse, right? I mean, look, I love sports. And as they're shutting down my NBA, then they're shutting down my MLB. I'm like, it's okay. You know, I guess I'll fall in love with golf. Then they shut down. I'm like, man, what am I going to do with those extra hour or two that I usually spend loving and enjoying sports? So think about the average person and how right now we can educate them in their downtime. In their moment of fear, we can bring them faith. In their moment of worry, we can bring them a solution. In their moments of doubt, we can bring them confidence, because that's what leadership truly is. And I hope that in this moment, we can give more, because sometimes when fear comes, we contract, right? And we really just pull everything in and we say, survival. This is about me. This is about my family. You know, I'm seeing on Instagram videos of people fighting over the last roll of toilet paper. And I'm thinking, man, it's so much bigger than that, right? It's so much bigger than just, you know, what's in it for me. But really, in a time like this, it's what's in it for everybody. And so we can get consumed in YouTube videos. I see some of my leaders, some of my best friends are posting on Instagram about this conspiracy, that conspiracy, who started Corona, why are they doing it, the government, this and that. But I'll tell you guys, the more you get consumed in those conspiracy theories, the more your life is going to be lived in a scarcity mindset. The more you're going to be sucked into thinking the world is against you, when in reality, the world is for you. So I never sit down and look too deep into something. I don't care why the CEOs of 10 different companies resigned, and I don't really care who started the virus or why. All I care about is, number one, that I make conscious decisions for my family to be in a position of safety. I care that we have enough food and water to survive, and I care that I, as a leader, continue to put my best foot forward, continue to give value, and continue to do what it takes to impact the next person in the business, because this opportunity is great. Everything else in the world can shut down, but IM is here to stay. And we really have something powerful, guys, and we have to show respect, honor, and love for each other. As corny as it sounds, guys, it's the key to success. I was in a group chat earlier today with 8 or 9 leaders, and you know, there was an individual who was attacking our company for about 30 days straight on social media, you know, going out and just saying really obnoxious and uncalled for things. And, you know, it went to the level that we were contemplating how to do it or what legal action to take to defend the company. And you know what's funny? During that time, I spoke to those leaders and I said, look, don't stress what you can't control, because I believe that God, and, you know, whatever you believe in, again, we always acknowledge that, but I believe that God will handle your battles. God will handle those storms for you. And it's funny because today, while we were on this webinar, possibly the greatest day in the history of our company, that individual went on social media, deleted all the negativity from the last few weeks, and apologized and said, look, I let the flesh take over the spirit. He goes, and I apologize. So guys, this is bigger. This is much bigger. And when we do the right thing as a company, one thing always prevails. Because I won't drop names, but I can tell you, probably off the top of my head, 12 to 15 people who have left this company, or who have bashed, or who have targeted, or who have tried to take us out in the 4 years that I've been involved. And when you use those type of tactics, you'll never be successful. I can't even name one of them that is having success. And I don't wish anything bad on anybody, but I'm showing you and telling you living proof that if you're a good person and you just stay consistent and you wait your turn, success is inevitable. Guys, a lot of people think that it's not fair that somebody went and hit chairman in 30 days, or that, you know, Melanie and Greg Greeno, I think you guys are possibly even on this call, but Melanie and Greg, brand new to the company. They've been involved for a couple months. Guys, brand new, while this call was taking place, brand new Chairman 25s. Can we jump in the group chat? Can we jump in the chat box real quick? Can we show some respect, some congratulations? Can we make some noise for Melanie and Greg? Brand new Chairman 25s. They're not brand new to the profession. So don't think that they just joined network marketing and they're Chairman 25 in 2 or 3 months. Okay, that's never the case. So when you see somebody and they go Chairman really fast, guys, don't get discouraged. They've been in, network marketing longer. Just like Matthew Fernandez came in the company, hit Chairman extremely fast. Mohamed Benj out in France and a few Chairman hit, Chairman 25, Chairman 10 very fast. And this doesn't discredit what they've done, but you can't get discouraged by somebody's time because at the end of the day, they did it. And that is something that we have to get excited about. We have to celebrate as a company because what we do as a company and what we do as individuals, it's all tied together. And so big congratulations, Melanie and Greg. We're so proud of you. We're so happy and grateful to have you as a part of our company. We know Chairman 25 is not the destination. It's just a pit stop. So thank you so much, guys. Big congrats. And guys, as we wrap up this March Madness, what I want to tell you is that we have the IM merchandise store. Guys, go out. I was wearing my IM Academy hoodie all morning while I was on the call. I'm getting ready to go. My friend is in a bodybuilding competition, so I got to get out of here in a few minutes, get in the car, and hopefully he gets the W. So we're going to go over there and support him. But guys, there is going to be a special promotion, okay, for the store. Let me find the exact information. Bear with me because I really want us to be an army, right? And I think it's so cool. You saw Manny Quinones on the call, right, wearing his FRX t-shirt. I actually went and ordered a ton of stuff as well. But guys, we are getting ready, and I can't find it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Hold on 1 second, guys. Boom! Got it. All right, so check this out. We are going to run a promotion. I'm going to challenge everybody to go get your merchandise, to go get your IM official merchandise. People have been begging for years for shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, etc. So I'm encouraging all of you. And yes, we do have international shipping. We can ship everywhere. So check this out. Today, all the way through tomorrow, 10% off your order, minimum purchase of $50. So it's basically you get two things. Minimum purchase, $50. You get 10% off your order. And the link is store. I'm going to type it in the chat as well. store.imchange.org. And guess what? Not only, okay, so store.imchange, so it's in the chat box, store.imchange.org. Your code, okay, is IM March Madness to get your 10% off. So store.imchange.org. I'm going to urge everybody to go now and make a purchase because I'm telling you, when I was wearing that hoodie, I felt so good. And the more that we can represent the brand, the more that we can feel like this is really a part of us, especially now in a time where the world needs people like us to step up and lead, really buy into the brand and let the brand buy into you. So store.imchange.org. And here's what's great. The company is taking a good portion, okay, a very good portion of the proceeds from everything that is sold. So the store was created for change. That's why it's imchange.org. Store.imchange.org is because, guys, we are taking every article of merchandise that is sold, and a percentage of that purchase is going to the I Am Change Foundation. And guys, I am so excited because behind the scenes, we are working on making a huge global impact, not just with our mouths, not just with the compensation plan, not just with our academy, but guys, we're going to sew back in to so many organizations and foundations and people around the world that really need it. So let's support that change. Let's really become a part of the brand. This is our time to evolve. I went to the store. I bought every single thing that was on there because I want to wear this stuff all the time. I want this to be a big part of my life moving forward. So guys, what an amazing event. What an amazing day, right? And I would tell you, we have a few other major announcements, and this thing is over. Number one, guys, Matthew, Rosa, and I, we have a trick up our sleeve. So the March Madness event that was supposed to take place in New York today, we said, you know what? Well, we can just simply reschedule that event, or we could take this time to challenge ourselves, challenge the organization, and take it to the next level. So if you want us to if you support that decision to take it to the next level, go put 2020 in the chat box. 2020, because this is going to be our year where we take everything to the next level. So right now, Matt and I are looking for a venue at least double the size. So we expected 2,500. Now we're shooting for 5,000. And one of the venues that we're looking at is one of the most prestigious venues in New York City. So if it's in God's plans, we will break paradigms. One of the most prestigious venues. It's not Yankee Stadium, though, I'll tell you. That is on the goal. That is on the vision board. But I'm telling you guys, Yankee Stadium is maybe just 1 or 2 years away. But if it's in God's plans, this June event is something that all of you need to be at. If you got value today, the value there is going to be even more incredible. So I hope to see you guys at that June event. Guys, make Houston a priority now. That's our big target. After June is September 4th, Houston, all in, 10,000 plus. I'm hoping that we force the company to get a bigger venue. And with that being said, guys, what an amazing day. What an amazing opportunity. And I have on my Instagram a giveaway right now. It's National Women's Month. Okay. And on my Instagram, it was the post that I made yesterday. It's a picture of me and Isis De La Torre. I'm doing a giveaway. And so many people nominated a woman. And you can go to check out that post if you want to support it at J Brown. I'm going to be doing that giveaway here around 6 or 7 o'clock Eastern. So if you want to go nominate a woman in your organization, maybe it's your upline, someone like that, that would be amazing. And guys, let's just keep making a difference in the world. So one more time, I'm going to shut down the chat box so I can give you guys the store information and the promo code. Everybody go get your gear and get ready. June. Matthew, Rosa, you have anything else to share, my brother?
No, I'm good to go. 8 hours locked and loaded.
Guys, have a phenomenal day. Go get your gear, and we'll see you at the top. Let's get it.
Let's go.